Non-farm payroll numbers for August higher than expected here. 187,000 versus 170,000 expected there. 3.8% on the unemployment. That's going to help a little bit, but versus 3.5 expected there. We also got private payrolls, 179,000 versus 148 expected, but 187 versus 170, not what the Fed is going to want to see here. U.S. manufacturing payroll, 16,000. Labor force participation down here, 62.8% versus 62.6%. So that's also to the upside. But the big number there, 187 versus 170 expected. So the market will be a little bit confused maybe by that. I was watching this meds number as well. Yeah, the initial flush to the downside comes right back up for the overall market, now moving higher, 0.5% for the NASDAQ. Here's the SPY or the S&P back to the upside as well. A ton to get to this morning. Lululemon, Broadcom, both with earnings. We have Chinese EV deliveries coming through overnight as well. We'll touch on XPeng, Li Auto, Sharif's very happy. And what's that other one again? NIO, right. Yeah, not so much. It is going to be an interesting Friday morning here, to say the least. Hey, guess what? It's September 1st. Tradertv.live starts now. Market seeming to be shrugging this off here. So yeah, U.S. average earnings month over month downside. So that's going to help a little bit. 0.2 versus 0.3 expected there. U.S. labor force participation, again, a higher tick, but only just 3.8% on the unemployment might be helping a little bit here as well. But 187 versus 170 for August non-farm payrolls. Welcome into a Friday morning that could be an interesting one here as the market continues to digest this number. What a week it's been. I mean, I was reading last night, first negative month for the NASDAQ in August since February.
Yep.
Just chew on that for a while. That's nuts.
I'm okay with that. I'm invested in the market at the moment. Yeah, but I think that the saving grace right now is the fact that we're not expanding with respect to wages. It's great that people still have their jobs, but if we have wage inflation, that's where it gets sticky because that affects balance sheets. So I think that might be an interesting look there.
Yeah, and one of the points that Fed Chair Powell has been going back to over and over and over again, which is a good one, you know, in the sense that if people are making more money, obviously more money to spend, and more demand then going out into the economy. But here we are coming back in a little bit. I mean, still 0.5% here for the SPY. NASDAQ about the same, 0.45, but nice pop to the upside. So we get some musical chairs happening this morning. Sean, with a day off, enjoying an extra long weekend. Obi back in the building with us this morning, and it's great to have Neil back with us as well.
Yes. Welcome.
Got him back.
Welcome, everybody. I come back, and the first thing I hear is like an economic number, 187. So the market's putting a 187 on last month's downward cycle. We both have a green shirt on, although my green shirt does not even look a little bit green compared to that dashing sweater you got on there, Obi. But yeah, hopefully we can have a good start to things here today. It's the first of the month. Delivery numbers were good. And don't think for a second that we didn't all see Sharif roll his eyes at the mere mention of NIO. So we all know that Sharif likes Li Auto. And Li Auto had good deliveries. The earnings weren't bad too recently, but yeah, NIO, a bit of another thing. I missed the $10 break on NIO. It was a little bit frustrating last couple of days, but there's going to be a lot to look at today. Market's slightly up, only 0.5%, but you know, after last month, we'll take whatever green we can get. You're above a key level. When I was looking at my charts over the last couple of days, it was pretty obvious to see, you know, this 15.5 on the NASDAQ was kind of a nice little linchpin level for us here, and we're bouncing away from it now. Great numbers by Lulu, unbelievable quarter by Dell, and if you look at where Dell is on a daily chart, you might be interested in Dell for the first time in a very long time, at least in terms of trading it. I know I am, so it's a heck of a lot for us to get into here today, Obi. Excited to be back. I'll probably clear my throat a few times, still working through some phlegm, but
trades?
Everything's all good, brother. What's been going on this week? Like, tell me, like, what was like the big moment? Because I know we talked about some SSR trades and whatnot. What was like the big thing I missed?
I don't know. There was a lot that went on this week. There's a lot of great trades that we talked about. How Neo was great. A few earnings that we had this week. I think Dollar General. I missed Dollar General yesterday, but slapped down on earnings and then out the open all day, just grind up another one of those SSR plays as well. But yeah, beginning of the week we started off with a really tight range on the NQ. It was like between 15 and 15,100 all day, really volatile. The next day we break that range and then trend all day, close at the high of day on SPYs and across the board. So like, I mean, we've had a pretty interesting week overall, up and down, volatile.
I like it, and you're wearing the right color today. So hopefully we can stave off any negativity in the market today. Although maybe corn's a bit of a short, Brendo.
Yeah.
Yeah, possibly. I mean, this week has been absolutely nuts for not only crypto, but cannabis stocks I wanted to mention as well. I can't get my eye off of this move in the overall market. Sharif and I were just trying to digest this a little bit. And it seems to be, I mean, as you were mentioning, you know, this kind of gradual step downside for wage increase. So wage increase still 0.2% to the upside. That was versus a 0.3% expectation and then a 0.4% prior print. Yep. So you can see how we're kind of gradually moving down as far as how wages are going up.
Yeah, and it's a good look. I mean, that's kind of what you want to see. You want to see. That's a good look. That's not what you want to see. You don't want to see people losing their jobs, but you also want to make sure balance sheets are in order. And if there's more demand out there, we know exactly what's going to happen. There's going to be more buying and more price pressure to the high side. So it's a good look. It's a good look as long as we're we're growing incrementally and not out of control. So that's what I see.
Still. There's no good way to transition to this, so I'm just going to do it. Cannabis stocks. I mean, we're talking about people having more money to spend. So here's day 3 for cannabis stocks. 5% for this ETF already here in the pre-market. It's worth mentioning, a decent amount of volume. Tilray not doing as much this morning, but 200,000 shares for MSOS already. I mean, the market just ripping here.
Yeah, I'm not sure I really buy into this whole narrative quite yet. I think this is a political issue. It has to be legalized at the legislative issue. It's not good enough for the department to advise the DEA to reduce it from a Schedule 1 to 3. That's just not going to cut it. You actually need federal legalization, and that's going to come through the House and the Senate.
And how much, at the end of the day, how much value does that actually bring to these individual names? But here we go, guys. That MSOS there, you see 3 days in a row now, straight higher.
Yeah, I saw that. We tried to get a certain key to be hit, but again, it's on Sean's stream deck. Darn it.
Yeah.
You guys know what's up. But look, I think there's a few names that are worth watching. It's not as if it's the biggest news in the world, but let's be real for a second. Tilray, and I love the fact that we're wearing green, and we get to talk about this too. Oh, yeah. Tilray, big volume the last couple of days, into a double top at 320. And again, I mean, I care more about the technicals than anything else, right? So when you get a double top like this, you always look for a breakout among higher levels. Just to double check here, because I haven't looked at the short float in a little bit. So still up 13.5% on Tilray. I'll respect that. You break here, there's room higher to be short. So it's not just MSOS that you can look at there. And when you look at a lot of the ETFs, like sometimes that can be a bit of a, okay, throw it up there and it can be your future, or it can be your bit of a guide. But you've already had the big 2-day volume spike and you're looking for continuation. This is very similar. Like if you look at it, you're kind of at resistance on the ETF here. 730, 740, and if you bust through that while taking out the top on Tilray, hey, I don't mind taking a breakout here. I just want to make sure you're not failing a level like this. At that moment, I want to see it's pushing through both at exactly the same time, ideally. But if Tilray can get through, it's got that good short float, and I think that's going to make a lot of sense to me. Keep an eye on MSOS here if you want, but the vehicle that I like for this is going to be Tilray. It's up 5%. Obviously, the last couple of days have been a lot stronger than that, so you might have to withstand, like it could be a false break early, allow it to consolidate for a little bit, take it a second time through, kind of stick with the notion. I find with levels like this, you pick your side and you sort of stick to it. I don't want to come in there thinking, okay, I want to short this level and then I'll flip into a long, or I want to go long and fail, come back into the short. I'm just going to look for buying above here for the breakout. If it doesn't happen and I miss short at 320, fair enough. That's kind of par for the course. I feel as if sometimes if you get too wrapped up wanting to play both sides of it, you can end up missing the trade, and I'd rather miss out on one trade to ensure that I trade the other one the right way. So if we get that break at 320, I want to see if MLSOS is going as well, and then we'll just look for some continuation above. I don't think there's anything sort of crazy in terms of levels out here until you get to 340. So that gives you 20 cents to work with on a $3 stock. That's really not that bad. If you get a 320 breakout early, give it 5 cents. I think you got room to run. And were it to take out 340, things get really, really interesting here for Tilray.
Yeah, I agree. I think that breakout is definitely something. Like I was looking at it on the hourly. Like, take a look at how clean this hourly trend is. We were talking about how this news could cause us to catch a bid, and that's exactly what we've been doing over even the after-hour session and the pre-market session as well. You just cleanly hold this this trend on that news, and then we're pushing into that 320. So yeah, I think that 320 break is definitely a good look.
All right, let's bring in Michael Moss here, CMT over at Trade Ideas, for a quick look at what has happened this week as far as what we were talking about. Back on Monday, it was a interesting week, obviously, with a number of economic data points, including the one we just got, Mr. Moss, the employment number here. The reaction is definitely a little bit surprising from the overall market, but we'll see how things follow through. If you rewind the clock all the way back to Monday, we were discussing Mattel that you were looking at this week.
Yeah, so this is a chart I started with Mattel. Basically, where that last blue arrow right before that is where we were talking about it. We were talking about it around this $21.75 to $22 area. If you missed that, definitely go back to the Monday show and check that out. We did a whole breakdown of why I was interested, but I just thought I would update everyone. The red line I drew in there, that's my current stop loss. We talked about before how this was breaking out of a nice base, and I wanted to see if it could hold that 21.75 area. So we actually got that a little bit after, almost the next day on that. Bought some there and then bought some when we broke and hold 22. But today we're going to talk about Match. I should have made it, actually it's funny, I should have made it Tilray, because when I was sitting across from Brendan when I was there last week, I was talking about how I was buying Tilray at the time, and I think Brendan laughed at me, so I should have made this one about Tilray. But
no, I did, yeah. I said well, good luck with that too. Great
well,
call.
Maybe it was your good luck that actually helped me out on the trade. But so far, so good. But no, we want to talk about stuff that's setting up, and what I think setting up here is Match.com. So we're going to go in and we're going to take a look at this, where it came from. As always, within Trade Ideas, we have Trader TV 30 still running for the Labor Day sale, if you want to check that out. But this is just a nice little data screen, and the scan that it came from is what we call TI strength. So this is an algorithm that I made that essentially looks for stocks that are in relative uptrends to the overall market. We want to buy the strongest stuff. We want to sell the weakest stuff. Anything that shows up on the list is pretty strong, and we have Match.com. So I looked into the news a little bit. I don't spend a lot of time here as a CMT, but I noticed that there was a big buy from a Rothschild of 200,000 shares on the 22nd, so a little bit ago, but shows that there's some big names that are interested. And then I just highlighted we have fundamental data for those who are interested. For me, I do like to see things like earnings growth and revenue growth. So they're having both a 5% increase in revenue and actually a 15% increase in earnings, meaning they're cutting the bottom line as well. It's what you want to see if it's something that you're interested in buying. Now, as always, I like to go to whatever index I think best represents or captures the stock that I'm looking at. This one is the social media ETF. So it's just SOCL. It has Match.com and a lot of these other names in it, along with things like Bumble and but a lot of the social media stuff there as well. So this is just kind of looking at for what's going on in the overall kind of sector, I guess. The 200-day moving average, which is the blue line there, starting to slope up. Last time it did that was 2020, and you can see the massive move it had when the 200 moving average slope down there in about 2022. You can see the absolute collapse happen. So maybe we're rounding a bottom in social media stocks, which would, I think, be good for Match.com. Now we go to weekly chart here on Match, and you just see this major support that we've actually bounced off a couple months ago. I think it was around $30, give or take. Massive, massive level if you go back years and years and years. So, you know, this fall from grace actually got caught. Price has memory even this long ago. So a nice little look. I think if you're looking for a long-term investment or something really long-term in that, that's the level you got to play off of. I think below that you got to go, but above that you might want to take some trades. That's my idea anyway. So next chart here is a comparison chart. So the blue line is Match.com, and I always want to compare this to whatever I can find for competitors, because if I have an idea on Match, but I find out that Bumble, for example, which is the pink line, is doing way better, then I may just take my idea and switch it over to Bumble. But as you can see, this is all roughly year to date. Bumble is really, really underperforming. The orange line on the bottom is Grinder, which is down, I think, 97% on this chart. So obviously, of the three that I can find that are publicly traded, that's why I'm sticking with Match. It's a nice look here and stronger than the other ones. So now we'll pop into the daily chart. Nice rounded bottom going on here. Those lows from May are the lows that I showed you on the weekly chart that bounced right off of that support. And now we're just getting really, really tight in through here. So I trust the algorithm this came from to show me strong names. And when I go and I look at the chart, it seems to be breaking out over this kind of descending triangle, you could call it, or at least a downtrend line. The anchored VWAP from that high, it's also breaking that as well. So that's where I'm interested. And lastly, we go into, for me, it's roughly the 30-minute chart, but I just want to see a couple weeks of price action zoomed really in. And you can see that about 46.50 is where those highs were going in August. And then today or yesterday, we actually got above that. And then we held above that on a little bit of a dip. So for me, I'm going to look to see if we come back down to 46.50. I'm interested in that one, same as I did with 21.75 in Mattel. And if we can get over and hold above this kind of little range that we put in on Friday, that's where I'm interested in it. Again, that 46.50-ish is going to probably be my line in the sand on Match.
All right, great look for Match.com. Great look for that overall ETF as well, SOCL it was that you brought up there. Okay, we'll write that one down. I want to go back to this cannabis sector and get your take on not only Tilray, because we had that conversation when you were here last week. In that case, we've been talking about and showing a lot since this news came out earlier in the week, this MSOS. I know I think it's MJ is another one, which is, they're both ETFs for the space. What was it about Tilray specifically, and would you have also maybe looked at an MSOS for the same reasons as what you were seeing in Tilray?
Yeah, so first of all, the ETF versus stock debate is always going to be a risk management debate. You know, if you are really risk adverse, and if you just want to play ideas as opposed to individual names, I think ETFs are totally fine for that. I know a lot of great traders, they just trade the ETFs. Both day traders, swing traders, investors, whatever, they don't want to be exposed to company-specific risk, right? It would be very annoying to be right on cannabis as a whole, and then all of a sudden the company you pick has some internal strife or has to raise money or fraud or whatever, and you're right on your idea, but you're wrong on your stock. But like anything with risk management, that's a double-edged sword. It means that if you're right, you are going to make less than if you're wrong, right? So if you pick individual names, if you're right on an individual names, you're going to get way more beta. Now, what interests me in Tilray is it actually came up on a short float scan. So it's got about a 14% short float on Tilray, meaning that if we start getting moving here, I noticed that they mentioned over this kind of $3 to $3.25 area on Tilray. If we can get above that, then I think shorts may have to cover. I always like to be on the side of the short squeeze if I can get it. The main reason I like Tilray is just the relative strength to the overall market. So I see you have MSOS up there now, and that actually just broke out from lows when this news came. But if you bring up and if you show Tilray, Tilray actually started to move a little bit before then. So if you go back to July, Tilray was already moving. So if you combine the relative strength of Tilray and you combine the short float of Tilray and the fact that I'm okay taking the risk, that's why I'm going to shoot for the name instead of the ETF. But if you're risk averse, nothing wrong with just playing a nice, evenly distributed basket of stocks for some diversification.
Yeah, and I think it's important to highlight the fact, and that was kind of the point I was going to, there was the relative strength angle. And then when you're looking at an ETF, obviously we have to kind of dig into what is the biggest part of that ETF, because it could be a little more influenced by individual names. I know Tilray is in that one, but how big of a percent actually is it?
Yeah, well, and that's the benefit and the drawback of these ETFs is that you're going to have Tilray and Canopy Growth and all of these different names, and basically what I like to do is I want to buy the strongest name in that ETF. Now, ETF.com is a good way to look up the weightings. I'm not too sure in these individual names, but what I always want to avoid when I'm trading these things is buying the laggards. Like at some point, there's going to be a point in which the ETF is going to underperform because it owns the weakest stock. So again, it's that risk reward. If you have an idea on cannabis and you just want to set it and forget it, I do think that ETFs are the way to go. I would imagine Tilray isn't going to be a huge part of this MSOS simply because Tilray was up so much as this thing was hitting new lows. So if I were to guess, I would say it's probably actually a pretty small component in that name.
Yeah, great stuff. All right, thanks so much, Michael Knott, CMT over at Trade Ideas. Enjoy your long weekend, sir.
Thank you. Talk to you guys soon.
Sure, thank you very much, Michael. What I love about that is just how much of a gentleman Michael is. Not going in there saying, I told you so, don't laugh at the Tilray play. But the one thing, as a trader, one of the things that stood out to me is a lot of times when you're making a trade, sometimes you think about, okay, well, if you like the risk reward, you like the story, then look for where's the potential upside, right? Like if you think it's a general trend move, that's why the ETF sometimes good for an investment for the explosive trade. Give me the name with a 13% short float. That is going to provide you possibly with a better opportunity, at least in terms of a short-term trading move. And really, it doesn't take a genius to see that's going to be why Tilray gives you this bounce off support, and it's already gone 40% before it even makes an attempt to break out today. So I'm kind of with all of that. I think there's always a place for ETFs. Again, it's always about risk management. When you're looking for that potential upside in that trade, sometimes the thing that you screen for is going to be that potential explosiveness. And quite frankly, a lot of these trades, when you look at a swing aspect of it in some of these smaller stocks, it's going to come down to that short float. And I find if you're not looking at short float as an indicator or as something that you screen for, then it's definitely something you want to have on your radar. It's the same reason why you'll always hear us talk about SSR names, right? Like when a stock cannot be shorted without an uptick. A lot of times it's just something that gives a stock a little bit more oomph if it catches a bid, because shorters cannot be as aggressive with it. So we're always going to be looking for little ticks like that. You just want an edge as a trader. Sometimes the edge is that short float. Sometimes it's how small the float is in general. And those are things that we have to look for. Plenty of liquidity as well. That doesn't hurt on Tilray, so that's the one I want to be watching here today. But again, what I love about Michael is he has that methodical approach. He knows what he's looking for in terms of where he's in, where he's going to be out. So Match, obviously that's a good, interesting looking setup. I don't know if there's day trade there. Tilray, at least I'm pretty sure there is.
Yeah, I was taking a look at the chart while he was talking about it. You know what I noticed? That earnings reaction day one, this consolidation right here, we couldn't really, we sell off of it, and then we can't really sell past this 43 mark, kind of double bottom there, and then now we're slowly creeping back up to this consolidation for right here underneath this 47.50. I like that. Let's see what we can do with that, because we kind of failed to follow through to the downside, and then now we're kind of slowly grinding back up towards this consolidation. And just looking left, I see this 48 right here, and then you have the earnings reaction high up in the 50s. So that's definitely an interesting look.
Xpeng's 15. Hi. We were just talking about these Chinese EV makers and how impressive across the board, let's be honest. Li Auto has been, we'll touch on that coming up here, obviously, a little bit more as we get into some of the earnings. But as far as, how we can look at this report from Li, I mean, if you want to pound the desk, as you were just saying, on how great this was.
By all means,
I'll give you the floor here for a second.
Yeah, guys, I mean, it's not a joke. We're not kidding around here. Have a look at the screen. Lee delivered 34,914 vehicles, say 35,000 in August alone. That is up 663.8% year over year, and that's not for no reason. They are focusing on the Li 8, the L8. That's an SUV. All the while, NIO is still, for whatever reason, making sedans, and XPEV just catching up now with its G6. So, Li, looking good.
Looking good.
I'm talking up my own book. I realize that. And full disclosure, I'm obviously invested in this.
That was kind of surprising, though. We were just looking at the market cap between the two. Was it 43 billion for Li versus now 17 billion for NIO, so definitely winning as far as the upward momentum. I was just trying to find a picture of this revised Model 3 for Tesla over in China, because that's now a thing. We'll get to that. Here's some analyst moves for you this morning. Upgrades and downgrades, Lululemon, Valet on here, Dell, Papa John's. We used to have a pizza graphic. Anyways, Dollar General on here, PagerDuty and Oxford. Neil, you remember that?
There was a pizza. I think like Sean would come up on one side and he'd throw a pizza across and I would catch it. I think that's the graphic. I don't know where I don't have it on my board, but that would be nice on a Papa John's day where we're never going to talk about Papa John's again. It was a cool graphic. I'm pretty sure some foolish person probably put pineapple on that pizza, but that's neither here nor there. Dell was the one worth talking. I mean, Dell. First of all, I'm not gonna pretend that I've been looking at Dell on the chart in a very long time. But let's be real, Dell, they blew it out. They blew it out the water here. Obviously, demand looking pretty good for them. They've got the upgrade. I don't really care about the upgrade. It's just an excuse to talk about the stock. Here's what you want to see. And this is, I forgot. You know what? I can't drag it down. I'm going to drag this down, but Michael showed me a better way to do this. All I had to do was double click something and it automatically pops out. And I keep dragging it back and forth. But the weekly chart on Dell has us breaking out this 62 top today. You just tagged 63. So one of the things you look for when you're looking for something to trade, especially on earnings or something you didn't really trade before, is giving explosive reason why you want to. Trading in a new range, making 52-week highs, breaking out. This is a 2022 top from February of 2022, and you're busting through that. That is very bullish. It's something to get excited about. It's got 300,000 in volume. I don't want to say it's a lot of volume, but for Dell, it is actually pretty decent pre-market volume. I'm expecting it's going to do some pretty serious R vol today. And anything holding out that 62 off the open, which is previously a high in the weekly, I think you want to look for some longs in there. So this is a name where if it can come down, as long as it settles out above here, I'd be looking for the long. Just because it's up 12% doesn't mean it can't go further. Obviously, on a Friday, something like a 65 level could come into play here as a resistance. I think that's more of just an obvious one. So I look for something on the long side as long as we're above that 62 and breakout in the open, and just start from that standpoint. I saw, of course, you called it the big miss, so the one that you missed out on was Dollar General. I saw that on the other side of the board.
Yeah, for sure. I have that. I'm looking at that right now. But right before I go to that, I see a question in the chat. Trading Bulldozer asking, does anyone know if the paid version of ChatGPT can write scripts for TradingView? The large language model is well versed in PineScript. That's all I'm going to say. All right. So Dollar General, I'm waiting for this. Day one earnings, we saw what it did, right? It kind of opened near pre-market lows. Couldn't really get back below this 127, 128 area. Held 130, like a champ, and then just grind it up all the way up to 139. So I'm keeping that in mind. We still got a ways to go if we're going to continue to catch a bid. Today, I'm watching this 139, 140 area as well, and a little bit of support from yesterday, this 134, and let's see, I don't know. To the downside, I still have that 130. So I got some levels on both sides that I'm watching there for Dollar General. If we're going to continue to catch a bid today on day 2, that's what I'll be looking for.
All right, quickly, here is the brand new revised Model 3 that they launched over in China. I mean, they changed a lot. I'm actually surprised. It's quite different, especially on the back there. I mean, we were just looking at the interior pictures. New screen, yeah, on the back.
There you go. And a 630-kilometer range.
It's behind the position board there, but yeah, 630-kilometer range. There it is, 629-kilometer range. Crazy. 15 minutes, you get 280
I'll take it.
kilometers?
282, yeah.
Impressive. All right, let's go. Futures time for Friday.
Yeah, what can you say? I mean, we're rocketing up here, guys. Levels to the north side, hard to predict because of the stair step down here on the ES, but there is that 45.50 that we have to contend with. We always look at the 50-point and 100-point levels. We crested out there on August 4th. We were able to come up to 45.62, but that was just a quick wick. Ideally, though, you're looking for that 4,600 level. I don't know if we see it today.
All right, let's get into everything else you need to know. That was the wrong button. There we go. Use that QR code. You can scan it or go to watchlist.tradertv.live. Very, very easy. Just enter your email address, and then you get the watch list for free every single day right to your inbox. I'm just looking at Lululemon here. I mean, it's a $400 stock, but not a lot of volume behind this move. The overall reaction after the close yesterday kind of muted. The initial move was, in fact, down. We come all the way back then to close around that 390 level. But, I mean, overall, better than expected. I was reading this morning, there was some cautionary comments in the call as far as the overall economy is concerned and demand going forward, but beat nevertheless.
Yeah, and we talked about this yesterday on the midday show. We talked about discretionary retail having a hard time. We saw it with Nike. We saw it with Foot Locker. Their customer base a little bit different and willing to pay more money. Let's look at the facts. 18% jump year over year in both profit and sales. But here's the weird part. They relied heavily on China, where they grew 61% of their revenue year over year. That's despite the fact that the Chinese economy has been reeling and hasn't been able to get over its COVID era hangover. So good luck. They continue, by the way, to expand their brick and mortar. They're looking to expand their stores. They have a very ambitious plan. The other thing they're doing, they're growing their men's line. They really want to focus on men's apparel, as well as that direct-to-consumer look that they've been doing for a little while now.
Yeah, and we were talking a little bit earlier in the week about customer loyalty with this brand and how it's, just one of those things. The quality, I feel, has changed. I'm not going to say it went down, but it's changed since, 5-6 years ago. Not necessarily lower, but just different as far as the materials they're using and durability and things like that. But nevertheless, Lulu continues to impress.
Oh, there's no question about that. We're just going to come to the weekly chart for a second because I like to start things off with the weekly. I just feel like it's the way to go. You can see the big level on the daily, but we'll get to what this looks like on a higher time frame, because if it gets through 395 and 400, this has been a pretty relatively gentle upward trend here, but on the weekly, it's an impressive one. And once you get back above that 395, 400 area, you've got to be thinking, look at the major gap that it has into 450. So this is not a very big move today, or at least right now. It's the potential, if it gets through that 395 first, and obviously then 400 psychologically after that, what you can look for. And it's been a big wall. Like, you have multiple attempts to get there last year. A couple of times it broke through that $400 level, at least early last year, and then a failure just in front of it. So this is what's standing in front of Lulu right now, and I just feel like this is almost, it's like when you see a break like this, I know there's not a lot of volume, but if it takes out 395 today and can get through 400, I just feel like the sky is the absolute limit here. In terms of brands, like show me a brand that has the kind of love with you know, not just people my age, but I mean, like even like younger, the youth. It's just got a tremendous amount of brand loyalty, equal if not better to Nike at this particular moment. So I think that's why you have to pay up a bit. Maybe this is a day that it can do a bigger move and try to fly. It's an earnings day. It's 2.5% now. Unless it gets through 395, I guess I'm not really that excited. But if it breaks that, this would be the day to do it. I have this 386 from the last time I liked the breakout on the stock. That was on this day. It did not last very long. It broke at the open. It came right back in and then turned into resistance at 386. So 386 would be where I'd go dip buy hunting if there is a trade on a dip buy for Lululemon. But you look at it on that weekly chart. If this thing gets above 395 and then 400, I think you're looking trend up to the 450 level from there. When you're in a bull market, assume bull market things.
Yeah.
And start from that premise. And we're in a bull market. So when a good company beats, I'm looking for bull market things to the upside. And if that doesn't happen, then I don't have to trade it.
Yeah, definitely. I'm taking a look at the longer term chart here. Definitely a little bit of a beta name here. And I was like, that reflects the market pretty closely. To look at it, it's about a 1.39 beta, so definitely strongly correlated to the market. And today, if we catch a little bit of a tailwind with the market itself, you can see that we're holding above this earnings reaction, right? This initial earnings reaction, earning comes out, you dip all the way to 359, rip right back up, and then coming into today, we're holding above that consolidation from before. So let's see if we can hold 388 or 389-ish area here on top of that consolidation, or the number I'm looking at specifically is that first reaction off the earnings here at the 385. So if we can hold above that and also catch some market tailwind as we're seeing off of this jobs number, we could definitely look for that 395 break incoming on the day today. That's what I'm looking for.
On to Broadcom here. I mean, we can talk about the entire chip sector as a whole. NVIDIA was, once again, pretty impressive yesterday. Sharif and I were just discussing this move downside, essentially, after the report yesterday. In the aftermarket, we come all the way back to 880. Yes, this is a $900 stock, we all know. I brought up this headline just because it's part of what you and I were just talking about, in the sense that network revenue alone, $2.8 billion, up 20%, which was part of this bounce. If you were watching aftermarket when the call came on, when they started talking about the individual aspects of where the earnings came from, this was one of them. And 20% increase, $2.8 billion for networking alone. We were just saying, you know, if you go back to when the rest of big tech reported this earnings season, it was kind of, you know, anything got sold.
Yeah.
And this seems to be kind of one of those cases as well.
NVIDIA wasn't spared either. Fantastic earnings report, got sold after, but getting bought up now. Let's look at this because, I mean, everybody wants to look for the next NVIDIA. Nobody wants to stomach NVIDIA's valuation. So a lot of analysts were talking about AVGO. They beat on the top and bottom line. They had $3.3 billion in net quarterly income, Brendo. I mean, that's after tax, that's it, after everything. But here was a look. They had some supply issues with respect to GPUs, and I feel that may have been the reason for the sell-off, because we're looking for an NVIDIA substitute.
Yeah, so again, Broadcom is a very expensive stock. Yeah. We're probably not going to be trading it a lot, but could be an influence on the rest of them today.
Yeah, we're literally going over EVGO because it's not always a stock that you want to trade as a $900 stock, but when you look at what's been happening to this, okay, so double bottom, you know, going into that crazy 920 high. If anybody remembers, like when it went absolutely nuts in May, it then rejected up this 920, 925 level. It's been trying to get back there. You essentially wicked it aftermarket on those earnings, then came back underneath. It feels like if it can't get back 900, 910, that area would be normally a short. Like if this was a $9 stock, I'd probably be thinking, let it break 9. If it gets above that 9, shorten to 9.5, 9.10, and then play the pullback. So that's what AVGO looks like to me. I doubt that I'm going to go down that road because it's just a stock that I've never traded before, at least not to my I don't remember trading it ever. maybe I have. I seriously doubt that. I look at NVIDIA at the 500 level. If this can't bust this at that 500 or gives a fail break at the open, that looks like a little bit of a retracement play setting up there. And maybe I'm just a little bit bearish on the chips after seeing AVGO come back in 2.5% to the downside. And then I look over at Intel, I'm like, Intel's up 1%. I'm like, okay. Intel is setting up to retest this 36 lower high. Like, okay, part two. Calling me a little bit skeptical about that, but I'm seeing this will try to break out. 36 is the next level on the daily for Intel. So there's 500 NVIDIA, there's $36 Intel. You throw up like an AMD here, which these are usually the three that we're looking at. You throw up an AMD. I don't know if AMD's not going to get to 108. Like, that's an obvious level as well. So I see three stocks. I would probably wager you need a pop at the open to get here, but one of them's getting to resistance. Now, AMD 108 resistance is obvious. 36, when you pull back the daily chart, that's where you'll find it. Intel has to go 1.5% from where it is. $500 is pretty much a drop in the bucket. It's where NVIDIA is right now. Of those three, I think the level's probably the most distinct on AMD. Usually I'll definitely trade in Intel. NVIDIA is going to pop that 500 in, like, possibly at the open, whereas you still have to run $1 up into AMD. So if the market continues running, it's probably easier to grab an AMD short off the 108 level. But that was a big level when it broke down through before. It's a double top. I had this line in when I was, like last week when I was in, and it just so happens that it turns out that it's still resistance. It's still a big level. So why would you not trade it? So 108 up here on AMD. If we get to 36 on Intel, I probably like that for a short too. I just want to be fading the chips today after that AVGO move. To me, it's a bullish looking chart in the daily for Broadcom, but overall, it's right now looking like a temporary pullback for those chip names.
Yeah, definitely. I think off of this earnings, we kind of did like that pop and drop again. That earnings reaction high, we're definitely below that. And if you look left from a few days ago, this action where we pop and then we kind of give back the whole move. Definitely some sellers here as well. And then you pop on the earnings, those sellers kind of come back in. So that's what I'll be watching for. I think I agree with Neil there that this in and around this 910 to like 930 area, we've seen it before. Whenever we kind of pop up into these prices, we kind of tend to sell off. So unless and until we can convincingly get above this 920 and hold, yeah, I'm definitely looking to short some of these pops, or looking for the short on these pops here. But yeah, $900 ticker. Probably not going to be taking too many fills on this per se, but I'll definitely be watching for the move. If those sellers kind of come back in, it's going to be more of the same on this name.
All right, let's talk about these Chinese delivery numbers here for EV makers. I put these all kind of in a row so we can see just how staggering this number is. So this is Li Auto, 663% in August to the upside. That's year over year. For some reason, XPeng is Tesla's rival on this story. 43% increase. 81 over here is NIO. So Li Auto just dominating last month.
Yeah, let's talk about the total deliveries here, guys. As a group, they did very good. A record for them, 68,000 units on the month, up from 25,000 units a year ago. Brendo making the point there that Li was leading the pack, but let's be real about it. It's BYD and it's Tesla that still dominate that market. BYD had over 200% year over year in profit just a few days ago when they reported. Tradable, obviously, on Jeff Mendel's OTC under BYDDY and BYDDF. Shout out to Jeff Mendel.
You're welcome, Jeff Mendel. 13,690 individual units. I mean, still 383,000 there for NIO. So, I mean, it's all relative, but yeah, interesting right across the board here, guys. Again, it was 43 billion on the market cap as of this morning versus NIO 17. XPeng's in that neighborhood, I believe, as well. But I mean, not much else you can say, guys, for Li Auto.
Yeah, it's impressive. The only not impressive thing about Li Auto is, again, how much volume it does. And it's probably the reason why we don't trade it that often is it's on 80,000 on volume after good delivery numbers. You can see the upward trend in the stock. Look at how nicely it's held the 50 period on the daily. Like, that's all you can ask for a technical bounce. It bounced where it broke out from. It bounced from a technical level there, like that 38 dip buy. Like, that's pretty much gold. If it gets through the local top, maybe it goes busting out 43.30 or something like this. It has to get through that local high in there. If it does, good for it. NEO's not nearly as bullish. I mean, that's obvious. You can see this struggling, trend down, at least in the last little bit. It broke that $10 level, made a great recovery, but it's been 2 days in a row of relative weakness since it did that. It's rejecting the 50 period moving average instead, threatening the 200 period and that $10 level again here today. So I feel like if there's a fade of one of these names, it's probably NEO here. 1080 is a double top last couple of days. I think underneath there, you're hunting short. If it breaks out from there, great. The other look could be like an XPeng. XPeng's got a nice channel in here. I want to say it's a little bit stronger. So it's making a move like Li Auto, where it's breaking out. So this is another bullish type of name. It does better volume than Li Auto as well. So $17, you can see the breakout zone pretty clearly where it came from. If it gets through 19, cross that bridge if we get there. But since it broke that 17, it's now got what just formed yesterday, which is a bit of a double bottom on the 15-minute here at 17.75. So if that can start to hold like 18 to there, I think you look for a dip buy. Like, I'd rather a dip buy long on XPeng if it can hold on to yesterday's low. NEO, I'm bearish on that chart, so that's the one I would look for the short on. XPeng, I'd look for the long. Li Auto, just not enough volume to trade it, so I always stay away from that one.
Yeah, I think you hit the nail on that one. Definitely going to be waiting for that volume on LI. Yeah, great delivery numbers, great movement as well. We see that it's been kind of trending up since last earnings. Very strong trend, kind of support, kind of holding it in, and the trend is starting to bend a little bit here with this 38, 39 support area. But yeah, on delivery numbers, let's see if we can kind of catch a bid today and push back up to the upside there. And we know NEO has been of interest this week as well. We know they had earnings earlier this week, but a little bit of a diddle as we couldn't really get past too far anywhere, even to the low or to the high off of that reaction off of earnings. So a little bit of just hold on that 1050 there on NEO. So we'll be waiting.
Actual metal. We were just talking about this cannabis ETF. So I looked it up, MSOS. We were talking with Michael Noss there about MSOS. 85% cash is their largest holding right now. Whereas MJ, which is the other ETF or other biggest ETF, I mean, this thing has Tilray, Sundial, Kronos, Aurora, Canopy, Organogram, all the ones you would think. I mean, the percentages are not big, 8, 6, 5, 3, 2, and so on down the list, but more of a pure play as far as the actual retailers and manufacturers are concerned versus that MSOS. But it's weird, like I was saying before, that MSOS acting almost like a pure ETF for cannabis versus this being more along the lines of manufacturers instead. So the volume as well, a bit of an issue, but MJ, which is on the NYSE ARC exchange, 31,000 here once again this morning, so not really doing much. But 2 days in a row, we saw on that MSOS chart, 3 days in a row, already active in the pre-market.
Yeah, I don't belabor this point, but I think, again, that we should proceed with caution. I think if we don't get legislative enactment of federal authorization for marijuana to be sold at every state, we really shouldn't put too much weight into this. But let's talk about the chart. MJ, right here. We've breached the 50 period, multiple attempts here, Brendo. So there has been bamboozlement. We breached it again. The 200, though, hasn't been taken, and that goes back a couple of years. 200 right now at the $4 mark. I don't know how the big kahunas feel about it.
So if you want to compare it to something in the sense of like GDX, for example, is the gold miners versus GLD, which is more of the underlying. So they kind of act, or seem to be anyways, acting in that case. If you missed it yesterday morning in the pre-market, we had Ricky Milani in the studio. He was touching on what this could mean for the industry in the sense that we could finally get a resolution for the banking side of things in the U.S. specifically, which has been one of the biggest hurdles that they've been trying to work through for, I mean, years and years and years. But that would be one of the biggest benefits for the multi-state operators specifically.
One of the things that you won't hear bankers talk about a heck of a lot, but anybody that knows in that particular space and in the crypto space, like some money ain't welcome or some money has trouble moving around. And I think this can be a good positive. I think we want to also just play what are some obvious technicals here, because if I look at yesterday on a day 2 play for Tilray, I mean, you can see what happens. This is it right here. Let me zoom in just a little bit more. There you go. It gets to the previous day high at 10.12 or 10.15 or so, pulls back 10 cents, and then breaks it out clean, little tight consolidation, breaks it out clean and gives you a nice move up. It then holds that same range on a dip and gets back to the high. So that's something that's behaving in a nice little bull pattern there. So I really don't want to look for anything else other than, can it take out that 320 top? We get through 320. I just want to look for the long on Tilray. Again, it's shown you that it can give back like 10 cents easily on a breakout. So you think you give it that kind of room, and there's definitely room to 340 here. If it gets to 340, you hold on to a piece and just keep it very simple. So that's the one I want to look at. And if it makes a break, great. If it doesn't break 320, I do not have to take the trade in this name. Just a quick one, because we talked about like these movers. Another low float name running today is Meds. So the reverse split and a float under 1 million shares right now. So this is what happens. We talked about this so many times. Reverse split, catch bid, hold support level. Look at how clean that is. And then starts breaking out yesterday when all those low float names started going, and continues that one en masse today. So it's up a ton. It's up 70%. It's already pulled back $2.50. I'm looking at 1250. Like if it holds on to this 1250 area, maybe it's got another leg in it. It's possible it's already done because it's gone up so far. But I think looking at the 1250 first, if it can hold on to that, maybe it'll have a third or fourth push in it. So Meds is also on my radar here.
Yeah, we looked at Tilray earlier, right? We saw that it had that strong hourly trend, and take a look at MSOS as well, right? Very strong holding that hourly trend on this tight moving average there. But yeah, we're observing the same, right? Catching that bid on the hourly, kind of holding that trend. Let's see, just looking left, we got some of these tops right here at the 740, right? Which kind of corresponds as well to that Tilray 320-ish area. So that 740, 750 break, I think that can definitely bring some of this $8 prices into play as well, because this is expanding volume on a strong catalyst. Situational change a little bit on the marijuana space there.
Interesting. Let's talk Tesla here to wrap things up. I mean, a couple of angles here, nothing major for Tesla today. We showed you that revamped Model 3 that they've officially now launched over in the Chinese market. There was, I mean, a couple of other smaller investigations going into crashes I saw once again, but nothing too major here. Tesla pretty flat overall.
And good price cuts again. Well, good depending on whether you're trying to squeeze out the competition or not. Yeah, let's look at it. They cut their prices in China on the Model S and the Model X, are two most expensive models, about between 14 to 21%. That's not small. So that brings it down, I believe, into 70 some odd thousand US dollars, 72,000 and change. To get a Model X around here, Brendo, you got to shell out about 150K. So, yeah. There you go.
We saw on, what was it, Tuesday or Wednesday, we were talking about the Model 3 here is $100,000. It, like, fully loaded, every option, 100K for Model 3 in Canada. But Tesla, guys, worth watch here today after a couple of green days.
Oh, it's worth watch. I saw some levels on Tesla, like the level 2, and as it was kind of testing like 58, 59 up here, there was already big sell order at 265, big sell order at 62, 62 half. Like usually when I see it lined up like that, this is totally anecdotal. A lot of times when I see it lined up like that, you'll see a break of a level like that 260 top or 261 top, and then there's just all kinds of movement into usually the biggest of those levels. So I'm looking at that 65 anecdotally as a bit of a sell zone, but you've had a nice consolidation top for 3 days now after a big move to start out. Man, it's like, With the levels I had drawn from last week, like, give me a break. Like, you come into this week, and this is when I'm missing the week, when I had 241 drawn out, and then look how good the level that's been. It is what it is. If we see 241 today, I'm obviously a buyer. If you take out 261, I think we're getting to 65 today. So it's been a resistance all week long. If it gets to 61, all I'm thinking is get to 265. That could be long once, it could be long 3 times. Ideally, if you make a $4 move in Tesla, there's at least 2 or 3 longs in there. So that's an obvious one to me. 65, cross that bridge when we get there for short. It's also a Friday, so every $5 I think is kind of resistance in and of itself. But that's one that's standing out to me here for a potential breakout long. It's not anywhere close to it now. I suppose you could go dip buy hunting at 255 because yesterday's low and then kind of the afternoon on Wednesday as well. But dip buy hunting on Tesla requires a lot of patience and sometimes allowing the level to break at 9:30. So
you definitely have to snipe on that one, right?
ooh, I like that snipe.
Yeah, you got to be a sniper for one of those because like it's a very like a precision entry is what I mean, right?
Yeah,
you gotta snipe that entry right there. But yeah, I like that we kind of we had this accelerated move off of this break in the 245s, right? And then now we're holding that. So yeah, dips down into 50s. Like take a look at that. Every time every time. It's done it about twice right now. But yeah, every time it kind of dips into this 250s, it gets bought up. So as of right now, there's definitely some demand here in the 250s to 255 zone. And yeah, this again, I'm going to be looking for that market wind or tailwind, right? If we continue to bid up on the NQs and the ES, I think the probability of this 260 break just becomes much higher on that market move. Let's see if that kind of comes in. But we've been having a pretty strong week. This was Tuesday, right? Let's see if we get a little bit of relief or we kind of continue the chop and stay within this range. Like I see this range right here between 260 and 255. So unless and until we can break that range convincingly, I think those are a few good prices to take a look at. But yeah, that range break of that 260 with that market tailwind, I think that's a good look as we have levels 265, 268, 272 if we're going to have one of those days. But to the downside, if we do break through some of this recent demand that we've had in the 250s, yeah, I think that 245 is well within the stars.
Yeah, I think you got to respect some strength when you see it, and we'll see what happens with Tesla. Just if you look at what's going on with the futures right now, like we are still kind of hanging around those highs here with only 3 minutes to go. We are hanging around those highs at 0.6% that we're up. I think you want to stick necessarily to the trend if you can. We mentioned a couple of things I like short. They're in the chip space. And if we short some pops or maybe get a Neo short, that's going to be in there as well. Just one last thing to say because AOI just made a point about AMD upside. Like it's easy enough to point out like a resistance level and say, hey man, it has to get there first. You are trending into that 108. You could be looking at a break, getting into that 108 level. I still like a short on resistance. That's a day trade, obviously. You are making a nice little channel hold here. I tend to prefer, especially on a Friday, to look for if I like a long in something or if I like a range in something to want to short chops and then dip buy off of support levels. AMD's got one at 105. There's no question about that. You can see the same resistance at 108 shows you a 105 support level. That is certainly respectable out there as well. There's been a couple of questions in the chat about Meta. Meta 300 looks like it was a fail. I wasn't here for it, but obviously it failed to break out yesterday at that 300 level. It's right up here again. Typically speaking, when you get through it the second time, you kind of like it a little bit better to punch through that resistance. There has been a resistance on the daily at 302 as well. So you might be thinking like 302 is the bigger level here and not that round number of 300 for Meta. It is also strong. You can see a 295 double bottom from yesterday. If it gets down to 295, I think I kind of like that for support level for Meta. So if you're thinking trend up, Meta's 1% up into a 0.6 on the NASDAQ. This looks pretty strong. I think 302 is your resistance instead of just pegging that $300 level because it's a round number. And were we to have a big dip, to get to that 295, it has to actually test going red. So we closed at 295.89, and I think that's setting up as if it threatens to go red on Meta, that's a good place to try to pick it up there. So there's a lot of names out here worthy of watching, everybody. Intel, super strong right now. It's pumping into that 36 level.
Wow.
2% to the upside. 36 is almost that last level here on the daily till you get to this double top at 37.5. It could get really spicy because if it doesn't fail this top at the open, I mean, you're thinking another dollar till resistance on Intel. We've seen it run before. My initial thought is at resistance on a Friday, short to 36 if it fails that break. AMD probably sends out a little bit better at that 108 level. But buckle up, Obi. I'm getting pretty excited. We didn't even talk about AMC today, which I kind of thought was going to come up at least once, but we're 30 seconds from the open and not a lot of time to get to it. So till raise above $3, that's getting pretty darn close to that 320 level. AMD to the upside, 108. I'm looking for Tesla to hopefully break that 261 because I like that setup. It looks very spicy. And then Li Auto's making some power moves. Ramin is on the bell, not the bear and the bull. So we have an actual live person because apparently that was a thing yesterday. In 4, 3, 2, and 1, ring it. That's what a bell ring should look like. I mean, it is what it is. It was a lot of fun, obviously. So Intel's already testing this 36 level pretty much right away at the open. There's your wick top. Ooh, it just got, I wanted to see it get there. Let's see the strength. Let's see how strong it is. It's holding the 90s pretty well here. 94, 95. Yeah, it's trying to get back up to 36. Ideally, I wanted a fail break in there that I could give to a local high above. So I want to see it testing that 36. There's not a lot of size there. I want to see it happen at the open. There it is. It just broke that 36. Now are the buyers stepping in above? Summit threes, right back underneath. Okay. Okay. Sometimes if you wait for the break, which is exactly what I did, you might not get that chance to get filled again. If I can pick something up in the mid-90s, now I want that short into the local high, which is now 36.05. That's the setup I like. AMD's still churning. 107, it has some time before it makes any kind of move at that 108 level.
Yeah, I'm watching. I'm trying to be patient out the open. I realized the past couple of days I was getting a little too, I guess, excited for some of these moves, some of these prices, and started chasing. So you know what? I'm gonna let things kind of consolidate. I see that Amazon's hitting that 140 test. Right now, I'm watching Microsoft as well. Microsoft got above that 330 resistance from earlier this week and holding pretty well. 331 trading right now. Apple still strong, opening strong on the day. Let's take a look at Apple real quick. I definitely want to catch along on Apple today if it continues to do the same thing it's been doing all week, right? Pretty strong, kind of making new highs on the week, 190 coming in. But yeah, pretty strong open. I got J&J on watch as well. We were talking about that. Let's see if this 162 can come in on J&J as well. SPY is still holding that 453, holding above that 453 resistance from earlier today. So the resistance turns support, right? I'm watching obviously the NQ and the ES as well. We got above that 15.6 pretty convincingly on that 830 number, but we still got a few more numbers coming in. We got a 9:45 and a 10 a.m. number as well, so that'll be a little spicy. That 140 reject on Amazon, take a look at that. A little bit of volume coming in off the reject, 60 cents back down, straight flushing. Pre-market consolidation just got broken, maybe looking like a short here. Let's see if the market follows through. I'm looking for that 15.6 bounce on the NQ as this sell-off might be a little fugazi. Let's see if we continue the trend from this week. But I'm looking at Google at the same time. Google is doing a heavy quadrunk, almost a point down from the open. Yeah, let's take a look at our friend Google real quick.
Position board is working. Someone in the chat was like, is the position board working? I can confirm that it is.
Yeah.
Just a couple of things here. Couple of moves. AMD got to that 108 level, but Lululemon also dipped right into that 386. So I'm going to come here first. We talked about Lulu being a stock that you only trade on earnings sometimes, and it is here on earnings. So I want to get some orders out there. Just got the dip buy into that 386. It wicked right underneath it. I'll show you guys Intel in a quick little second, but AMD just filled right in here off of this 108 level. 108.12 is now the local high. So if we can hold on to that, fair enough. But if it breaks the top, you guys know exactly where I'm going to get out of this. Pretty much at the high of the day. I always go to local high and a wick top. And if it gets back under, I think that's the only way in which I want to get shares. But quickly, always talk about sometimes if a stock that you don't trade sets up on earnings, that's the day that you want to pick it. That's the day you want to pick it, and that's the day you want to rip it. Because we talked about Lululemon and that 386. We had one line in the sand. It wicked it. I grab 86 half, just quickly $3 in there. And if it gets to the 395, I can take it out up at the top and then ring the register once again up there. But wow, AMD's starting to look strong. Dell is ridiculous. Lulu, you can take 3 on Lulu, but on Dell, it just went $3, and that stock is like a fraction of the price. That's complete insanity. Dell just got to $69.
Wow.
Congratulations!
If you happen to have that one alongside, man, I went dip buying in Lululemon, and I should have just been breakout buying in Dell. I liked it to 62. Well, you had no chance to grab 62 unless you're sitting here at 7 a.m. wanting that long. Complete insanity here for Dell. We knew it was right to be looking at it today, but that's a miss for me, guys. Obviously, Lulu's okay, but Dell obviously a heck of a lot better. There's a short on AMD. It's now broken out above that 108 level, so I'm in one time. I'm out one time off that move. If it had pulled back, I thought there was room back into 107, but I'm never going to sit there fighting that trend. The name that's weak to the chips, NVIDIA. NVIDIA's pulling back pretty decently here, down to 495, while you're seeing some strength, obviously, in AMD and Intel as well. Tesla doing absolutely nothing. It's actually coming back in to the downside as well. But the big story here is going to be Dell, very clearly. There's no levels to really look at unless you look at a weekly chart, guys. Dell is absolutely on one. If it can hold the 65, I do like that level for some kind of a dip. It needs to calm itself down a bit here.
Yeah, I got a little short there on J&J. We couldn't really get up to that 162 mark, so I took the short. Let's see if we can get into that 161. We did break below this kind of initial reaction out the open for a little bit, but still holding this 161.30's got to go. But yeah, let's see where that goes. I'm watching SPY as well. SPY just cracked that 453. This is what I'm talking about. If you got a little long on top of that 453, and it looked like it was gonna hold, yeah, market's really coming in now. That selling coming in. That 15.6 just broke as well. But so yeah, this consolidation break, I guess it wasn't too bad of a trade there. But yeah, I'm gonna hold this short. Still gonna stay patient. I know this is not the highest probability stuff for me right now. I'm gonna be waiting for some levels to kind of come in and confirm. Let's see what we do with this 15.6. Gonna pass it over to Brendo.
Little one moving around here, edible, guys. EDBL on the NASDAQ. Huge volume. Actually not seeing much on this. This is actually not a cannabis stock. They grow lettuce, produce, things like that. So they actually make greenhouses and the supplies and materials to make greenhouses. So edible going.
They shouldn't be allowed to do that. Everybody, like, the second you even said they're not even a cannabis company, everyone around here is like chuckling, like that doesn't make any sense. No, like that's just misleading. It's not cool. It's way too cool of a ticker name to be wasted on whatever those guys do. So that's just me and my frustration because I'm like, oh, there's a cannabis name moving. Let's go to that because Tilray's not going. So I got wicked out on AMD, and then the futures pulled a nice little reversal trade. So we're right back underneath resistance, which means I like the short still underneath this level. If I can add to it, I want to add maybe tighter to the 108 level if it's even possible. I'm going to draw back here into 107.30, see if I can catch a bit of a bid. Speaking of actual cannabis names, there's Tilray. No break at 320. It actually sells off a little bit here, so that's a little bit frustrating, unfortunately, for Tilray. Thought it could be one. Coin. I knew there was something I forgot because I opened up the show talking about maybe there's a short in Coinbase. Even said it in my note this morning, and it looks like there was right away at the open. This is turned red. It's underneath that 80 level. This, to me, is a sell up to that 81. It could be breaking a double bottom here at 79. If it does, I think it's a join trend, but I'd rather short any kind of a pop that we can get in here on Coinbase. So you got a big pullback in the futures. Tesla is absolutely tanking. Maybe it just broke right through 255, did not stop, did not collect $200, none of that nonsense. Lululemon's holding out pretty well. So the initial push, the initial bounce off to a 386 is held. You got up there, got the first $3.5, and now it's seeming like it wants to try to hold that 386. It's going to have to withstand this market move. It's up that 1.8%, but I can only give it to the local bottom here. If it takes that out, I get out. Thinking about adding to that AMD, not really getting many opportunities to here just yet. But that market pullback was legit. What level do you think we got to on Meta? 301.74. Wow, weewa. Sometimes, Neil, it doesn't matter. I picked AMD up at that level. Is what it is. Meta 302 was also the big level. 300, it broke out, could not get through 02, and it actually pulled back. So it's a bit frustrating for me there on that one. But we're in the money on that AMD. Still looking for a couple of shorts that might come into play here. It didn't get to 1080 on Neo, but it got pretty darn close. So that's a rejection of the last couple of days' highs on Neo. I think it can be shorted up near to that level as well. So the market looking for a little bit of red here. I don't have the bang button, Trishan, but we're 4.5 in the money on Lulu. So I'll hit the Kincaid. It's football season starting. We have our fantasy football draft actually coming up there. So I'll hit the spike for that one. Got the dip buy. It's one of the only strong names I can see that isn't Dell. But we'll find some more.
Yeah, for sure. Take a look at this. So I saw that Google had a huge 15-minute red candle to the downside. So I did a little bit of quick charting there on Google. We saw this at the beginning of the week. We had a bit of that range. We broke out of that range, very strong day. And then you start to trend, a very solid trend. And today, coming in today, look at what happens. You crack the support on that trend pretty heavily in the first 15 minutes. And that's kind of bringing in that sell across the board here in the market. So just, you know what, once we've cracked, I'm going straight over to my horizontal supports and resistances here. We got that 135.50 as well. That's kind of held before. We know that there's been buyers here at these prices yesterday as well. So let's see if we hold above some of this earlier week consolidation here on Google. But it looks like we're looking a little bit heavy here. Microsoft as well, kind of breaking back below that 330 mark. We saw that, hold on one second, Microsoft. We knew that 330 mark was kind of key. We popped above it yesterday and couldn't really make it, failed back below it. And then coming in today, we look like we're finally gonna break it convincingly. You pop up 2 points and then you flush right back into this consolidation zone that's been of interest all week. Right? So let's see if we can kind of hold this slight bit of pre-market trend I'm seeing here on Softy. If we can kind of clip this or kind of hold support over this, maybe we get that little bit of a trend. We know we've been ranging a lot this week, right? Ranging, a lot of volatility and a lot of range, but yeah, we kind of wipe and revert as well. So let's see if there's going to be more of the same coming in with this heavy selling right out the open, a little too hard, too fast. For my liking, as I heard Sharif out of the corner, I was going to say out of the corner of my ear, but yeah, 100 points down, just like that in the first 15 minutes. Yeah, I guess that range break on Amazon was a decent trade there, but we're still short here. Still going to wait. Let's see if we actually make a range and then try to establish something in and around that range. I think that's going to be a much better trade for me. A little more higher probability once some of these prices have established themselves on the day.
Yeah, we just got back into 107. Ooh, I think I just got trailed out of Lulu. That market looking a little bit too weak here, so we just tagged 107 here on AMD. Still haven't really added, didn't get a chance to add to that position. Made sure we rang the register when we got halfway to that $0.50 move, so you got to be doing that. When we hit these bottoms and the market turned red, oh, that's exactly when I got trailed out of Lulu, when the market turned red there. So it looks like it tried to get up to 390, break 392 to get to that high, and then a bit of a rejection. It's not bad. I really don't mind the out, especially given how weak we are in the overall market. You're making lower highs. It's a good dip buy, but you got to ring the register somewhere. Tilray's actually catching a bid, so that's worth watching here. And wow, there's a lot of selling in some of these Chinese ADRs in terms of volume. So you're making a lower high here on NIO. I know I like the short in front of that 1080, or at least to that 1080 level. If it can hold this local bottom, I think I take a shot here at the lower high as well here on NIO. Let's try to make it a bit of a pop, and it's a bit of a bull move, like a 3% gapped up, rejected off a resistance level. Sometimes you can look at that and say, why aren't you buying the dip? It's because I favor the short in front of 1080 on NIO here. So big move to the upside for a few names, and you're really pulling back. The NASDAQ just went briefly red, but very, very, very briefly it went red. So I'm into NEO. I still have, well, I just got to reload an AMD as well. So I like this NEO to the local high. That's as far as I'll give it. AMD, we had just taken some profit, and now we're retesting out in front of that 108. So it's just able to get 107.75 once again, as now all of a sudden you're starting to go. I hear the boys in the back. I have no idea what they're talking about, but certainly they're excited. I feel like there's a new play out there in the small cap land. I should check out on that meds again.
Yeah, you know what name is not quadunking to the downside, and a little bit of continuation from yesterday, Shopify. Shopify is holding those prices right here. I got it right here on a little bit cleaner chart. And yeah, take a look at that. A bit of a trend hold there. We've held that support over 66 and bidding to the upside. So let's see if we can kind of catch a break on this one right here. Shopify looking kind of stronger than the rest of the market. I'm looking for a long here off of some of these pre-market levels, right? And yeah, J&J kind of still kind of holding some of this pre-market range here. I'm going to take a couple shots at this today. Let's see if this kind of works out here. But the market kind of picking back up, a little bit of a wick here on the 15-minute as we have about 1 minute left to print this candle. Yeah, let's see how we print the first 15-minute reaction, and I'm going to probably take some trades off of that. Either a range break or a range consolidation, maybe some reversions. I don't know. I'm keeping an open mind today. It is Friday, end of the week, before the long weekend. I think if I stay patient, if I sit on my hands for the right opportunity, I think I'm gonna have a higher probability of getting that here. I want to see what Shopify does in this really tight range it's making right now. Still holding, but yeah, if we can kind of dip back down and make a higher low, I'm going to look to get long there, potentially. That's an interesting look, I think.
So as happy as I am to get back into AMD, the first look in NEO was like, get in and give it to yesterday's top, and then it runs a top. Maybe there's still a short up there, but they just started buying. When I say they, it's like figuratively. They just started buying a lot of the Chinese ADRs at once. Like everything started to pop, so I get out at that high. The only thing you'll see me left back in is going to be that reload of AMD. Once again, it got up to that 108 level, wicked the top. I tried to add to it on the way down, just no adding, unfortunately. But it bounced once off 107. Wow, it gets down to 107. You throw a bid in there. I guess a lot of people looking for outs down in that 107 range. And it just immediately just pops away. So pretty strong buying in front of 107, which generally means instead of trying to catch it actually at 107 even, I'll just get some out at the 20s, ring register that way, hold on to the short that we have. I still think it's the right short area. I'm always going to take my stop out if it blasts through, but once it's shown me resistance, I'm going to go back to the well off of this level and see if I can get into it with an AMD here, because the market is now red and holding red. That Shopify that you mentioned there, Obi,
yep,
doing a strong. But it's doing the same thing.
Yeah.
Like it's got a pretty clean 50-cent range in here. It's relatively strong, but it's holding out the same top over and over again. So you want this to resolve itself. If you're thinking bullish on this, I almost need it breaking that top and showing bid above 67.5. If buyers step in there, I think it looks a little bit better on that one. It's just, I don't know, man. And if it doesn't get above that 67.50, and the market keeps going down, maybe you show some more confirmation that it wants to sell itself off and get underneath yesterday's close. I keep looking over at Dell, I keep looking amazed, and it's finally pulling back. This was the strongest name at the open. It's now down into VWAP for the first time, obviously, since it opened up. If it can hold on, this is the first red candle of the day on the 3-minute. If it holds on to that, let's look for a potential bounce here off of VWAP or maybe that 67 even. This could be the only place to get into it, unfortunately. I'm still in AMD. I never climbed back into Intel, which it's still above that 36. I like that for a resistance area on Intel. It decided 36.5 randomly. On the 15, you can see it's still in a bit of an upward trend. So I like AMD short more than I like the Intel short. That's the only reason I'm not going to it. Norbin saying Palantir's at 15. Wow.
Yeah, I got a little stopped out of that J&J move there. That 162 kind of came in and blasted off. We're doing about 40 pennies off of that. So yeah, that's what I was risking, kind of this pre-market consolidation highs there. So yeah, definitely wrong on that trade. 161 holds, 161.30s holds, kind of consolidates and breaks pre-market high. So yeah, 162 is definitely showing some strength there back to the upside. But yeah, this market looking pretty heavy here, kind of that pre-market trend is broken as well, both on the ES and the NQ. We're quadunking all the way back down to 15.5. Brendo.
All right, just threw it up there on screen for everyone. But U.S. S&P manufacturing PMI final there at 9:45, 47.9 versus 47 expected. Fed's Mester also speaking right now.
Yay, Loretta speaking. So just saying pounds here was mentioned in the chat. It just broke that 15 to the downside. It closed at 14.98, so it's hunting to go red here on the day. Look at the fail break here of this local high from yesterday. Try to get above 15 and a quarter, fail that. I think this is a short I want to get into. Just let me try. I'm sitting on the offer here at 98. Gimme. If I can pick that one up, I think gimme always gets Sharif. It's all good. I'll give it to 15.10. I think is the level that I want to give it to. If you look at that, it looks like late afternoon. That was a top. There was kind of support there. 15.10. Early. Oh, come on. Should have just been more aggressive with it. Now I'm paying 95s. I could have just hit 97s. Now I'm hitting 95s. I thought I was getting filled at 97 there. So we got some 95s in there. AMD continues to flush to the downside. This looks like it's relatively weak, but can't seem to break that pre-market low as far as adding back into it. Now that it feels like the 108 could be done, I'll look for maybe a lower high. Somewhere VWAP could be a short level to reload this and then work to the downside. Intel looks like it was going to make some sense. Lalshan in the chat there, take a look at CTNT. I will in a second. Just looking for a couple other names to short. Intel's still looking pretty strong as the market's still incredibly weak. If it can fail this top again, that would give me a way back into Intel. Kind of failing this little high here, 36.25 or so, put another wick in, then I could jump into the short again. So I got a couple of shorts. Edible is going higher. I roll my eyes because it's not a cannabis play. But this edible stock is about to go into a halt. 386 is the halt band. It is now doubled up. Okay, it just went into a fake halt. So it got to the halt band, did not halt, and is continuing to press higher. So it's just stock's absolutely on one right now. 15 million shares in volume. If it halts, I'll let you guys know. I'm not chasing it up here. That's way too insane for me. But it is now going into a halt. It looks like at 395. Has to last for 15 seconds. But this time it looks a little bit more definitive. Yeah, halted now at 395 is that EDBL. Brendo.
Just quickly, don't think I mentioned on that. 40% short. So 2 million shares, 40% short, guys.
Wow.
40%? 2 million float? Damn. That's it's definitely on fire. I can't take credit for that. That's you. That's yours, Tisha, in the chat there. It is on fire, no question about it. Where is it headed? I mean, to be honest with you guys, when you have a chart that looks like this on the daily, like I just look at obvious levels. Like if it broke out from 150, 160, 450 is a triple up. Things on the 450 to 5 is kind of like a triple up, and that makes some sense to me. From there, who knows? Like it's just there's no levels up there. You think about what the float is, and then absolutely anything is possible for that. So I'm now into that Palantir. I'm still looking for an entry into Intel to the south, back into Intel to the south side, as it's right at that 36 and a quarter level. You know, if it starts to fail in here, I'll go for it again. But I want it failing this level. Give me a wick top. Give me a rejection. Give me on the back end of the trade, not the front end. Otherwise, we'll just stick to the two we have. Palantir actually broke, got me some more shares here in the mid-90s. I should have taken some when it got to the 80s, actually.
Yeah, we're getting a bit of the wick. We were talking about that bounce off the 15.5, and take a look at this 15-minute candle. How much time do we have left to print? About 7.5 minutes. So 7.5 minutes, about half the candle kind of printed, and we're getting that bounce exactly off that 15.5, maybe a couple points here and there if I can. If I can just see, yeah, you might have violated it by a little bit, but yeah, that 15.5 bounce coming in right now as we kind of print about half of this candle here. I got long on the 67 hold. Yeah, we dipped down into the 80s, kind of picked up. It went down all the way into the 60s and then ripped right back up. So I like that hold. Might have been a little bit of a chase here getting in on top of that 67. I could have waited for those 80s and 60s to show me that it kind of bid up with confluence on the 15.5 wick up. But yeah, it's consolidating nice and tightly here, Shopify. So let's see if we kind of catch that continuation here. J&J definitely still holding above that 162. So yeah, I think the short was definitely wrong as of right now. But yeah, let's see if we can kind of come back in and catch a trend on one of these. Now, I remember in the chat earlier while we were doing the morning rundown, someone had asked about ESOS, Neil. I don't know if we've covered that one yet, but
I don't think so.
Yeah, this one was it ESOS or something like that? If I can scroll back up, actually, you know what? It was on EOSE. Sorry, that was the one. EOSE. So yesterday we had news that the I think it was energy. Some energy official was saying 12 billion.
These
for
guys got a
EVs.
loan.
And these guys make batteries. Right, so they got a little chunk of that piece, and they're up on the day, just testing that $5 mark and not really able to make it too far off of that there on EOSE. So potential interesting look, might be able to catch a bid. They got a government deal, right? So yeah, it could catch a bid. Doesn't really do too much as of in terms of like price. It's down here. In terms of volume, I don't know what the average volume on this is. But we can take a quick look here. It's not bad. It's in the millis. So yeah, it's definitely tradable. But yeah, catching a bid, holding underneath that 5 for now. EOSE, interesting look there.
Yeah, there's a lot of halters here. So I'll give you like this.
There's been so many halters
UPTD is also halted. This has no volume on it. 100,000 in volume, so very very light. Indicating a 1384 open after it. Okay, that's a little. Missing a wick here, so it's actually at 1293, so missing another wick, but it's halted for like the third time today. Obviously pretty strong. These are just coming out of the woodworks. These are all low float names on probably sympathy that are halting one after the other. Going back over to just the most recent position that we had on that pouncer, I did take some in the 80s, was able to get some out there at 85. That's just under 10 cents, that first profit take, and we'll see if we can't get to yesterday's bottom. That's 14.65. If it holds trend, I like the chances. The market is trying to make a hold of that 15.5 level. That's obviously pretty big. I just tried a second shot at Intel. Just took out the local high again, so I was in a little bit tighter this time. Giving it that lower high, suddenly Intel does not want to put on that little head and shoulders and work back into the downside. If the market's going to make a bounce here and hold green, Intel's suddenly looking like a strong one. AMD is definitely weak. We didn't get any 106.60, but it's looking like it could form a lower high to re-enter that short position. It's been good on AMD pretty much the whole way here, but Intel not so much. Dell, and well, some of the Chinese ADRs moved as well. I see Dell and Pinduoduo being talked about by Rob here. Dell did bounce off VWAP and is looking to resume trend back into the upside. It's in the above 62. It's a breakout on the daily chart. 65 more of a psychological level than anything else. But if this can hold on to VWAP, I think looking for a long here makes some sense on Dell for sure. XPeng is not the only thing ripping, as I see people talking about it. A lot of the Chinese names are making some power moves. XPeng's at a monster level though. This is 19 on the daily. This is 19 the last couple of days. I think it needs to punch through. 19.25 would be the punch through zone. If it doesn't get through that, to me, it's just trading inside of the range continuously here. So give it a little bit of time. 19.25 looks like a big break for XPeng here.
Yeah, I'm watching Apple. So we were talking about that trend from earlier this week, right? Take a look at this, Neil. We've been holding. Look at that, very clean. We have this kind of longer hourly hold as well. We've accelerated above that, kind of broke this 182, and look at this tight range from yesterday. I know you weren't here, but this 187, I think it was 187.70. Take a look at that, flat. Like you have strength that pops up into this level, and there's definitely supply sitting here at that 187.70 over and over again. And then yesterday we finally managed to get above that level and hold, and take a look at today. We are still holding that trend above this price here. I like that 187.70. If we can hold above that, the NQ dropped all the way to 15.5, and Neil and I were talking about this at how we could potentially wick that trend, and we were looking at that 15.6, and Neil was like, oh, it could potentially go all the way down to 15.5, because during this week there's been demand all at the 15.5. Whenever we get to the 15.5, it's been bought up pretty vigorously all week. And as you can see today, look at this 15-minute candle here. We have 2 minutes left to print this candle, and this 50 points roughly just went red to green on the 15-minute candle on both the ES and the NQ right now, as we catch a bid, take a look at this Shopify also holding above that 67. Let's see if we can get anywhere with this. Let's see if we can catch that bid. I like this consolidation hold. We're holding well above some of these pre-market levels. Maybe not well above, but I like the hold as this market outlook is kind of printing itself. Microsoft as well over here. It's been in a bit of a range, right? It's been in a bit of a range this week. We've seen that. We talked about that earlier. Kind of support down here in the 127s, right? And then kind of resistance here in the 330s. So we talked about the 330 resistance that we interacted with earlier, but take a look at where we're catching a bid, right on top of that 327. So that range is holding for now on the softy, which is giving me that confluence for things to potentially catch a bid now.
Ooh, I like it right in there. Bovine in the chat. I'm never going back to work. Trader for life. I'm telling you, look, it's one of those professions, man. You never work in a day in life if you love your job. I remember when I started, my dad's like, how long is that going to last? I'm like, as long, I hope forever. And I didn't even think it was going to be true at that time. And now it's like forever.
Forever.
Edible might have just rejected up here. So this is the halt price. It was $3.97 the last halt. It opened, it broke it out. It just wicked up to $4.50. And is now pulling back. I didn't pay for locates. That is usually a golden setup under there if you can get 90s, but I didn't pay for locates, so you're not going to see me in the trade right now. Big pullback, guys. NEO just broke $11 because, obviously, yeah, of course I'm looking for a short. You have to. I have a setup. I give it to the top. It breaks the top. Looked pretty. I thought it was going to make another move down into 10.20 at that point, but it stair steps to the upside. Now you're breaking $11 on NIO. So up to the upside that goes. But you got to pick your battles. If I like the short, then there's always going to be shorts to be had. Like I said, we just grabbed in a Palantir off that 15 level. Just got to reload at 95s. Just got some back out in toward those lows. So that's holding trend back into the downside. As it's now 10 o'clock. So let's go into happening now.
This segment of the show brought to you by Surge Trader, where traders can get a funded trading account up to $1 million. Keep 90% of the profits. The program has simple rules, no time limits. Go to surgetrader.com/TTV. Use promo code TTV for 10% off. Second of two ISM numbers just coming through here. This one, the ISM, or PMI numbers, I should say. ISM manufacturing PMI, 47.6 versus 47, so higher on that one. USM, ISM manufacturing prices paid, 48.4 versus 44. We got some construction spending numbers there as well, also to the upside. So there's the overall market. It was interesting. They actually bought it into that number, and then downside we go once again. ISM manufacturing PMI 47.6 versus 47 overall. So again, there was a little bit of a run up into that number, and then the spike back down gets us, back to exactly flat on the day. If you're with us pre-market, meanwhile, we got you caught up on everything you need to know, including Lululemon with an earnings beat. They did mention some question marks regarding the strength of the overall economy going forward. Li Auto, 663% jump in year-over-year August deliveries, topping all three of the Chinese EV makers. Cannabis stocks back on watch as well. I was also watching VFS, straight downside for the, third or fourth day in a row here now. Here we are at $28, guys, for VinFast.
VFS.
I, for one, am shocked. But speaking of EVs, NIO's at $11.25. Xpeng just broke that 19. I was just talking about when it was at 19, the 19 quarter level. Well, it's broken 19 quarter now, so let's see what can happen here. I mean, as far as this has gone, it's now up 9%. Maybe it rejects this top. I said wait for it to get there because that's a good decision point. So I'm in it. I suppose like the scalp would be to 1950. I don't know why I didn't take anything out there. I'll try to add if it does any kind of a dip, but wow, these EV names have absolutely been on a tear, so a big one here for Xpeng. Li Auto and NIO certainly are both following suit, but look at NIO, it just churned into 1130. This is getting ridiculously top heavy. Palantir actually pulled a little bit of a reverse here. I just gotten filled at 90s, now it's stair stepping up. I don't want this busting VWAP, so I'll wait for it to maybe test VWAP. If it shows some weakness in there, I can try shorting it again. But I'm not going to add to it till it shows me the other side of that trade. AMD, which is still holding fort. is right back up to that 108 level. I'm looking for another kind of entry in here. I just missed getting filled at 107.90. Maybe should have tried something in the 80s, Brendo.
I was reading this early on this morning, but the stock wasn't really reacting at all. Up now slightly anyways, 0.62% here for Robinhood. They reached a deal to buy back the stake from, I mean, it was the U.S. government, but this was the stake that FTX and Bankman-Fried had in Robinhood. So 55 million shares going back to Robinhood from formerly FTX.
Okay, actually, I mean, it's doing a decent amount of volume. A couple million in volume. Starting to sell that one. Actually, they're starting to sell it back a little bit. Might be a bit of a pass here. I suppose if it gets back to the high, it's showing enough momentum. But you know, I'm going to stay away from that one. These, when you look at what's going on in the Chinese ADRs, at least, I mean, the EV names specifically, it's just absolute high flying here. So if NEO broke 11, if you had that, great. I'm into XPeng when it took out that local high at the 3/4 level. If this gets through that quarters, then it has like another $1 till resistance, which is completely insane, but that's kind of where we're at here. If you're still watching some of the chip names, I want to hone in on a couple that we haven't talked about. One is going to be NVIDIA. That never really showed you the face above 500. It just kind of rejected right away at the open. It's now testing down toward early week support. So 483 would be a bit of a double bottom if it were to get down there. Then SMCI, super micro. You cannot ignore these names when the chips are moving. And this one absolutely flummoxed to the downside. That 280 that I liked from before, this got absolutely flushed. I think if it tries to pop here, I'd almost want to look for some kind of a short. I don't know if it's going to be this name. Maybe I try Intel again or NVIDIA, but I want something else to the south side. Palantir just caught a bid. And a good thing we didn't try the reload the third time there on Palantir. The first 2 times solid, but it just caught a big buyer and got it back above that 15.10. So we're out of there. You have to ring the register while the getting is good, but when it gets pretty strong, I can always get back into that trade if it comes underneath that 15 again. So if it wants to form the trend underneath 15, I'll jump right back on over to it. Finally find myself in a long, and it ends up, like, look at how, it's ridiculous. Sometimes, oh, where'd the position board go? I'm still short AMD. I am long XPeng at 1930. So sometimes you can be late, but if the trend is your friend, then you just want to be able to join it. XPeng continuing to go higher. It's now at 1960. This is ridiculous. Pop up the daily chart. $20 is an obvious level. I'm a little skeptical that this is going to continue. It's already up 10%. I'll be taking it out in front of that 20 if we can even get it. That's complete insanity with these Chinese ADRs and these EV names. Li Auto, same story, people. It's pretty strong, but for some reason, I think it's a volume kind of thing. It's up $1 from here. It is yet to break out the top. So if Li Auto fails this high and gets back underneath, I probably trail myself out, take the money and run on XPeng. I think of the same thing here on Li Auto if you could probably try to get that. So kind of a crazy move here in the Chinese EV names, guys. All 3 of them are making some power moves, though it's Li Auto, which is only now breaking its high.
Yeah, got a little long on the Google there, just into the we rejected off the 136, but we are kind of bouncing off the 135. So on both the ES and the NQ, kind of wicking off that 15.5. I'm looking for that continuation long, maybe a 50% reversion back into this 136.5 area here if we can break the dollar convincingly. But yeah, Shopify still holding decently there as well. Let us know in the chat what you guys are looking at. I know I was watching that SPY 451. Kind of missed that. It comes in right there. Let's take a look right here. Look at that 451 from yesterday, right? 451-ish area just underneath it. 450-80s kind of comes in today. 451-20s holds above, and we have definitely some demand in this 451 area as we've wicked off of this pretty vigorously, doing almost a point off of this level. 452-20s kind of coming in as well. So looking for that bit of a continuation off of this buying here. Let's see if we can get that. I'm looking for that Google to kind of surpass that 135 and see where we can get to. Some of these names are bouncing, like for example, one of the market leaders. Take a look at Apple. Apple right there held that 188.30 right there from yesterday. Bit of consolidation area. That was also the pre-market high yesterday as well, and low of consolidation today. So pre-market lows today, pre-market highs yesterday. A little bit of an interesting area, and we start to bid up into that. Let's see if we can break the high. We've tried to test 190 today. Hasn't really come in just yet, but we did hold that initial reaction low out the open here, and we broke this heavy selling just now, right? The heavy selling that we got yesterday, Neil, yesterday was crazy. At the end of the day, the imbalances come out, and we wipe the whole day's move. Absolutely ridiculous. Right? But we wiped the whole day's move. Fair enough. That was probably an amazing trade for those who had it. To talk about a closing trade, an imbalanced trade on Apple, giving you about almost 2 points to the downside there, which is crazy. But yeah, we hold that level. Definitely an interesting level. Google as well. I see out the corner of my eye hitting that 136. Let's see if we can convincingly break. We got Shopify as well. It's really building, like Sharif likes to say, about that flat top breakout here at 67.40. Price is building into that level. Sorry, the action is building into that price there. So let's see if we kind of start to trying to catch a bid. Microsoft still holding over that range support on the week in and around that 327. What else do we have on watch? Let us know.
Yeah, so just look what wicked again on AMD. Got to take the profit when you get it, but this is a third time short. Now, obviously, it's going to break out from here. Always going to make my stop on that local high. You try to take that profit and make it relative to where your risk to reward has to be good on a trade like this. It is trending up. Shorts only when it's underneath 108. Always willing to take it out. Cover underneath VWAP when it gives it to you, but that last reload, it's now blown right through. I still have that XPeng long. It's starting to run out of steam here, though. Like these are kind of overextended. There's no other way to look at it. Like it's up 11%, and there hasn't been a red candle. If it gets to 20, I think that's kind of obvious. It just got to 1990 here. So zoomed out the other way. It just got to 1984. Sorry, not to that 1990 level. But it just feels like this is getting way overextended. You're starting to see some of the chip names start to come back. Hamster, I see Affirm. Just wanted to point out I'm close to covering and getting out of this XPeng. Affirm is load. There we go. Affirm is now just breaking out. And if you look at where this is a huge level for Affirm on the daily chart. The last time it got through that 20, you can see it reject 22.5. So it's got some room to run to get to that 22.5 level. Let's see what Affirm can do. But I think XPeng, it's time to take the money and run on that one. Tesla's finally going. You always want to be careful predicting a dip in Tesla and looking where to buy. It didn't respect much of anything till it got to 251. Now it's showing a bit trend up here. So nice look for Tesla. If the market is going to hold green today, Tesla above VWAP is starting to look at least a little bit juicy here, guys. So, I only have the one long, but the EV names have been the strongest name it's the strongest names, I should say, in the market that I've been watching here. So I don't want to rush into anything else. Nvidia's starting to get 2 VWAP, hasn't really broken out just yet. Suddenly, you could be looking AMD, which to me was a short underneath that 108. It's clearing out above 108 and a reversal of trend if it can take out this high. So AMD actually might come into play for the long. Relative strength here abundantly.
Yeah, I like that we got past that 136 there. Now let's see if we can kind of continue that move. I'm looking for more reasons to get longer into this move if we're gonna have continuation there, right? We held that 135.5 and now we're pushing that 136 on that market pop. We talked about this candle kind of wicking. The last one looking hella heavy, going all the way down to 15.5, and then in the last 2 minutes goes red to green, and look at the next candle right there. Does a little bit of fugaze, looks like it wants to sell back into that 15.5, but rips right back up much earlier than the previous candle. And now with about under 3 minutes left to print, we blast up to the upside there on the NQ and the ES. We're having a bit of that reversion we were talking about at the end of the week, right? So we have that initial range formation. We held the bottom of that range. We dipped down all the way to 15.5, and then we pop back up. Let's see what we do here with that 15.6. Another level of interest. Every about 100 points, Neil. I think the NQ. I know we've mentioned this multiple times on the show as well. I've heard you guys say this as well. While I say that, take a look at Apple. Apple pushing for that 190. I like that. That's going to definitely give us that tailwind for that long. And Shopify pushing for high of day, 67.60. Let's see where we make it. Definitely some bidders on the tape on this one. If we get that market tailwind, can't stop, won't stop. That's the type of action I'm looking for on the bid up to Shopify. Again, second day, really positive catalyst, association with the Magnificent Seven name. I think this is definitely catching a bid and catching a lot of eyes as well on the street for a potential bid back up. Let's take a look left on Shopify and see where we might find some signs of trouble. That's Spotify, not Shopify. That's the other one. But yeah, okay, so let's take a quick look here. Taking a look left, let's go to the hourly. Let's start off with the hourly. How far can we look left? Okay, there we go. When were we around these prices? Last earnings. Hey, yo, take a look at this. Earnings reaction high, 67.20s, and we just broke above that this morning, and we're holding and breaking above. So yeah, just looking if we can break that earnings reaction high, definitely high RVOL on earnings day 1 and day 2 from before, and now finally prices do that. We were talking about that cup type of action yesterday, where you have you flush all the way in and then you bid all the way back up. Yeah, that's going to definitely add some pressure to the upside there. If there's shorts that are still sitting in that kind of sized into the earnings move and that fail kind of in, and they kind of held the bag into this level. So I have 68 and 69 as the next bus stop here on this Shopify train.
I like that. I like that. I'm out of XPeng here, guys. It didn't get through that 1990 level. At least it tried to. Couldn't get to 20. It wicked up to 1996. That's an easy trailer for me. If the target's 20 and it rejects it like that, I'm going to get trailed out almost every single time. Got some 79s out there. But a good breakout of that local high at 1925, it can handle that in terms of a pullback and still be on trend. So I think down around 1925, that's going to be the level I like a little bit better. I just went for a quick jaunt into the AMD long as it broke out that 108 and a half. I don't know, got out flat on the way back in after initially made a quick little pop, took some profit, got out flat, maybe too hasty there. I think I look to reload this one above that local high. I think the long's valid here at 108 and a half. I think it's valid at 108 now. The short to me was underneath it. Once you clear it above a couple of times, now you're in the breakout zone. And I think it's like a trend up, right? Like I'm willing to short a level. Once you break that level, it's not like, yeah, I just keep shorting it because I thought originally short. No, it's showing you strength above that 108, right? So you took profit on it. Now you're thinking about that long side of the trade, at least until you get to 110. That's a pretty strong move in there, but I need to see it resolve itself, right? So it's showing you some signs of strength. The market is a little bit of a different story, and actually, individually, NVIDIA is rolling under. If you look at previous support levels from yesterday, NVIDIA is rolling underneath that. Like if there's a short in the chip land, it feels as if it should be NVIDIA at this 490. So I think I'm going to look for that. I'm not saying to short Neo, Mark's cars. I just got out of an XPeng long because it topped resistance at 20 bucks. So to me, that's more momentum play than anything else. I'm not really shorting that stock just yet. I think there's probably going to be a good short opportunity at some point. I'm just not willing to say it has to be right here. Those are absolute rocket ships that you want to take profit on. Lululemon, by the way, hit another 52-week high, which is completely insane. But when I see relative weakness in NVIDIA and the market showing the same pattern, there's NVIDIA, there's the NASDAQ. If you're looking for a short, it should be an NVIDIA.
Yeah, that move on Lulu is pretty crazy there.
Wild,
I'm waiting for that 400 mark, to be honest. 400 could definitely come in today, and I think I have a couple levels kind of defined here of interest on the Lulu, and 400 is definitely one of those areas there. Market kind of taking a little bit of a pullback here, so let's see. We kind of chopped in and around that 136 on Google, so I'm still about 10 pennies in the money. I'm willing to give this a little bit of room here, but yeah, let's see if we hold this trend. I see that we're kind of rejecting off of some of these pre-market levels as well on Google, but yeah, let's see if that kind of pushes back through. I think we'll be good, but yeah, if this acts as a bit of resistance, yeah, I have no problem getting out and reassessing the situation there. But yeah, Lululemon, take a look at that.
Coinbase.
Hella strong, hella strong. and we're breaking out, right? We're breaking out that 395 we talked about. So the next stop, 400. That's what I'm looking to interact with.
Yeah, I mean, I'm getting back into Lulu at some point. I want it to calm down. I feel if it's going to trend to 400, you can look at maybe the market pulling back here as an opportunity. Speaking of pulling back, lower highs abundantly on coin. Never got a chance to get to resist. I thought if we get to the 81s, market felt like it was strong enough to get there. Never got into a coin short. Now you're making some lower highs. You're underneath VWAP here. If it holds under 79, to me that's a short if it gets there. UPTD, again, there's a few of these names. This one it's only done 150,000 of volume. I just want to caution everybody. It's now halted at 1705, indicating a 22 open. But it's done 150,000 shares and is halted now 4 times. There is not a lot of liquidity here. It's a complete liquidity story. That is the reason, or lack of liquidity. That's why it's going up. The float's tiny here, so I'd be very, very cautious in terms of chasing a move like this, because what goes up can come down very, very quickly. This is the kind of name that could fall back like $8 or $10 before you absolutely bat an eye. So that's completely insane, guys. Just be very careful chasing that one. Dell's still trending up. Never got that VWAP bid in there, but now it's looking pretty solid. If I can catch something maybe in the 73.5 range, give that to 73. I think that's worthy of it. This is up 22%. So I understand it's hard to chase a move up there, but it's breaking out in a big way on the daily chart. And I want to give it a chance to maybe continue that move. Whereas Coinbase is back above 79, so that's not really setting up all that well for me in terms of getting into the short. On coin, it's back above VWAP. I want to see weakness back underneath here, sell that one off, but you're starting to see a lot of strength over there in coin. So you're gonna have to back off of this. If there's a long that we like up at these levels, I wanted to see AMD start to calm down a little bit up at that high, kind of in and out of a breakout trade. Now it's got a wick high. It needs to reclaim that top here. Let's get back above 108.70, show me some strength, and then we can go long into that 109 level. As it's 10:20, let's get to Brendan for the small cap recap. Wow.
Shout out to our friends over at Benzinga. You can register right now for a free 2-week trial or sign up today for that. Yeah, their premium news and research platform for retail traders. You can use TTV, code TTV, all capital letters. We'll get you 50% off again for life. First 100 people. Scan the QR code. Check out the link in the description, guys. Shout out to our friends over at Benzinga. Here we go. A few little ones moving around, including Edible. Still holding top end of the range here. There's really nothing on this that I can see outside of the fact that the float is small. And yeah, 39.8% on the short side, depending on where you look. So huge, huge move here. EOSE, another one. Downside at this point this morning, but did have that Guggenheim upgrade this morning. So interesting look here for EOSE. There was a couple of other analyst moves on that one as well. TAOP, another one that was very much higher in the pre-market, up to 650. We're all the way back here to $4 at this point. Yeah, they came out with earnings this morning in the pre-market that were better than expected. That was the note as well on EOSE. So busy day, guys, for small caps.
Day for big caps too. Here comes Lululemon at 400 level. It wants it badly. There was a tight little consolidation. I thought we were going to pull back and be able to get 395s again, but now it wants to break 400. AMD showing some signs of strength in here up to 108, still at that 108.50 level, but looks like 400's about to go on Lululemon. Yeah, that's a tricky one to get a break. Oh my goodness. You got to cross pretty big to get a fill on Lululemon there. It went all the way to 401.50. Yeah, I'm still bidding it, so maybe I'll actually get picked up on the way back down here because it's got a decent spread. Like it's got a 70-cent spread on that 400 break. So there's always a chance to still get filled off that 400 level, give it back in at 99. It is an absolute rocket ship to the upside, up 5%. And if it's ended up at 10% today, that would not surprise me at all. It's definitely capable of that. I'm back into AMD here, but wow, Lululemon is an absolute beast. Should be given it the respect it deserves. I feel as if Dell could be doing something similar. if it were to get back into that high. So I don't want to give that one up. If it can bounce off VWAP, I still think it can make a chance, has a chance to run up to that 70 high, guys. So strong movers here. Dell up 22% and kind of pulling back into VWAP, whereas Lululemon, wow, sometimes you're long at 386, and then the next thing you know, you're long at 400. And asking yourself, why I'm not just still holding the 86. But that's how it goes. Like the market at that point was a different market as we're now taking out that 400 high. The NASDAQ is holding up reasonably well here, but it's starting to show some weakness, right? Like it cannot get back through yesterday's double or triple top. That zone is proving a bit of resistance. If it punches through there, I don't know what's going to stop it. NVIDIA is holding things up at that 490 level. That feels like the chip name still that can be shorted.
Yeah, I like that I got stopped out of that Shopify, but as soon as we kind of dropped into the 60s, you have some heavy rebidding back into 70s and 80s, so I like that, got long again for another attempt, right? We're still well above some of these pre-market levels, so let's see if we kind of continue to the downside there, but a little bit of a triple top and a triple bottom, so a range formation there between 67.40 and 66.60s-ish on Shopify. Still along a little bit of Google there, looking a little weak off that 136. We talked about that. This potentially becoming resistance, and that's looking like the probable case here. But if we can kind of hold this 136 and kind of consolidate, then yeah, I'll look to get even longer than that, than my current position right now. But yeah, let's kind of continue and see what happens here. We're still buyers here, down here in the 60s, right? I was up here, my entry was up here in the 66.90s, not the best price to have, because the buyer, the support, the buying kind of is down here in the 70s and the 60s here on Shopify. Now, Neil, there's another name we were talking about this morning. We were talking about looking at it selling off, and take a look at what Broadcom does right out the open.
Hard to trade that stock.
Right out the open, Quadung. Yeah, definitely hard to trade. But if you can try to catch a place where you can take some risk on, then yeah, definitely that move came in. That 905, 905 high, a pre-market, kind of Quadungs all the way down to 880s on AVGO. But yeah, Lulu, yeah, here in see in the chat, Lulu's nutty to chase. Yeah, man, Lulu is definitely a little spready. But if you can find a place on the tape to put on the risk, it's definitely not a nutty idea, man. That 400 break was very, very clean. If you got long into that drive there, strong off of earnings, right?
You have to ask yourself what style of a trader you are. Like, remember, as a day trader, you can trade a stock 17 times in a day if you want to. I can trade it 7 times. I can trade it 5 times. I was in and out of AMD 4 times on the same short area. And actually, oh, goodness, I'm not going to get NVIDIA here. NVIDIA is starting to roll over. I did one on that last little bit of a pop. This, to me, is a name to be short in terms of the chip names. AVGO, obviously nice, but, you know, $900 stock, kind of difficult to trade it. NVIDIA is going to do much better volume at a $400, $500 level to be sure, much more liquidity as well. So I want something in this range here on the 89s. If I can even get it, if this rolls back over to the lows and I don't have it, I'm going to be a little bit frustrated. But you know, NVIDIA is starting to roll over. Maybe I try a consolidation short here and then give it into that 89 level, but that's about it. And as far as Lulu goes, we already risked $2 to make 5 once. So I don't mind getting up here and risking $1 to $1.50 to get a move into 405. So it's just kind of like the way I would like to trade it. Like if you stair step this thing up, if you look at this, at some point you're always on a trend higher. You're looking at buying near highs to continue that trend. That's just kind of how a trend works. Unfortunately, that means it'll feel like you're going to be chasing. But if I give it underneath 99 here, I'm going to have a pretty tight stop, relatively speaking, on Lulu. Like I'm not trading it to give it back into 386 or anything. That was the trade from earlier. So I did just get into that local short there on NVIDIA. If this market is going to make another stair step down, I feel like this is the name I want short. And if it gets to VWAP, I probably take it out here, risk less than $1, and then try and get the short at that 490 level that we liked originally. So NVIDIA, All morning long, it's been weak, but this is the first time I've been in it. Coinbase, I still want to get under 79. If we get under 79 on coin and start making some lows in here, then I jump into a coin short. I haven't had it yet, but I want to be patient. It's now 10:30. You don't want to throw away the profits from earlier on in the day by chasing a trade away from the zone that you like it. So I want to see weakness on Coinbase before I jump into that short just yet. Look, the Chinese ADRs are still showing some signs. We've only talked about the EV names specifically. BOBA's been strong, PDD's been strong, but it's the entire group that's been strong. It is not just one or two trick pony. I was into XPeng. I was out of XPeng. It's actually bouncing now off of 19.5. So this story might not be done over with some of these Chinese ADRs. They're still looking ridiculously strong. I prefer the EV names because of the delivery numbers that we got. Let's go to Brendo. I was just talking Coinbase wanting short. Let's see what's going on in crypto land.
Yeah, coin under a little bit of pressure here, back to the downside. If you missed it yesterday, we got this SEC decision delayed once again. So all of these ETFs that are sitting, potentially waiting, are going to be delayed once again as far as the SEC decision is concerned anyway. So we talked about a few of these late in the day yesterday, but BlackRock, Wisdom Tree, Invesco, Galaxy, Wise Origin, Van Eck, Bitwise, Valkyrie, to name a few. ARK has one in the midst as well. I just brought up coin here just to have a stock there, but overall, no date given as far as I can see on this updated article here as to when this might come through. I mean, they say until October, but I mean, we've heard that 2 or 3 times already. So here's Bitcoin on an hourly chart. We give back all of that big pop that we got or 2 days prior when the Coinbase decision came out. So we're back to the downside in a big way, back to 26,000 overall. 25,912, down 4.5. 1640 coming back into play here. 1650 was the main level on Ethereum, if you remember, 3.6%. But pretty red top to bottom once again here, guys, for crypto.
It is, and as you said it, there was a bit of a move there. Back for some weakness, which is what I was looking for over there in Coinbase. Saw it get back underneath that VWAP, tagged 79, so I'm into the short for the first time. As that was happening, went over to NVIDIA. It was just churning to the downside. I'm telling you, oh yeah, we're powering up. Look at NVIDIA, you took the local short, and it's immediately breaking 87s, gives you $1.25 there. And then next thing you know, I'm like, oh my God, let's get back on the offer, Neil, because it's back up to 478, and I just missed that opportunity in there on NVIDIA. Looks like AMD might not hold on to that 108. If that's the case, I feel as if above that 108, that was looking relatively strong, and underneath here, this is the stock that was trend down. So sometimes you have to switch gears a little bit to say, if the market's going down, play the stock that's trend short, and if you're gonna have a move to the upside, I'm looking for that to hold that 108 and hold trend to the upside. I should be thinking the other way. So I was in once for small profit on AMD, and I'm like, no, take a look at the bigger picture, Neil. If you cannot hold on to this, I think you get out of it. I don't immediately jump short on this name because, as I said, I think NVIDIA is the name to be short, and hold on to that one instead. So you try to pick and choose. I think coin's relatively weak. That's why I jump into this when it gets back underneath 79. Wow, that's a little moving faster there. You get some out there. It's already at 78.5, which is nuts. I didn't think it would get there that quickly. We just put that one on, so it's arrows down in Flush City, but it does mean I have to give up on that AMD. Unfortunately, that just got taken out underneath that 108 level. As the market is heading into the downside, the good news for Lulu at least, if it can hold on to this, it's the only long left in the building. It is kind of flagging that local high. Again, I think you have to risk at least $1.50. I'm stopping out underneath that local bottom there. It's underneath 80.99s. I don't like even dollar stops. But if you risk $1.50 on this, I think it can at least go another $5. But it's starting to slow down. That's part of the market function, and I would stay bullish on this name. If it gets back into VWAP, I think that's just another re-entry, as far as I'm concerned, because even if it breaks trend for a bit here, it's still a pretty decent upward trend. It's already given you a really good opportunity early once that we took advantage of, and I think I should have been going back into the well here, and then here again. So if it shows me 95s or shows me VWAP, I'll like those levels to come back to on the Lululemon, but this market, as I said, reversing. That's why we kind of waited for Coinbase to go into the short. That's why we grabbed that NVIDIA, which is again heading back down into those lows. Had to get out of that AMD, unfortunately, but this is that time of day where typically you should have sort of sussed out what the trend is on individual names and then only trying to be in that direction. So finally into an NVIDIA short, went back over to a Lulu long, which I still only like long. Dell is a name that I still think can be a bit of a long, but the market just dipped and it didn't. So I'm going to cancel this bid in here because that's a little bit curious. If it's that strong, maybe I don't want it if it gets all the way down to the VWAP. That would be a bit weak. So maybe Dell is just a little bit too strong to buy dips. You maybe have to wait for it to break out that top there. $2 in the money already on NVIDIA because when you join the trend is certainly your friend.
Yeah, for sure. There's a lot of that this week where if you got in with the trend, like you were definitely rewarded, and it was less forgiving as well. But yeah, it stopped out of both my longs here, Shopify and Google. Right, Shopify just had that it stopped there in this just above the 60s where that previous consolidation low was, and it stopped out. And look at the flush that comes in back down to 66. Same thing with Google, stopped out in the I was along in the 70s there, just stopped out right under for almost break even because I was like, if we get back down to this price, that 136 rejection might be real, and this might the overall trend on the day just might be down as it is. Again, we said it's a Friday before the long weekend, maybe some profit taking. We pushed up into 15.6s, couldn't really make it, wiped all the way back down to 15.5, and then tried to pop back up 15.6, about a 50% retracement. We pretty much did that, right? Give or take plus minus 10, 15 points. We got up to 15.592 and then back down to the downside here. So let's see where we'll go. Shopify definitely not catching that bid. It was in the morning. It looked really nice, but as of right now, not really catching that market tailwind. A lot of things looking a little weak right now. But Google, I'm waiting, right? I'm waiting. Haven't totally given up the idea for the long. If we kind of sell off and make a higher low here, kind of above this dip. This dip was pretty strong, right? Wipe back up, nice dip on 135. So if we can make another base on top of the 135, kind of like a higher low, I'm gonna look to get long as we stay above that 15.5 here on the NQ, and I guess that 4525 as well on the ES. Now I got to go over to my game plan for today, and I have to continuously take a look. And part of my problem yesterday was I didn't really have some of my planned trades, like the write-up that I do, up on my screen. So I was a little lost in the sauce, taking fills here and there. And
I think that means something else.
What do you mean?
Lost in the sauce?
Yeah, I was a little lost in the sauce. You know, just what does it mean? I don't know.
Doesn't it mean like you're like drunk, like lost
I
in
mean,
the sauce?
that's one of what
does lost in the sauce mean?
Like you're having such a good time, you got lost in the fun.
Oh, lost in the fun.
Yeah, you're like you're lost among all the other things that are going on. You're a little, you know. So okay. Yeah, I got a little lost in the sauce. You know the quote, you gotta have the sauce, but you can't get lost.
Oh, I know what the sauce is.
Yeah.
I was kind of ready.
We're not lost in that sauce, right? I mean, not right now, but yeah.
Aren't we though?
Look at that base kind of forming. So that's what I like to see. Maybe the 66 holds. I'm waiting for the next signal. I'm waiting for the next trade. It got stopped out of both longs. It's fine. I'm wrong for the long, but maybe we try again and see if that kind of comes in. Let's see if we hold above this 135. I know NVIDIA. I know Neil was looking at shorting the NVIDIA, and I had pulled it up. So we can take a look at it. I really like where we bounced off earlier, but then as I was about to kind of mention that, we cracked that low as well. Take a look left, right? Earlier this week, we have this strong bidding off of this level here on Wednesday, right? 44, 45-ish area after a really strong trend day. Some of this buying kind of comes back in and holds on the week. And look at where we kind of dipped down to on the first strong sell-off. Right into that area, kind of bounced back up into 490, and then quadunk back down to the downside, kind of pushing these weekly lows for now. The weekly low is all the way down here, right? This was Tuesday. And then Monday is all the way down here. So maybe not weekly low. What I mean is this like middle from Tuesday we've been ranging. So most of the week we've been ranging up here. So we're kind of testing the lower end of that range down here in the 4 for 480s, the low 480s. So let's see if we can kind of hold above this. But if we are going to stay strong selling throughout the day today and kind of negate some of that action we got on Tuesday that was a little too hard, too fast, kind of trending all day into this 490. Let's see if we kind of do a bit of retracement at the end of the week, maybe some profit taking off of this range that we've been consolidating in all week across the board.
Interesting choice of words, because I just did my profit taking on Nvidia. You mentioned that weak bottom there. It's not the low of the week, but it's obviously 44
range,
it's a support level that got put on earlier this week. Once you bounced off of it a second time, like this is a wick under, I'm gonna put a trailing stop till the next local level of support. If it gets back above there, I'm just getting out. So to me, that's bank $2.50, a little bit better than that actually, just to make sure that you're not coming all the way back in and missing a chance to reload. Because if you wick that bottom off support, I think it was on Tuesday you were saying at 484 level, you can get all the way back into VWAP and be shorting the same 88 level or maybe shorting 89, 89 half. So I'll wait for that to come back in, resolve itself. There's plenty of time. You don't have to rush these trades. If it's going to trend down, there's multiple spots to get back into it, at least I think so. So you always want to take profit. You're always willing to get out if it stops you, and all that good stuff. Now looking at coin here, because I only got that 78.5, and now it might reload back underneath VWAP again. So I'm looking for that same 79 level to give me a re-entry trend down here on coin. So picked a couple of names that I like to the weak side. If we get them, great. Dell is super, Dell's amazing. Like, it's just very, very slowly grinding higher. There's not really much of a dip. There's no strong press into the high of the day. It's kind of weird. I'm like, how do I get into this one that makes sense on a risk reward? Because I'm not seeing an obvious entry here. Like, what do I long 69 and give it like $1.50? Up 23%. I'm not really seeing that trade. There's always like a scalp breakout trade through the local high. That's not bad because you can risk 25 cents on that, give it back into 70. Or wait for VWAP to come in. So kind of playing a very patient game over here with Dell, unfortunately. Meds, that was an early one that might be catching a bit of a bid. A lot of times for these names, sometimes the best long is in the pre-market. I know a lot of you could probably know this, but when it makes that second push here through $10 and gets to 15, 16, sometimes that's just it. However, it now has a double bottom at 10.5. So now you have a level to work off of that makes some sense, where you can have decent risk to reward. It's got a good spread, 5 cents, but that's not ridiculous for an $11 stock with a low float. I think if it hold on to that 10.5, if you get a long in here off of that level, you got $2 to VWAP. So the risk to reward, much nicer here that it's caught a bit of a bid. Let's go to the desk for Sector Watch.
A lot of green on this board, guys, considering we're up just 0.4% at this point for the S&P 500. Here's how things are looking, though, as far as individual movers and sectors are concerned. There is AVGO, Broadcom, we were discussing in the pre-market, down 4+ at this point. I was wondering if it was going to be a bit of an influence today on some of the semiconductors. Answer a little bit. Anyways, NVIDIA 1%. In negative territory, but there's AMD 2.5 to the upside. Intel down here having a nice day as well, 3+, still in positive territory. Rest of tech land, we're higher on the day, but not a heck of a lot. 0.8 there for Meta, nice look. Oracle 0.68, Apple as well, about 0.6 to the upside. Bounce back here for some of the banks across the board. The entire thing green so far. Healthcare stocks green as well. Energy back to the upside as well, right across the board along with crude oil. MasterCard, Visa here, some of the commercial payment stocks, I should say, in positive territory, notably weak. Tesla, we saw it in the pre-market, selling came in very, very early, has continued 2+% now for Tesla downside.
I don't think, Fabian sent me this, but I don't think this is a lost in the sauce that you guys were alluding at.
No, it's an actual interview. That's probably like just like a skit that's made off of it.
It's like a little meme, it looks kind of funny. I don't know what the heck they're saying. I'm an old head, so I'm sure you guys already. Most people, like if something's gone viral like a million times, you're like, yeah, I know what that is. I don't have enough bandwidth to keep up with some of the stuff these days. Speaking of meds, well, maybe we should have just punched into that one. That would have been a good idea. We were just talking about 1050 holding out there. And it already went to VWAP. So if you got it,
Congratulations!
I don't. That's fine. I was yapping away about it. I'm like, yeah, you know, let's get some bids in there. I'm like, check to see if you had to pay for locates. Because sometimes if I'm going to trade a stock, even if I'm looking long, I like to have the locate out there. It allows this. And again, if you're a day trade the world, if you don't short a stock or you don't have shares that are available to short, then if you go to if you put orders to take profit out, those will be like sell orders. And then sometimes if you want to quickly reverse or something, you have to cancel those first. I just find it's easier if you have locates if you're going to scalp trade a stock. But yeah, it already bounced off that 1050. Maybe there's a second shot at that level here, but it just gave you the $2 move. So I don't want to get too far out in front of myself there. But if it does pull back in, it is a good level. The second time, I never expect to be as good as the first. So it's already shown you a nice little breakout off here. I think if it gets underneath 11 bucks, you look for half the move instead of the full one. Coinbase is approaching now it looks like a bit of a reload here. Wanted to show some weakness. It was kind of bouncing into VWAP. Now you're getting a bit of a curl. Looking for, I just want to see it get into VWAP and show me weakness. Like it was a big plunge here that got me in short. I'd like to see that sell off again if we can grab that. Carvana's at 50, huh? Anurag, this is one of the reasons why we're going to do this for a second because I haven't hit it once and we got to do it because I don't know where she is.
Subscribe today.
But I know I wasn't the only one under the weather, so I wanted to shout out to Katrine. I'm hoping she's feeling better herself. But one of the reasons why we say hit the like and subscribe is so we can grow the community. Because I didn't even realize, and thank you guys so much for pointing this out, CVNA is above 50 bucks. How come nobody told me?
Wow.
You want what am I supposed to do my job
Apparently,
and scan
it's
stocks
like
here? Like that's Carvana is above 50. Not only is it above 50, but it wicked under 50 at the open, which happens to be where it closed yesterday. Like, how gorgeous is that for a long? Wick underneath the pre-market lows, immediately reclaim, higher low off the 50 level, and now it's up at 52, trend up. I know. No, it's all good. Like, obviously, I'm supposed to do my job too. Like, I came back and I went over so many charts, and I was doing some of that when I went home. Carvana was not one of them. I don't know why. Kind of stupid. Look at it hold the 50 period. Look at it setting back up. I didn't think it was anywhere near this level, but 53 is a pretty big monster level on the daily if you haven't been able to notice. So were it to continue to go higher, I think it's got a decent chance for that breakout, guys. But as you just mentioned, Kem, JBJCC, the 10-year is ripping like crazy. Market be weak. And the market is rolling back over. I just saw some selling in coins, so I'm going to jump back into that one. NVIDIA did not get my reload. By jump back in, I mean reload coin. I already was in it. NVIDIA did not give me a chance to get back into 488, interestingly enough. So wicked me out. Looked like it was getting strong. Halted, not halted, it stalled at 487 and started rolling over. So this wants no part of VWAP at this moment. Super, super weak name over there. Looks like it's going to be a nasty one. Coin to 90 today. I hope not, AP. I hope not. That said, I will be long out about 30 cents higher from here. So if it gets to $90, believe me, I wouldn't still be shorted. If it gets to 90, it's definitely churned through what I think is the key level today. Had that 81 line sort of written down there. If it gets through that, I think that's where the squeeze is on. Until then, the trend is your friend. It broke through the bottom. It's now consolidating off that low. If this tries to fill in the gap is huge down here. So if you can risk 30 to 50 cents, which is what I think this trade risks, to get another move into the low, let me get a bid out there, and move into the low, and then if you break that low, I think you could be down at 75 bucks. Like, why not? We closed at 80 yesterday. It's Friday, so if 80 doesn't hold, which we're underneath it right now, I think you get to 75 here for Coinbase. So I'm favoring that short. It's got to show me signs of reversing this trend for me to get away from that. It just looks too obvious to me. And sometimes you take the obvious trade. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. But at least you know where you're wrong, and at least you know you got the trend going with you.
Yeah, I'm just taking some scalps here on on Shopify. Kind of bounced off that 66, but looking like a little bit of weakness here as the market kind of pushes back into the downside. So I am looking to kind of get out of this a little bit right here. Already pieced off a little bit just on that 40 test into that push, but yeah, I just want to take a little bit more off just to see what this market kind of comes. If it does come in, where are we going to be on that. That should have filled me right there. I saw the price kind of pass by on the book. That's interesting. Yeah. So hold on. Let me just
Holy Tesla.
get out of that one real quick. But what's going on with Tesla?
Tesla broke 250. That's falling a little bit fast. So, okay, coin, that's all well and good. It just gave that, yeah, coin's now at like 78.30, but Tesla broke that 250 and is absolutely gestonking here. This is redonkulous. Where's NEO? Is that a rollover? I'm just looking for a rollover candidate in sympathy, and the first thing that came to my mind is all the Chinese EVs were high flying. So if there's any kind of a sympathy pullback that hasn't happened yet, it could be there, or it could be in Rivian. Okay, so I'm not 100% sure why Rivian's so relatively strong. I know it's been bouncing a little bit here, but Tesla taking out the 250 level and rolling over, and Rivian is giving up yesterday's high. And this might be this might be a chance. If we break this flat bottom here, which is 23.30, I think I just jumped this short. You're at 15.5 on the NASDAQ as well. You break that, a lot of things are going to head to the downside and continue heading to the downside. So I immediately, the second I saw that, I'm like, well, I'm not chasing Tesla $1 underneath that 250, but if I can find something that hasn't rolled over yet, I'll take that chance. Now, I don't mind that play because if this even tries to get back into the bottom, like forget about VWAP in here 15 cents from now, this is $1 away from today's low on Rivian. And I'm getting it like 40 cents off the high, 50 cents off the high. So if it can get to that local bottom, get to that local high, fair enough, I can accept that I'm wrong, but I'll give this one a chance. If 15 goes, I like the risk to reward here. NVIDIA, as I said, is still continuing to flush. It is an arrows down kind of day. It is a flush city kind of day. It looked very strong early. I had a good long in Lulu, was like the first trade, and then we had some shorts. Eventually, it resolved itself to me only liking the shorts or trending to the short side, but the NASDAQ has yet to really take down that 15.5 support level. So if that goes, it's almost like that last line in the sand. If that happens, I think you want to hold on to your shorts for the afternoon. I never mind entering into positions at this time of day. If you're taking out the bottom, though, in the market, I usually prefer to not be shorting a stock that's taking out the bottom. I'd rather short something which is a reversing trend, and it can play as a sympathy play or something that's playing a little bit of catch-up as the market's taking out that low. That way, if you get follow-through, there's plenty of room to run. The second I saw Tesla down there, shout out to you guys. The second I saw Tesla down there, I kind of like that Rivian play underneath that 23.3. Didn't even realize how strong it was, but if you're going to show me that break, I'll take that almost 10 times out of 10.
Yeah, this Shopify kind of holding in above this. We pieced off a little bit, and then that kind of bid kind of came in on top of the 20s. So I kind of I punched in a little bit more. Let's see if we can push off into the 40s. Here are some of the 40s right there. I'm looking for that 50 test potentially. Let's see if we can get back into some of these pre-market high levels here. This 40 kind of holding. Oh, right, you guys can't see the tape here. Let me just. Oh, no, wrong market. NY. There it is. Okay, so there we go, right there. Okay, so yeah, let's see if we kind of push into that or we kind of come in. But I like the hold on the 66, and we did get a little bit of a strength there as we kind of bounce off that 15.5 again, like Neil said. Let's see if that kind of comes in. That 15.5, definitely a key area, definitely some demand there all week. Let's see if we catch that bounce. Again, we tried that bounce off of the open right there on the first test of that 15.5 and the hold of pre-market low here on Shopify, as well as Google, right? Google is still making the higher low relative to this 35 kind of push here. Let's see if it can get going as well, but we're going to pass it over to Brendo.
It was all about the August non-farm payrolls report that we got at 8:30 this morning, not only for equity markets, but also for, the USD. Unexpectedly, we get this 187 print versus 170,000 expected. Down here, though, if you zoom in a little bit, 3.8% versus 3.5%. That was the unemployment rate versus July. So a little bit of an uptick as far as unemployment is concerned, helping as far as equities are concerned, as the dollar has actually rebounded here. You can see if you zoom in a little bit, nice wick at the bottom there. The initial move this morning, if I zoom in, you can see it a little bit better. The initial move here on this report was downside, but here we are trying to take out not only yesterday's highs, but 2 days ago as well, as we head back towards 104 here for the US dollar. So US dollar strength coming back into play as we wrap up the week, guys. Everything else across the board, downside as a result.
Yeah, everything else is pretty weak. The market's trying to bounce off that 15, but the trend is your friend. Shout out to JK in the chat there. I like that one. I hear JK, I think of like junior kindergarten here. Sharif says the same thing, but JK, UPTD 5 hundo shares at 12 out of 20. Quick 4K to start the day. That is a good way to do it. Congrats to you. Thanks for calling out UPTD, Trader TV, and heads up to get my stops in to keep profit. That's, if you're trading those names, you'll see us talk about this over and over again. I would never trade one of these without a stop. It's so much better. And again, to each their own, but like if you get it early enough on, then fair enough. Like 1, maybe 2 times it comes in there on a halt. Generally speaking, I know some traders that trade around that kind of a style on the floor and then have in the past. They're like, I'm never taking it past a 3rd halt. That's the point at which I'm assuming a turnaround and looking for it, right? So it halts. I mean, it's halted so many times here today, but if you look at it since the open, like there's 1, there's 2, the 3rd halt was as it was breaking, the 3rd halt's after it broke that 12, and at that point, if you're just thinking, okay, it's gonna turn at some point, it ends up not being that difficult because the first downward move where it halts down, you could have just grabbed out there, or you could have waited till it broke that level. There was liquidity either way. So it's just about formulating a trade. It hasn't done a ton of volume, so you gotta be careful with this one. It's limited scalability here. Like it's got 500,000 shares worth of volume. Liquidity speaking, you can take a few hundred shares of it, but it's not like some other flyers where you could actually move a little bit more. I still think we can trend into that downside. Just going back into the most recent thing that I'm in, Rivian. I don't even have bids out on this yet. I should at 23 even. That's kind of ridiculous not to. I'll get a bid out there. If we break VWAP, I expect to see some buyers at the even just because it's an even dollar price there. So I'm inside of the short on Rivian because of A, you guys being awesome and pointing out that Tesla was absolutely tanking. Because I had one plan for Tesla, actually. I mean, 261 was like the only level I was looking at on Tesla this morning. You know, it's like, okay, there's 261. I saw a bunch of offers up there at 65. I'm like, if it gets to that price, it's going to stall out. But I'm like, yeah, okay. If Tesla breaks, it has a chance for a consolidation breakup. And so it didn't do that, so I didn't have to trade it. Rejects and goes the other direction. Second, you guys point out that 250 was going. Jump over to the first thing I could find for sympathy. You're now at 248. What do you think's happening is this is accelerating to 248 to the downside? Guesses. Rivian's breaking VWAP, which we were just talking about. So Rivian just got underneath VWAP. Again, I'm sitting in front of 23 even for that reversal trade. It was a flat bottom break on Rivian in sympathy to Tesla flushing. And Hamster One, what level for your personal portfolio on Tesla? Oh, like I recently bought some at at 222.22. You were here for this. You were here for that. I was joking about it because the morning it happened, Sharif's like, what are you talking about? The morning that happened, let me go to the daily chart. The morning that it happened, there was a moment, I'm not making, trust me, you can find that day. It was about 10:14 or something like that, and the low of the day was 222.21, meaning it had filled me on my personal account, gone 1 penny lower, and then bounced from there. It then ended up tanking after that, so it wasn't a very good buy in that moment, but I kind of I like this area here in front of like that previous, if you look at where it broke out on the daily before, like back in June, that was around like the 2 teens. So I was just kind of buying in front of that. But if you look at the weekly, to me, whenever I'm looking at my long-term account, I don't look at it very often because I find it makes no sense to. But I like to look at a weekly chart. It tends to be my go-to, and things are a little bit more clear there. So I like the 220. I knew I wanted the dollar cost average into it once it got underneath 250. First bid, it was at that 222. The way I'm actually going to approach getting into more Tesla, just for me, is going to be every single quarter buying some or every single month buying a piece. So I like where the 50 and the 200 are converging at $200. I think that's incredibly obvious as a next level down if you don't like those 220, 210 levels. But yeah, if you get down in there, it's a convergence of both the moving averages on the weekly. Seems pretty obvious that you could have a bounce on at that 200 level. So two teens, 220, and then from there 200. But I'm more the dollar cost averaging route. I couldn't help myself when it came to that 220, 222 buy. If I had not gotten in at that level, I probably would have if I had missed the bid in the morning, I'd probably just buy it at the close and then just accept whatever price. But we are just trending downside here on Tesla. So hold on to your butts, hold on to your shorts, all that good stuff. Coin is holding out pretty nicely. Never ended up getting that first Rivian fill. When I see that, I don't want it bouncing off VWAP and I take nothing out. So I'll just get some out there at 23.10. Make sure we ring the register. I don't want it holding VWAP and continuing trend. I want it stair stepping down. Next level down for me is about 22.75. So if we hold under VWAP, that's the next decision point on Rivian. And if the market continues to flush, then I think we hold on to these ones and maybe even look for some more.
We're flushing straight through that 15.5.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Yep. Take a look at that. That was a hard sell-off.
It's your fault for wearing green, man.
I mean, hey, if you guys wanna inverse the drip, I mean, it's do all you want. But
what fool wears a green shirt on an obviously red day?
Yeah, Obi, it only went
Sorry.
up 150 points in the morning.
Yeah, exactly. Only goes up 150 points, back down 200 or like 150. So
This is green, okay. See, Ramin is confirming
it's green in her
eyes. If you're sitting next to me, it's green. On camera, it looks gray. Trust me, it's a green shirt. Like anybody can turn around. It's a green shirt, man. It is what it is. So I'm making fun of myself here. All that said, the trend was not that difficult to decipher once you get that sort of stair step into the downside. I wish I was back into NVIDIA. I am not back into NVIDIA. It is making fresh lows as we speak, but at least we're able to find that Rivian one. Crypto blogger, bet you Sean is wearing red today. I actually don't know. I mean, look, he's obviously going to be wearing team colors because they got a tournament. I'm assuming he's driving to the tournament today. So he's probably on the road right now, so he's not going to be in uniform. But, wish him all the best. Of course, I come back and then miss Sean, but I'll see him on. I'm actually going to see Sean this weekend because our fantasy league, our high school buddies, our fantasy league is drafting on Sunday. We always draft on that Sunday, so we'll definitely have a lot of fun with that. It's already 11 o'clock, Obi, which is crazy.
We've been having too much fun.
The market is definitely moving to the downside, so ignore these two green shirts. We have Yannick, who is filling in for, obviously, who is filling in for Max. So we got Yannick over there. He's on the ones and twos with Sharif. But you guys are going to have a lot of fun. It should be an absolute blast. We'll be back at 2 o'clock for you guys. Good luck out there in the markets. Let's head to the midday.
Take it easy.
After happening now.
Quick update for you guys as we head through to 11 o'clock here. Just hearing more Fed speak coming through as we hit 11 o'clock as well. Yeah, a bit of a stair step on the way back down here for the NASDAQ Qs. Back to 377. We're above 380 in the pre-market there, so a bit of a reversal coming off of. Yeah, non-farm payrolls this morning comes in higher than expected. Unfortunate as far as the overall fight against inflation is concerned. Definitely looking as if we will get a pause now coming up in September. Remember, September 19th and 20th, the next Fed's two-day meeting. We'll get the decision on the 20th. That follows the week prior. September 13th, we'll get the next CPI reading. We've been hearing about these Chinese ADRs all morning. Back to an interesting level here for FUTU, which is one of the online education companies, back to $64. But huge day for all of these, including FUTU up more than 8% on the day. VinFast continues its slide 17% to the downside. $28 though coming into play, looking like a bit of support. Now let's go over to Yannick and Sharif.
What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to the midday show. That's Yannick. I'm Sharif. Wow, and we are brought to you by Search Trader. Account funding of up to $1 million. Keep up to 90% of the profit. Enjoy relaxed trading rules with an 8% max trailing drawdown on all new accounts. And right now, as you can see there on the screen, soak up 25% off site-wide Shout out to our friends at Search Trader. Wow, what a day it's been, Yannick. We've been very up and very down.
Yep.
Market can't make up its mind, but my eye on that 10-year yield, it's up almost 2.25. Very interesting look. Let's go to the trade that I'm in currently. Our friend Meta, there we go. We took this one short through the flat bottom break. Let me just pull up. Yeah, there we go. Took it short 296.25. We're right back at that level again, but I've taken the majority of the position out as it huadunked through yesterday's close. Where was yesterday's close, you ask? 295.93. It's coming against me now, but only a couple of shekels. I will be patient a little bit with this one. In fact, I actually had another position to add over here. Should it have made its way back into that 297.5? The reason being is this. So I was looking for a lower high. So we had, there's the first high, the big wick through 301.75, and then you had that 298.75 test. And so I was like, okay, well, this is going to be the crest of the most recent crest. So that 297, if we had broken above it, which was VWAP as well, I wanted to add on this position. I have too many shares, though, to let this one go against me at that level because I did take a big piece here. So I'm going to have to really keep my eye out. If we change trend, I might have to get out of this one. But for the moment, we're okay. And I'm looking for more downside movement. As I look at that, I also have my eye obviously on the NQ. What we're seeing is a series of lower highs, and we just made another lower low on the NQ, breaching, well, I think that 15,501. That 15,501, there you go. See, this is why I did this, Yannick. Look, I started putting labels on all the closes, right? Because I was like, oh, where the hell am I? So 15,501 is support, pardon me, from August 29th. That's a couple of days ago and a few days ago now. The 30th was that the 30th close. 30th. This is not yesterday's close, but the day before, 15,501. We're at that level now. You know, it is at 15,500 level, which is the 100-point level. We may find support here, but look, the trend is the trend. Lower highs and lower lows. So if we really, we do find support here, definitely I'll have to cut my meta trade because they probably are inextricably linked. And as I talk and I come back to the screen, I'm 25 pennies, pardon me, out of the money on this last piece here. I'm gonna have to cut this one if it breaks 297.
Great trade though, great trade.
Yeah, not bad.
Yeah, for sure. Was that like a point?
Pardon me?
Almost a point?
Yeah, about.
Like
I took $1 at the bottom there. Yeah.
Nice. Yeah.
I know, you and I talked off camera. I get it, but
yeah.
Let's just go through the trades and talk about the thinking about everything.
For sure, yeah. So one of the names I was on was Dell. I didn't actually trade it because it just got too wild off the open. It opened up and held 65 really well, but the spread was like 20, 30 cents at some points, and like I couldn't get filled on the bid, so I'd have to cross to get filled, and I wasn't willing to cross 30 cents, be instantly out of the money, 30 cents just to take this trade. It did go. It would have been a great trade, $4, $5 off of that 65 level.
Yeah.
But yeah, unfortunately, Dell was just a little too crazy for me. Couldn't manage risk on it, so I left it alone. But here it is coming up to that 70 level. The high is not 99.83. That is completely false. The high is actually like 70 and some change. And those are all-time highs for Dell. Dell is just going through the sky right now. Blue sky setup, like we've talked about.
Yep.
That's the best setup for these breakouts. And,
and
there it is right there. It shows you, literally hold 65 to the penny, and yeah, goes. Unfortunately, I didn't want to take a trade.
Did this one surprise you?
The move?
Yeah. Not from a technical perspective, from a fundamental.
Fundamental.
I was surprised. I got to tell you.
Yeah, I mean, Dell is really is not the most loved name in that space for sure. But hey, when you think about like workplaces, I mean, all the workplaces I've been to, schools, all Dells.
Very good.
Everywhere is a Dell. Everywhere is a Dell. Here, I don't think we have any Dells. We might have one or two.
I think we had a few back in the day.
Everywhere else, schools and everything, Dells. Workplaces, Dells. So yeah, Definitely a great move on Dell. Breaking out of 70 now. I'm not going to take the trade here because it's midday and whatnot. But yeah, Dell looking good. I just noticed this EDBL gapper. I didn't see it this morning because I don't think it was up very much pre-market. But yeah, this chart just looks insane. Just purely straight up. 150 gave you a dip buy. Let's take a look at a better chart here. Maybe we can get a little further look. EDBL. This is Edible Garden. Oh, that stock that you guys were mentioning. Oh, yes. I heard you guys talking about that one. EDBL, look at that. 150 hold doesn't even come below 150, does it? 149 comes 1 penny, 2 pennies below $1.50, and instantly 240. Like, what a trade. Is there a halt? There must be a halt here, right? Halt. Oh, there's the first halt right there. First halt, instantly 250s to $3. Where's the second halt? There's a second halt here somewhere. Second halt is right there. There's the second halt right here. Wow. $1.50 low, $4.50 high. $3 intraday. What does that move in terms of percentages? That's a almost 200% move intraday. Wow. What a trade if you got that. And it's still holding. Held 3 pretty well. Dipped under for a brief moment. But yeah, holding very well. Great trade if you were on this. AMC, people are yelling. Let's see what's going on with AMC. Oh. Looking good. Trying to break through 13 here. Nothing crazy though. Nothing crazy. AMC obviously had that day. It was two days ago, right? Where it absolutely ripped faces in the pre-market. Remember that was 2 days ago or yesterday? Oh yes, that was 2 days ago. Was the beginning of the move, and then yesterday it tried to get through that 1440. Yeah, AMC.
What a monster edible!
And look at that 1360 too.
Back.
What a great level. This is a level that I had from. I think from here, yeah, it was that high. I marked up that high, and then look at that. Great trade-off, 1360.
Yeah,
you could have taken that easily. Absolutely. Of course, AMC, you got to borrow those shares, right? But
of course.
I'm sure they're relatively cheap.
At least you can borrow them on my platform. You can't even get them.
Oh, yeah. We've got great access to shorts here.
Yeah.
Great access.
No question about it. Day trade the world. I mean, it's almost every single stock we have access to shorts to. It's just going to be a matter of how much they cost, right? And I say almost because, I mean, rarely have I seen that we don't have. Guys, today, the inaugural segment, did I say that right? Inaugural. Yeah, there we go. Inaugural segment of Lunch Money. Neil and Brendel, they're going to take your lunch money, baby. No, they're going to do a nice review during that time. It's going to be about 10 minutes or so, 10, 15 minutes. First segment today, so make sure to hang out. 12 o'clock, lunchtime, a little on the nose, but there you go. Make sure to hang out today. Neil and Brendo, they're going to be taking you through some stuff at, 12 o'clock. All right, Meta. It's doing a bit of a dance at yesterday's close, baby. 295.90, essentially that 296 area, Yannick. It's finding support here. I'm trying to look at the market to see what we're doing. We're also hanging around 15.5. We're below it now. We're at 15.492. That gives me some solace that we're going to continue to head south here on Meta. A possible continuation. Essentially, it's a flat bottom break because when you have a look at the 5, I mean, the 1 is a little bit misleading in that regard. Can we go to the chart if you're able to, please? This is what I'm talking about here. Yesterday's close, that 296 area. We're definitely encountering some support. It's also the area where we look at this. I mean, from yesterday, 296 is a clear support level, and that takes us back to yesterday, midday, 12:45. After market, we didn't dip below that level. Let's go back a few days to see if we even have support from around then. Yes, look at that move up on the 29th. You make a move up into that 284 and change. You come back, you find a buyer again at 296. Sure, we dipped below it yesterday, but the close, or the day prior, pardon me, the 30th, but the close definitely had some support there. So I'm cognizant of that fact, but the price action is the price action, and what I see is a series of lower highs, and we definitely did make a lower low, unless the NQ can show me that it really will hold 15.5. Right now, there is a fight between buyers and sellers. There's no question. We're not clearing 15.5 on the NQ by any by any large amount. A few pennies below. I'm sorry, a few points below, a few points above. So eyes tattooed on the NQ. as well as Meta. Now, there's no point taking profits here on Meta. You know, we printed all the way. We had about $1 winner to the south side. So we're looking for that new low to come in before we wet our beaks one more time. But let's go through some of the movers and shakers that I had on my side chart today. Here we go. Yannick alluded to this one already. Dell, a rocket ship, almost 25% to the good. There is a support, there is a resistance level though at 70. We got up to 70.28. That's the best we could do, but we're not far below it at the moment. 69.65. Look at that, up and to the dang right. As the volume coming in spades on this one. Look at the volume yesterday and then compare that to the volume today. There's just no comparison. It completely overshadows the volume from yesterday, and I'm sure if I looked at previous days, it would be that as well. There is the big wick at 1605, 405 on the earnings win. Let's call a spade a spade. It was a win. Analysts probably were not expecting much from this company. As we've heard, PC sales have absolutely all but dried up in the post-COVID era. I didn't read the report with any degree of detail here, so I don't want to speak to it. But clearly, something's afoot. And then that continued again in the morning. It was up again, gapping up in the pre-market, but not by that much. It definitely was that after the bell move when you have to assume institutional money started piling into this one. It's been holding the 7 on the 5-minute chart, the 7 EMA on the 5-minute chart quite well. If you bought dips anywhere, essentially off the 7 from, let's see, 10:05 afterwards, you're printing. So good look there for you. The other one, let me just look at what Meta is doing here. Meta is making, is about to make a higher high, so I may have to cut this. We're only about 20 pennies out of the money, but Lulu, another, I call a spade. It's an earnings surprise. I did not think, even though that they cater to a more, basically a wealthier clientele, I did not think that the discretionary retail name, especially with huge margins that we know Lulu has and expensive clothing, would be able to hold up. But baby, did they ever hold up. Now, as I mentioned in the morning video, they relied heavily on China, 61% year-over-year growth in China. Compare that to 11% in North America. That far overshadows it, but they do have other strategies. They're growing their men's line. They're trying to increase their TAM, their total addressable market. They're also opening with a lot of aggression their brick and mortar stores, trying to definitely take advantage of places where they haven't been before, markets where they haven't been before, and as well they're increasing their direct to consumer look there. Now, the other one that I want to talk about, AVGO, Broadcom. Brando and I talked a little bit about this one on the morning show. Look, man, it wasn't even an earnings miss. They did well. The only thing on the guide was a little soft, but the other problem was with respect to the guide, they're also having supply issues with respect to producing GPUs. This one, Broadcom, has been looked at by analysts as a possible next NVIDIA. I mean, a lot of analysts can't stomach the NVIDIA cost, and essentially they don't like the cost of it. They think it's overinflated, so they're looking for something more value related. This might be just one of those times where you just gotta buy the expensive stock. So we'll see what happens there. AVGO, the other one, and then Obi mentioned EOSE earlier in the show. This one getting a nice government contract. Big move for it yesterday at 4 o'clock.
Nice contract.
Yeah.
Great, Great contract.
What you want to give some details?
I have no details about it other than the price action. Just that you had that 540 high, opens up at 480, and now we're at 370. We're 40 cents away from yesterday's end of yesterday, right? So the bottom of this move. So we gave up the whole move. We gave up the ghost. The ghost is gone.
The ghost is gone.
Ghost is gone.
Dang ghost. Get your act together, Ghost. No, but in all seriousness here, I mean, it has been, it was a good move. We're giving up the entire move, but we're not at yesterday's close yet. Yesterday's close, guys, 3.25 on ESOE. So we'll keep an eye on that. Okay, well, I'm in a trade, by the way, Colm Carmody or whatever, however you say your last name. I'm in Meta. At the moment, I'm short Meta at 296 and a quarter. So before you start going off there, just check your facts. VFS was the other one that was interesting. This one again to the downside. Yesterday it closed off at 35 bucks, just a smidge below 35 bucks. And now we're at the low of day 28.11, 28.73 is where we're trading right now. So nice, another day, another move down for this highly inflated name, Yannick.
Yeah, definitely interesting stuff there. I'm just looking at PDD and the TQQ right now. PDD is coming into the 103 level. Think I want to long through this 103, and TQQ I have an order to short through the low. So if we go through the low on TQs, I will take that short, and the opposite on PDD. But PDD does not look very good right now. There's quite a reserve at 99s here. Pull it up, yeah, it's right there. Trying to get through that 103, but someone's just sitting here. Obviously, you see it's not printing above 98, 97, 103 flat, so that means there's somebody iceberging, hiding their size, waiting to get filled. So we wait, we see how it breaks. If it breaks well, then I'll take the trade. If it doesn't look good, then I won't take the trade. Simple as that. Let me pull up TQQ on the other chart so you can see when I get filled there. I'm not going to take the NQ because I don't want to take the NQ. I like trading the TQ more. It's more manageable in my opinion. What do you think about? What do you think? What would you rather trade when you want to trade index plays?
I like the MNQ or the MES.
Yeah, so you like the futures more than the ETFs.
But it would be so. You got to be so precise with your entry because it goes against you super quick. You'll get shut down.
Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah, especially on a small shutdown, whatever, $50-$100 shutdown. Yeah, you're going to be. You only have one or two shots on those trades, and that's only with one contract. As soon as you take 2 or 3 contracts, you better be right away.
Yeah, exactly. No, you're bang on, man. I mean, it's a prop floor. It's not your own house, right?
Yeah.
You want to let that go against you in the house? That's a different story. But we're holding here on Meta, and this is very interesting. So that, I knew it. So this is very interesting here. I'm going to have to probably cut the rest of this trade. We are holding here, and we're starting to make. We made it definitely a higher high, and we are moving up on the NQ. So I'm going to cut this trade. I'm going to cut this trade, and then I'm going to get back in if it moves up, if it comes into VWAP and then rejects again. But I'm seeing actually some very good strength on AMD. It's a bit counter market at the moment. That's the move here. Have you looked at AMD today?
I did.
This is very interesting. AMD. Let's pull that bad boy up.
Oh, that looks really good.
Yeah, and it's counter trend, higher highs, higher lows. It has a 108.89 top, essentially 109. This one would have been fantastic off a VWAP dip. I really like this one. I'm not sure what the reason is we're moving up on it on the day. Let me have a look quickly here to see on the blotter. Do we have any AMD news? Not typically. Yesterday was kind of weak, to be honest with you. Maybe it's just a bit of a, people repositioning in after a nice move down yesterday. But interesting look there. Okay, so I have to mute my phone because people don't understand that I'm working at the moment. So, all right, Ray Serene, can you check ChargePoint? So we haven't looked at this name for a while. Let's have a look at ChargePoint. Where is it? Where is my battery place? There we go. CHPT, it's up 3.5%, 1.88 million shares. Not much in the way of, I got to tell you, today there's no headline, so I probably won't be trading this. Up 3.5%. I'm not sure if it's a sympathy play with anything else, but here is the look on ChargePoint. Really got going after the bell there. 2.5 since the bell, 3.5 on the day, 741. What's the daily look like? Yeah, well, the daily is a bit of a tough one. Multiple rejections off the 200. Look at that double top. That was bamboozlement off the 200. This one is supposed to really, take advantage of the Inflation Reduction Act, however inappropriately named. But it's been double topping quite a bit. Look at this. Double top through the 200, double top at the 200. Tries to reclaim the 50, can't really do it. Now, probably a lot of this has to do with the fact that Tesla opened up its charging stations to other companies like Ford and GM, right? And I think Polestar now, who's going to have...
oh, yes, Polestar.
Yeah, so And I tell you, unless there's something really here where it's going to get a major contract, I personally would stay away from it. Technically speaking, though, like from a technical perspective, there's nothing for me to look there.
Nice. Well, I am long PDD at the moment. Position board not updated, but yeah, long PDD, 103.8 is my average. My out will be through 88s, 87s, around that area, somewhere there. Looking for 50 cents on this one to maybe $1, but I don't expect it to go to much past 105. It might get to 105, but 105 is a key level that I think it will have some trouble at. So yeah, I'll be taking it off probably for the 50-cent level, or when I start to see some serious selling or a good reason to get out. But yeah, PDD long through the high of day, simple trade. Not much to it. You guys know about these breakouts, you know, we do them every day. And yeah, hopefully this one works out for me. If it doesn't, I'll take it off. No emotions involved. We're chilling. TQQ never got to my price, so I didn't take the trade. It's just bouncing, and Q's bouncing. But yeah, that 15,480, definitely key. 15,480 is a great spot to short through it, in my opinion, just risking just above. But yeah, gotta watch out for the Fugays, because, you know, they'll go through the level, just like they did here, right? They go through 15,500, comes back through, doesn't really get down, and then comes back through, and this could go either way from here, you know? So yeah, we just wait for our prices to come in, take trades off that, and just wait, man, just wait. As well, PDD's on SSR extended, I think, right? PDD's SSR extended, so that means you cannot short the bid.
All right, a couple of super chats we got to get to. LJD, 2 quid. Thank you very much, LJD. You didn't have to send 2, but we'll hit 2 bangs for you because you did that. Thank you very much. BW Babcock and Wilcox Enterprise. Is there a ticker there, brother? Is it just BW? Let's have a look. BW. Yes, it is. Okay, it is BW. Let's pull up the trusty chart. BW. Oops, that's BQ. Okay, what do we got here? That's the daily on BW. Let's put in the ticker real quick here so everybody can follow along. All right, so very interesting chart. What does this company do? Babcock and Wilcox Enterprise is a provider of energy and environmental technologies and services for the industrial, electricity, utility, municipal, and other customers. Okay, so it's a utility play. That's usually a counter-cyclical. The company operates through 3 segments: Babcock and Wilcox Renewables, Environmental, and Thermal. Okay, it has a renewable segment that offers technologies and environmentally sustainable power, heat, and generation. I wonder if this is a recipient of the Inflation Reduction Act as well. Well, look, from a technical perspective, we topped out in November 2021. We all know why. That was when Jerome Powell took the stand and said that inflation was not transitory. And look at this, a series of lower highs, lower highs, lower highs all throughout. Sadly as well, there have been lower lows as well as that. You know, you could draw several trend lines here. This is probably the line of best fit. The other one could be around something like this. Okay, it's not an exact science. But lately, going to about May, there has been a support level at 475. We dipped around there, like I said, late May, early June, and then again, mid-August, and we're finding a bit of a move up. With respect to the high side on the year, it seems as if that 6 3/4 is definitely a resistance area as well. You had a consolidation area top between January to March around that time. Then you had a double top and sold off June as well. So from a daily perspective, not so good. Let's look at the weekly and get the even bigger picture here on this. So when did this come to market? They had a 10-to-1 split, so my chart doesn't reflect anything prior to 2019. I don't know when this IPO'd. All-time lows, though, at about $1. So state income, well, it looks like it probably split to maintain its compliance. But this 475 level, this is the very interesting level, because look at this. This is a former area of resistance going all the way back to October 19, January 2020, and even actually March 2020. as Michael Noss said on the show this morning, price action has a memory and it goes back far. So this very interesting area, former area of resistance here, becoming support. So if you're buying off this 475, it's not a bad look. Now I realize there was a portion of late 2022 where you might have questioned that thesis because we did dip down into that $4 area. But that was about 75 pennies and it wasn't long lasting. Look, it stayed a week below there and then the following week it closed above 475, nearer that 5 level, 487 or so. So that 475 dip is really interesting. This doesn't do enough volume to trade it on an intraday basis, but if you're talking swing and you're talking long term, dips at 475, look good, not financial advice yet.
Yeah, looks good. You know what else looked good today? NVIDIA fail break off of like 498, 499 area from that high. I mean, if you wanted 499 fills, you had to get pre-market, but yeah, I mean, oh wait, I just got a little alert. TSHA, wait, TradingView alert. Is TradingView actually giving me good alerts? Oh my God. TSHA is about to break through the 362 highs. That's a good one. You should watch this. We could see something unfold here.
Okay.
It's actually a good alert.
Go for it.
I'll keep that there, but also just want to mention the video real quick. Yeah, that 499 fail break, that was absolutely money today. Gave you $10 right away and then $15 later if you waited some more. So yeah, NVIDIA, great trade, great fail break, great short if you got that. Yeah, there's not much there. But back to TSHA, let's take a look. Where did that go? Is that still going? I will take that high of day break. I will take that 362 break if we get there. Not much volume here, less than 1 million, but the spread isn't crazy. Seems to be size on both sides, so I think I won't have trouble getting in or out of this trade if it goes against. AXLA, someone called out 32 was that level, a good pre-market level, 32 cents, but it never got through it. It hasn't gotten through it now, and it's just kind of a little muted, so we will take a look at that later, but my PDD position is coming against me. I will take it out through I think the 50 EMA, I will be taking that out, so we're going to wait and see what it does. Yeah, TSHA kind of quiet now. Ever since that alert came off, it's just kind of stopped moving, so maybe there won't be too much in this one, but yeah, let's just keep waiting, see what these prices say, see what everything tells us, listen to the market, don't make too rash decisions. What else do we have? We've got S was another one that I was looking at. The Sentinel one this morning. I wasn't really thinking a breakout trade on this to the upside because it had the earnings yesterday and the whole move reverted. Like it pumped $3, almost $3, and then completely reverted the whole move. And my thinking on the open was if that happened pre-market, then there's clearly not much interest in buying this name off of this earnings, off of this report. So yeah, the short off of these highs, kind of like pre-market area, 1830s, 1840s, great short, great kind of double top. Obviously, you didn't get to the highs, but yeah, still a great trade there. My thesis on this was short because of that price action. The report I didn't really have time to look at or understand. I don't understand this company, so I can't really start to assume things about a report. Are you familiar with this company?
No. What's the ticker?
Just S.NY. Yeah.
All right, that's a little on the nose. Sorry about that. Cybersecurity, yeah, okay. So they've been doing real well lately. It seems like companies are continuing to spend on, the cloud, cybersecurity. We all know the information wars between East and West at the moment. You're going to have to protect your data. There's just, yeah, at the moment. You know how it is, Yannick. But we'll get to that one in a second. I'm just involved in another meta short here. I took it on the backside as the NQ started coming back down from that 15.5 I've already wet my beak on about half the position here with 2 outs. I'm sitting at the 2/3 of a dollar. I got short 6s. I'm probably not going to give this one much room. It's a scalp unless otherwise stated, but I'm looking for continued weakness here on the future. If we can reject and break below 15.5 again, I think Meta will be able to flush. It was also an interesting VWAP rejection on Meta. Is it? 1 second. Let me just double check that. Yeah, it wicked up just a smidge below VWAP, actually about the 50 period. VWAP is at 55s, 297.55 on my chart. It got here to 46s, so it's like, okay, I'll front run this one. Already 2 outs, but if it comes against me too much, we're gonna cut this one. If it makes a new high, is what I'm trying to say here. If we get a new high through the 50 break, that'll be the end of the trade. Otherwise, I'm looking for continued weakness on the future and to ride Meta down if it continues down. Well, here we go, right back south again into the $0.75, 296 3/4. We'll see if we can get continued weakness. PDP Keeper, PG Keeper, that's it, sorry. $4.99 super chat. Thank you very much, my friend. I'm learning a lot from this channel. Thank you. Yeah, it's because Yannick's doing most of the talking, baby. That's why.
That's not true.
Nah, it is
That's
true, my
not
friend.
true.
Yeah, you have very good analysis there. Shout out to Yannick, who's been killing it this week on the show. Yeah, I've told you off camera, and I'll tell you again live on camera, man. You really improved this week, let me tell you, my friend.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah, no,
I've
that's
been
the real
trying,
deal,
I've been
brother.
trying.
And there we go, Yannick. We get the fill on our friend Meta again, as it does a nice little VWAP rejection. Partial fill for the moment at that $0.0025. We're looking for more as the future dips below 15.5 again. And our friend Meta was a very good friend of mine earlier in the year.
You knew them well?
Well, no, my personal account knew them well. Yeah, did you know them well? Like, we're talking about the company as like a person here, which is funny. But yeah.
Got that good Zuck?
Yeah, Zucky. We call him Zucky on the show. Zucky. Yeah, anyway, nice little move here on Meta, but definitely if this makes a higher high, again, we're out of most of the position here. If it breaks this 297.5, that will be the end of my trade. I don't want to give too much back. Here, let's see what else everybody's talking to. Zach Frack, is there any news on Hawaiian Energy? You want to have a look at Hawaiian Energy?
HE,
Yeah, baby.
Yeah. I was actually Carvana too. It's coming to a 52 level here as well. But
Yeah,
we'll take a
someone
look
was
at
just
that in a
asking
moment.
about Carvana as well. Good call.
HE, oh yeah, that's a really good chart. That's straight up. Let's get a wider look at this one. A wider perspective. Yeah. HE, where are we? Yeah, it's still down here. Obviously, 15 is the key level on this one, 15 to 1550. Let's get even further back. Yeah.
What is your problem?
1550, 1560, definitely the area that I would be waiting for a breakout. And yeah, because like just look at it. Once you crack 1550s, your next level is 17. So that's $1.50 there is the target that you should be really looking for. And then after 17, you've got 19, and then after 19, it's like 22.5. So yeah, you really just have to wait for these levels to come in and take trades off them, because before those levels, you get these moves like this. You know, it gets to 15, doesn't get through 1550, and then just comes down. Same thing here, doesn't get through 1550, comes right back down. Now we're trying to get there. If we get through 1550, that could be something for a breakout trade. Obviously, you know, you had a base here, good base, $13. That could be a dip buy. This 1240 level, 1250 level, solid area for a dip buy. But, you know, Hawaiian Electric, that would be a risky dip buy considering what's going on over there and the fact that this price action happened just from this sort of, you know, this news that has occurred over there. So I would definitely be careful in that name. But I do want to look at Carvana in the same respect. We have, let's see, what's this day? That's a key level there for sure. What do we have there? 53s, 5320s about. Definitely going to mark that up for a breakout potentially. Yeah, look at that. 5320s. Once we crack that level, that area, with some actual strength and hold that area, next level for me is 5550s, 56. After 5550s, 56, I'm looking at 5960. So once again, it's a similar thing. Like look at this one right here. 45 is the level that I'm looking at. Doesn't come below 45. When it comes below 45, it comes below it by $2 whole, almost $3 there. Holds under 45 the whole time. Holds under. Right when it blasts through 45, it goes to 49.5. Gives you $4.50 over 45, and the same situation happened to the downside in the same day. Comes through 45, gives you $4.50 to the other side.
Give a man his money.
45 is an excellent level on this one. This is what you really got to be doing when you trade things like these. You got to find those levels that really stick, and just when they come, they go, and they never look back. You know.
And I can't, for the life of me, understand this. I mean, I don't.
Carvana, yeah, right, yeah. It's quite something, and the way it's been holding up too, it's like it kind of went dormant for a bit. We forgot about it, and now look where it is.
Max traded this one to no end, bro.
Max did very good job on this one. But yeah,
like he had his levels marked out on it and everything.
That PDD trade almost stopped me out. I was getting ready to punch out when it was sitting at the 50 EMA, but it did not break below it with enough meaningfulness for me to want to get out of the trade. So I held it, and now we're going through the highs. So here we are. My average is 103.8 cents. It's not on the board, but that is my average.
Sure.
And like I said, I'm waiting for 50s. And then
are you involved in the trade?
Yeah, I'm in the trade.
Cool.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm in the trade, 103.8.
Okay, so we're going to talk here a little bit about VFS because it just made another new low. Down 20 1/5% on the day currently. Goodness gracious, I really wish I was able to get shorts now. Obviously, I'm not talking about my personal platform here. I really wanted to ride this one down. I checked every day to see if anybody would underwrite puts. Nobody's underwriting puts for this. I guess because everyone knows where it's going, right? Remove all horizontal trend lines. Yesterday, guys, we closed out on not our friend VFS at that. I want to give you an exact level here of 34 and just a smidge below 3/4. We are not talking about 27.5 as a low a day. So another day, another market shed on VFS. What is its market cap now? 64 billion after the 200 billion. And I don't mean to lie. I really hope nobody longed this one, guys, because we were telling you from before where this one was going to end up. Because the fundamentals, at the end of the day, they have to jive, and they didn't. So anyway, headed down. Anybody shorting this one looks like a dang genius. If you were able to secure shorts, I was not able to. All right, let's look at what the chat is up to here. I'm getting a bunch of tags. Hampton's Trader likes the 15.5 bounce on the NQ. He also likes a 108 on AMD. Natalia, talking Ponzi. Hampton's Trader, NVIDIA, if breaks VWAP. Okay, interesting look there. Kevy82, look at SMCI's recovery versus what AVGO and NVIDIA are doing. Sure, we'll have a look at that in a second. I'm sitting here printing on Meta, though. Another 50 some odd pennies in the money. Down to Sky. Disney making a comeback from here. Does it look like a nice entry? We'll talk a little bit about that, but I just want to see what we're going to do here, Yannick, on this Meta trade. We're going to go ahead at the $0.50. First and foremost, we're going to look at SMCI because that was the first question here.
Just before you mention that, I just want to say that
go for it.
I wet my beak in the TQQ trade that I was talking about. So yeah, I wet my beak a bit. I will be adding through the lows if it goes there, and my stop will be somewhere in the 40s, 50s area.
Good luck.
Yeah, I still have PDD and now TQQ.
So SMCI, here we'll have a look at, we'll go to the 15 because we'll get a broader picture here of SMCI. Yeah, look guys, it's still an uptrend. This was the earnings rejection. Let me put the ticker in so I don't get any complaints. SMCI, here we go. This was the earnings rejection. Sadly, we had the big move up August 23rd, and then Huadunk. We went from 302, 305-ish, essentially, all the way down to about 256. But it has recovered quite well. Look at this. A series of higher lows and, in fact, higher highs. Now, looking at possible resistance here at 290, but, you know, I suggest we continue to go here because they are a supplier of parts to NVIDIA. And as NVIDIA does, likely as SMC does, NVIDIA's recovered quite well. But yeah, look, the Huadunk came in and it came in fast and furious. Now, was it really a Huadunk when you look at the 4-hour? Look at what this stock has done since May 1st. My goodness. I mean, it is due for a correction of sorts. And if you're looking at the longer term trend, the the correction in June when we bottomed out at around 215-ish to 210-ish or so, we didn't get down there again. So it was a higher low. We got down to 2 1/3, right? 233 bucks. So SMCI is still looking good, guys. And you are riding that AI wave. And I got to tell you, there hasn't been a move up like NVIDIA since Cisco. Between 1995 and 2000, Cisco was up over 4,000%. NVIDIA, second best. I forget what it's up, 700 some odd percent in the last couple of years. So this is not a wave. This is not a cycle that we typically see. It is not normal. So, there are going to be other components that take advantage of this. On the day, though, SMCI, good, nice bounce back here. We had a 280, 215 high. Then we had the Christmas tree recovery off that 267 area. Shout out to Handy Randy. 266.55, technically the low of day. And we get above that break-even point at that 275. This latest crest coming up almost 281.5. So intraday, not a bad look. It's not a stock that I trade intraday because it is just quite so volatile and very, very spready. Let's see what Meta is up to, though. Meta just wicked down into that $0.25 area. So we're almost $1 in the money now. It's coming back into that 49 area. It's time to wet our beak again here. We're going to take some out here to delever. What is my situation over here? All right, not a bad look, not a bad look. I think I'm going to let this one do its thing because it is coming right back down into yesterday's close at 295.91, essentially a smidge below 296. So that's where we took our short last time. The initial entry was here, and then we covered some into that 295. So definitely we have a higher low, and that does, if you're looking for a trend following system, that should concern you here, because a higher low, that's not the luck. So we'll see what happens. We'll see what else the chat is up to. More questions here. The other one was, you want to have a look at Disney? That was asked by Down to Sky.
Disney.
What their question was, Diz making a comeback from here, does it look like a nice entry to you?
Let me pull up TradingView. Oh, a nice entry for intraday play, I assume? Yeah, right? Nice. Okay, well, at this point, pull back. Okay, entry in what sense? Do you want a long? Do you want a short? For me, there's
recovering. I'm assuming they're asking
short
about recovering.
Or a long. I'm not sure, but for me, this is, if I was to take a trade on this one at this point here, I'd definitely rather take the short here. If you wanted the long, you should have been there at 81 or 81.20s, risking to 81. But for me, this name doesn't look too good. Off the open, the break of 81, no, it wasn't even good. Honestly, 82 was the break you could have taken off the open for me. There's not much here. 82 failed break as well on the short side. You could have taken good trade. I do want to mention, though, TSHA. I did take the long on TSHA. Volume is still very low, not looking very good, but I'm long from 65s. Took the break. And yeah, it's holding well. It's going through those highs. As well, PDD, I managed to I top wicked it basically like by a couple cents. The high was 49. I got filled at 47s. Got about a quarter out, and yeah, I think we'll be taking this out soon here. It looks like it wants to turn around. Gonna hold TSHA through 360s if it gets there. And TQQ just went down.
Oh yeah,
didn't add.
we're spinning here,
I didn't
baby.
Add. Oh, no,
we're in a full state of spin
on
Meta.
Okay, I added to Q position. I added there. TSHA still not doing anything. PDD. Oh yeah, PDD's going against me. I'm gonna take that off. PDD, goodbye.
Oh baby. All right, here we go, guys. We are moving down aggressively again on Meta. So 2 dubs on this one. Initial 296.25 short. We take it down to 295.25 short. Get out for a little bit of a loss on the remaining portion. No question about that. We reignite the short off the VWAP projection, and it's been a symphony of outs here as we move back. But again, no new lower low. Let's be real about it. We're holding that 296 general area, even though we are at support and we have made several lower highs, and this is what I'm talking about here on Meta. High, lower high, again with a flat bottom break. This looks like it's gonna go south, man. I should just hold the remaining piece here because this is what this, I don't know if you're familiar with this pattern or this is something that you like to trade. Lower high, flat bottom. Usually the bottom drops out.
Take the short through it.
Yeah, well, I didn't even wait. I got the crests, right?
Yep.
Because of the lower high. And as our friend, Neil likes to say, getting it on the back end, right? So this would be the move up, and then if you're looking for the move down, you wait for a couple of red candles, you get it on the back end, you wait for it down. But that doesn't mean it's going to happen every time. But the fact of the matter is, we are now red on the day on Meta, marginally, 0.04%, but that flat bottom is staring me in the face, and those lower highs are also staring me in the face. So I'm confident about this one, but not going to really, get too excited about it because we have to let it materialize.
Yes,
so we're keeping an eye on that. There were some more tags here we got to go back to here. Jay Lee, I don't know what FWI means. VFS cost me 650% interest to borrow to short from Questrade. My God, thought you'd like, that's nuts.
What?
Yeah, they're charging 650 points to borrow on Questrade. At least you can get shorts, dude. IBKR doesn't have shorts. All right, we're gonna wet our beak again here. We're taking baby outs though because we are headed south here on Meta and the bottom is dropping off. There's no question about that. Shout out to Meta. Sorry, Mr. Zucky. You're going to have to, that's your problem today. Yep. Div, what the opposite of Huadunk? Because AMD keeps going up with QQQ going down. Yeah, we mentioned AMD being relatively strong on the name. It's Quaboom, my friend. We got to give credit to Sean on that one. He came up with it.
Quaboom.
Quaboom. What else is being asked here?
How is Quadung spelled?
You know what? I made up the word, but Neil took the liberty of defining it and and spelling it, and he put it on what's it called? Urban Dictionary.
He did?
He did. It's actually on Urban Dictionary. Yeah. Shout out to the Neil. He is at the big
Putting
desk
in the
at
extra
the moment.
work.
Yeah, Neil.
That's awesome. So I could pull it up right now in Urban.
Go for it. Yeah.
Really?
Huadunk, yeah, I think loan, that's exactly it, loan. KHWADOONK. No, Chris Barkdale, it's not spelled with a Q, it's a KH around here. Isn't it a KH, Neil?
An aggressive move to the downside. Jim Cramer said to buy Meta.
Neil's putting it back on me. He's like, you told me how to spell it.
Here it is.
I think I did.
An aggressive move to the downside. Jim Cramer said to buy Meta before earnings, and it went quadruple the next day.
I love how you put Jim Cramer in there. You are a superstar for putting that. Shout out to, what's he called? He calls himself Jimmy Chills. Nah, bro, you're not Chills.
That's so awesome.
Yeah. He's like, Jimmy Chill this, Jimmy Chill that. Guys, we are at $2.95 now. We're almost $2 in the money on this play. We're going to hang out here at the $0.25 because that's where we bottomed out last time, Yannick. The last time around on that trough. There it is, baby. We are headed south here on Meta, baby. And we were in the $2 money club for a second, then it popped right back up. But good look. Amazon, much the same look here too. Are you seeing this old one, Cano? Obi is saying he wants to see what happens at that 137. It's an important level for him. He wants to see.
Yep.
The SPY just broke 450.
I just got a TQ fill here.
Go.
It's not much, just one fill. Came to 80s, saw some size there, got in front of the size, and yeah, we're going lower. Gonna take the rest of it probably closer towards 60s, 50s if we get there. But yeah, definitely gonna wait on this one. TSHA kind of just doing nothing. I'll take that off through like 360s, 355s. Yeah, not much going on here. Not much.
Oh, I want to talk about this because this was something that I sent over to you. I asked you about the Disney look, and then Fabian in my ear alerted me to the fact that Disney VFX crew votes to unionize for the first time in history. This is very interesting, guys. This affects margins, so it's going to affect the business. Disney VFX crew makes history by pursuing unionization after filing request to the National Labor Relations Board. Over 80% of the 18 in-house members have signaled support by signing authorization cards. Not the biggest, union, but a precedent nonetheless. You guys can have a read through there. It is available through Clutch Points. I will put the link for that in the chat if you want to read it more thoroughly. There it is. Just put that bad boy in the chat. Shout out to Fabian for sending me that. But here we go. We are still holding that general area of 296, Yannick, because we haven't cleared it by all that much. And here's the look. Here's the look on Meta. I mean, this is what you're looking for. You're looking for lower lows and lower highs, and you're getting it. So there's really no technical reason for me to sell at this point. And we are making definitely newer lows as that 5-minute candle now really inching in closer to a 295 Yannick.
Very, very so, very much so. And you know what I just saw? Did you see the
Oh,
Dixie?
baby.
You see the Dixie today? Our friend?
Our friend, the Dixie.
The
it is
DXY.
flying up,
What is
my
that
guy.
up? Let's see. That's up 0.52%, 0.5% for the Dixie today. 104.50, 105 is that key level. If we see that 105, man, Dixie to the moon. You know what that means when the Dixie goes up. Dixie to the moon, stonks go down.
Bro, we're gonna have to hit $2 club.
Oh, wow.
You know what?
Awesome, awesome. My TQ trade is only 22 cents in the money. But,
We're printing here, Yannick, on Yannick. Come on, we're printing on Meta, Mr. Yannick, as we broke through 295. Technically, now on the day, it is at 294.87 low. The market is giving up the ghost. The 10-year is up almost 2.5%. The 2-year is asleep, quite honestly, up only 0.44. But yeah, the 10-year is the one that I keep my eye on. I think most market participants really keep their eye on the 10-year from day in and day out basis. But
most certainly.
very happy with this trade. Free fall Friday, as Lee Vu likes to say. There in the chat, Mike bad, yeah. How's the mic now, guys? Is it good? We're good? All right. Sorry, guys. We've been having issues with my mic. Apparently, this antenna has a mind of its own. And if it's not caressed and, petted and stuff on a daily basis, it seems to have some static there. So we'll have to keep an eye on that. And I'm kidding, guys. I think there's just something going on with the mic. But, yeah, we're good. We're good over here.
You know what is going up, though, while everything's going down? Uranium.
Wow, man,
Sprott
CCJ?
Physical Uranium, U.UN, CCO, Cameco, breaking through highs, man,
No
it
way.
doesn't care. Just
No
shrugging
way.
off all market moves. The weekly chart here,
has
look at
been a
that. We're at
great
$60
move,
highs
man.
right there on the TSX.
Dang it.
Oh, my.
You know this is going to be a clean energy play.
Oh, my God.
Right?
It's
We don't
beautiful.
have enough solar. We don't have enough wind. You know they're going to go to nuclear. Small modular reactors are a good move.
Yep.
Ontario, we got almost 15 million people in this province now.
You
Right?
know, it's funny you mentioned small modular reactors. I don't know if you know about this name, SMR. It's literally called small modular
love it.
reactor.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's on
because that's
the
what
nose,
they do.
yeah.
But they're not been doing well.
Why do they
They've
suck so
not
bad? Is
been
it
doing
balance
well.
sheet problem? What's the problem?
It's
there?
balance sheet problems, and as well, it's hard to get contracts.
I see.
Right? Like nobody really is pushing for this yet.
I see.
And
So it's
so
interesting to look.
definitely could be something to watch out for for the long term. Yeah, that's my little nuclear watch list there. It's very small. I only watch a few things, but
No,
yeah.
you got a great watch list there. On you and I think we shared that similarity in common because my watch is pretty thorough as well, and I
yeah,
really
for
do
sure.
appreciate
All
that
those-
about
all
you,
the
bro.
stuff. I love the commodity stuff, like the covered call ETFs and all those. Those are great. Like the QYLD, all those different covered call ETFs. They're great. I know you're not too much of a fan of the dividend stuff, but
I don't have a problem. It's just not my style.
yeah, it's just not your style. Exactly. No, since I'm day trading and whatnot a lot, right?
Yeah.
You are too, but it's hard to focus on, have that in the back of your head the whole time to be able to focus on the
Right.
long-term stuff at the same
Right.
time. So having a more passive approach where you just kind of
sure.
buy your favorite dividend names is always a great way to play about the markets.
All right. Meta's continuing to print newer lows here, man. So I'm not getting out. I'm wetting my beak here at the $0.75. If we make it down into 294 3/4, fantastic. It's already a $2 plus winner. So we're going to let this one be. Tesla's absolutely, wetting the bed. We were at 260 to start the morning. We're just barely holding on to 245 here, Yannick. It has been not a good day for Tesla as margins continue to get squeezed. Another price cut in China, another price cut in, I think in North America. I don't want to speak for Canada, but I know for a fact in the States, they did cut the price on the Model X, on the Model S substantially. It was like 10 to 14%. That's not a joke, guys. For it to qualify for the $7,500 tax credit. I believe that is under the Inflation Reduction Act. I'm not 100% sure. That's not really relevant for our purposes. Now it qualifies, so I guess they're looking more obviously for volume in that case because more people will be prone to buying it. It will fit into people's budgets more easily and acquire a larger TAM. But when I tell you about that, let me tell you about this, Yannick. We just got filled at the $0.75 again here on the symphony of outs that we have on the short on Meta.
Nice.
Down we go with it, baby. A VWAP rejection, and we got almost top wick here, not exactly top wick. So second entry here on Meta, second time's a charm apparently. Let's go ahead. Now we don't have a lot left, to be truthful. So we got to sit here. I'm going to sit in front of the $0.50 on this move down. What is the chat up to here? James Dell. I live by Hanford nuclear reservations. We are still cleaning up from the A-bomb production from the 40s. I am really sorry to hear about that, bro. I see those videos of what they used to do. They used to have underwater tests, nuclear tests. I can just only imagine the wildlife under there that got decimated. It's hard to watch. It is our history, and there's no running away from it. But yeah, I think we've become a lot more responsible, at least to some degree. I think we still have a long way to go, but SMRs are we got to keep the lights on, right? And if nuclear is going to be a reasonable alternative, again, I'm not a scientist here. I'm just going by what I read. All right, we're still printing newer lows here, Yannick, on Meta, so I'm going to leave this one be.
Newer lows on Meta, man. That's a great trade. That 300 fail break, that was the one, man. 301. That's crazy. Look at that. Look at that level. I didn't even mark that up. Like, that was there from another day.
What? Sorry.
This level right here,
Wow.
378s.
That's top wick.
That's from another day. I didn't mark that today. That's like from back here or something.
Price has memory, bro. Michael Moss said it this morning. He's been saying it a bunch.
Yeah.
Price
has
memory.
short-term, long-term, mid-term memory.
There you go.
That's
just like us.
All kinds of memory. Well, I mean, it's so weird. My short-term memory is really poor, but my extremely long-term memory is shockingly good.
Really?
Yeah. Like I remember.
So the important events stay in your mind, but all the crap, ancillary stuff on a day-to-day, it doesn't make it into your.
Yeah.
That's not a bad thing.
No, it's not. It's not even about that. It's just like the weird, odd things stand out. Like you see someone on the street and something about them just like stands out to you, and they're engraved in your head.
Yeah, that's cool.
Just something about them. You see different people, they look whatever. They're wearing cool things. Stand out in different ways, and you're just like, oh, I remember that person.
All right.
Especially coming here every day, like I'm running into the same people because I'm usually coming off the train at the same time, getting back on at the same time. So you start to see the same people over and over doing their commutes and whatnot, and it's nice to see that.
That's cool.
City's booming.
Wow, we're making newer. Wow, we're just headed south here, man. On Meta, here we go. We didn't get the fill because the ask is holding up at 63, but there we go. We get the fill again. We're almost going to be $3 in the money on this one.
$3 in the dollars.
$3 money in the dollars. I'm so excited I can't even talk.
That's awesome. Great trade.
Yeah.
Great trade.
So this one continuing to head south. Jay Lee, UPTD, insane still. I see it. It's on my side chart.
Yeah. Unfortunately.
You want to have a look?
Yeah. I don't. What is there to even say about this? It's like ADTX. It's like all those other ones. Extremely low liquidity. Probably has very minimal shares available to trade. Let's find out. UPTD. I'm going to guess sub 500,000 shares available to trade. Shares outstanding. Okay, 2.3 million. That's not that. It's not a crazy small amount. Definitely manageable, but I'd like to find out what it looks like on the actual UPSTD.
So guys, before Yannick does that, we have the inaugural version. I can't even say that word. I don't know why. But Neil and Brendo are at the big desk for lunch money. Okay, so I guess it's not working. We're going to wait a little bit. There we go.
There we go.
They made it and then forgot where they put it. Neil is joining. Yeah, we're going to do this on a daily basis, and this is to kind of recap not only what has happened since the open at 9:30, but give you some ideas going into typically, let's be honest, which is a little bit of a slow time of day. And we're going to focus on anything that has popped up since 9:30, since we were talking last in the pre-market. Neil, I mean, good to see you, by the way. It's glad you're back.
It's been a few minutes.
Yeah.
I don't know. Inaugural is the word that I think Sharif was looking for. Inaugural.
And struggling with.
That's the word.
I don't know if people actually realize how far apart we actually sit during the show. I mean, it doesn't come across that way, but we're on the other side of the studio from each other. So anyways, again, the premise here, we'll dig into a few things that are moving around since 9:30, since the market opened, obviously. Touch on why, touch on what it's done, why it's moving, and what we can look for going into the afternoon. So obviously the crazy one has been this Trade Up Acquisition Corporation, which is this UPTD. And I was explaining to a few people off of the show this morning, this is a market mechanic thing at the end of the day.
No, 100%. So, ultimately, you've seen this with a lot of really low floats type names. They have a float under 1 million shares, and then it's very easy to just soak up the float, which means if there's not a lot available, and even if that small number is held by a lot of institutions, there's just not a lot to buy and sell in the open market. So once longs get accumulated early, anybody that tries to short this stock finds limited liquidity if none of those longs are selling, and then you get one or two up halts and things get absolutely out of hand. So it's worth keeping in mind that anytime you're dealing with something which is SPAC, it's kind of gone off that $10 level here, which you can see if you want to look at like a 15-minute, which I have at the bottom. I've got the 3-minute up so that you can see how ridiculous things have been here today. But you can see there's that $10 level. Been hanging around there, was actually trending to the downside, and then broke out in a big way today. The first things first, if you missed the early move, you've got to understand that you're not going to get that kind of an opportunity back. Like, you're not buying this at $10 or $12 like you were when you're looking for an afternoon style trade. I always look at this one way and one way alone. Let it calm down at a level that makes sense, and then if you can find a risk reward trade there, only play off of that.
Yeah.
Right. And I think it's giving you a little bit of a sign as to what that might be. That original move from 12, we had a viewer that got 12 to 20. Congratulations.
Crazy.
We got a super chat about that.
Crazy.
But that $20 high, we just now have that as support. So anytime you see it here, you get to $20, 21.5 here. It's bounced once, twice, a couple of halts on the way in this early afternoon, and it's holding on to a bottom. So I think that presents you with maybe one shot at a trade. As it gets down into lunchtime, in and around that 21.50 area, that's where you can try to put a long in. If you risk 20 bucks, it's at least a couple of dollars worth of range. The high is over $30. There's at least a risk to reward there. You can get out if it's underneath that 20, and then you can look for that support to come in. Because everything else is, what, are you chasing a breakout? Are you going long as it takes out 33 or something?
It's crazy in the sense, and we were talking a little bit about this ADTX that popped up yesterday in the same way. Be prepared. This thing will, if it does halt, there's a potential that it can open dollars in one way or the other. So if you are long, you don't want to be chasing these things because, you, as you said, take out that $30 maybe on a halt buy. Be prepared that it could open 15, 10, 12. Like, there's no way of knowing. And again, this all comes back to a liquidity type of situation. Let's keep going here. AMC, another one that has popped up since the open. I mean, the initial move downside this morning out of the gate, but here we are back to essentially session high. We were talking late in the day yesterday about this. I mean, throughout the session yesterday about this Taylor Swift film that is going to debut coming up in October at AMC theaters. And Sean actually pointed out that in Canada, they're doing the same thing at Cineplex. So we can go and see this Taylor Swift film, concert film, at Cineplex. But it was $19 a ticket or something along those lines for AMC, which is huge.
I'm surprised it's that cheap. Like, let's be real, right?
It's Taylor Swift.
It's Taylor Swift, right? Yeah. So, again, a little surprised it's that cheap. Oddly enough, the Cineplex near me, the one that I go to, it used to be an AMC. So it was an AMC back in the day. It's a short one from where I live. But this is whatever the catalyst might be. I think we understand when it comes to AMC, throw fundamentals a little bit out the window since the split, the reverse split, and the consolidation between a conversion between APE and AMC. It hasn't been the best looking chart. It got pretty nasty. But it's possible that it's made temp bottom. Like the daily chart's kind of a horror story. Yesterday, it got as high as $14. And today, it looked to the world like it was just going to sell off like any other day. It was headed to the downside. And then it caught a double bottom. And it was right about 10-10-15. It made that double bottom, put in a higher low, and then accelerated. Once it broke out of that higher low, then it started going. Now, what gets interesting is because of that high at $14 yesterday, you've got a lot of room if this is to break back out here. It's now consolidating at 13, not a lot of volume with it, but it's holding the highs. As the market's tanking, right? So the market's tanking, AMC doesn't care. Generally speaking, if you're looking for, in a tanking market, if you're looking for longs, you got to find something that's relatively strong. Sometimes it's something it doesn't really care about what the market's doing and it just wants to squeeze on its own or something along those lines. So AMC fits that bill, but it does need to break out. The first step when you consolidate in a flag like this is for it to take out that high. It's a local high. It's only about 20 cents or so higher than the 13 is trading at. So it has a decent chance that if it can take out that high, you've got room to yesterday's top at $14. It's a pure squeeze type play once it gets the momentum going. It's not a bad catalyst.
Yeah.
We've seen what happens when there's good numbers, like Barbenheimer or Heimer or whatever everyone was calling it. That could cause a lot of times AMC to spike. And anytime you see something like this, I think we both understand the concept. Every single theater is going to be full of Taylor Swift fans for this. They will all get sold out, if I'm not mistaken, because everything she does gets sold out.
Here are one-day numbers. One-day numbers here on ticket sales. 26 million since Thursday for AMC in this film. We were touching on it a little bit yesterday. The new Exorcist movie coming out the same day. So I found an article that was entitled "Forget about Barbenheimer. How about Exor-Swift?"
Exor-Swift? I like it.
bad.
It sounds more like an exercise video to me. Although realistically, it probably exists and she's probably already done it.
Yeah.
I just realized something. My daughter's got a guitar. I think we have to teach her how to use it.
Apparently.
That's my takeaway from that one.
All right, let's go Affirm here, and then we'll wrap things up.
do it.
Affirm back to 2120. I mean, I took a quick look around. I wasn't able to find much as far as a news catalyst for this anyways, but 2120 trying to hold here. That was the initial high out of the gate. We've come back here 1, 2, 3 times now. I mean, it looks good. Nice move into the close yesterday, higher as well. Affirm, again, not a heck of a lot as far as news on this, but nice mover, relatively strong today.
Yeah, sometimes that's all it takes. It's relatively strong. It's been on a trend up since earnings. I mean, this is all you got to say is since earnings, this has been pretty much all green with the exception of one day in there. And it's broken out this 20 level on the daily. Like there's a good double top on the daily, trend up on the 15-minute, showing you the last few sessions that it's just been going higher since this breakout. And if you look at where it is now, okay, you show me a breakout, 21.25, at about 10 o'clock. It's then shown support at that level a couple of times. So I think it gives you an easy strand to work with here. If it holds on to 21.25 and can bounce from here, I think you have an afternoon runner. You just follow along with the trend. It has managed to close strongly pretty much every single day, holding a good general trend to the upside. It doesn't hurt at all that Affirm has a 17% short float, so that's always going to give you a little bit more juice. You notice here, everything we're looking for lunch money is bucking the trend because what we cover on the show, I mean, you look at the trend shorts on all the tech names, we all know about that. But you want to find some kernels that have a chance to be runners and are doing something a little bit different. That's what lunch money's about.
It's a squeezy kind of Friday. I just saw this Axela Health. I was wondering if that was another one, little penny stock, but it's actually not. 55 million float. So it's not, I mean, it's small. It's 17 million market cap, but 55 million float for AXLA, a little clinical stage biotech. I'm not seeing any headlines on this, but I mean, a ton of volume, to say the least, here at lunchtime for AXLA.
Well, I'll tell you the first thing. Like when we talk about these micro, like super small floats, we're like, oh man, how is it under 1 million shares or something? But when it's a penny stock, 55, that's tiny.
Yeah.
Like this is a penny stock that has a float of 55 million. That's why you will see some ridiculous movement. The thing about trading in penny stocks, I said this all the time, a trader, you shouldn't care how you make money as long as you make money. Right? So if you see something that's moving 30%, understand that that's capturable on a penny stock level. You've just got to be able to say, okay, pretend 30 cents is $3 or 30, whatever in your head allows you to be able to trade these, and then the rest of it can just get really technical. Because I don't know what else to tell you. This is not a name that I was looking at, but the second I see this, okay, 30 cents here at 10:30. And then it breaks out for good just after we're getting off the morning show. It breaks out the 30 level, gets to 32, pulls right back into 30 and holds 30. So it showed you a triple top, broke it, pulled back and held the previous top, and then from there it just put a 10-cent move on, which is a over 30% move to the upside with one decent dip. Stocks like this, I'm telling you, penny stocks, when they break 40, they want 50. When they break 50, they want 75. When they break 75, they want $1. And usually you play the trend off of those levels. It's already shown you 30 to 40. It has a decent chance if volume can hold up to try to make a run at 50 in the next couple of days.
Volume picking up still on AXLA. So there you go. Version number 1, episode number 1 of Lunch Money in the books. Again, the premise here, guys, we'll give you something to look at until we come back at 2 o'clock. It's the quiet time of day. Obviously, Sharif and Yannick going to take care of you throughout the afternoon, but it's the quiet time of day. Doesn't mean there isn't still opportunity every single day in the market. Let's go back to the guys.
Opportunities plenty, Brendo, because this meta short is continuing to print despite the fact that we've curled up just a smidge here as we do find a second breadth to the long side here on the market. I got to tell you, the standouts for me to the long side are Apple and AMD. AMD just took out 109. It is 3% up on the day. Compare that to NVIDIA. Right now, NVIDIA is down almost 2%, 1.83%. AMD doesn't seem to care or know that it's in a bear market. Well, it's a red day at the moment. I don't know what the hell is going on with this stock. I'm not getting any headlines. If you know what is going on with this stock, please let me know. Is there something new? Is there a blue jacket that Lisa Sue just bought? I mean, I need to know. I need explanations. I'm kidding, of course, about the blue jacket, but I do, like, you know, we all know how I feel about that. AMD, I'm not getting any question. I'm not getting any explanations. Again, tag me so that I see your comment. Otherwise, it can fly over my head. All right, here's what's going on. Let's talk about Meta. I'm looking for possible resistance here on Meta at 296. Reason being, that is the close from yesterday. Technically, it's 295.90, but if we get and hold above 296, I will cut this trade. I've got not that much left, to be honest with you, in terms of shareage. We were heavily positioned in it earlier, and then we basically drenched our beak on the way down over here on these multiple outs. But the point is, I'm not going to get out just on a retracement, because we are printing lower lows and lower highs, and the trend has not been broken. Here's what I'm talking about. Very easy to see. I hope that you're able to follow along on this trade, but this is the trade for me. We get above 296 and hold above there. I will cut this trade. I'm short 297.05. We basically got bottom wick for one of our outs, currently at around 294.5. I'm looking for a rejection off this level. I feel like I should be involving myself in a long here on Apple or AMD because they are unusually strong. People telling me AMD is delusional. And yes, Dell is strong too. We mentioned Dell. Yannick talked to you about Dell earlier. Lulu, though, getting going here midday. Broke and held above 400 on Lulu with a 402 and a third HOD. Beautiful look here on Lulu. I mean, yesterday it didn't have much of a move in the aftermarket. We closed out the day at 381 and a quarter, and best we could do is get up to 388. Yeah, it's not a bad look, but it was only up like 2 some odd %. You gap up initially in the pre, and we're dancing with that 390. We moved down. It was a red to green move today on Lulu. A lot of bamboozlement there. 385 and a smidge above that. 385.11 is a low, but now we are almost $20 removed off that low as it has been stair-stepping up. Obviously, 400 being the $100 level was an initial resistance point here. We broke above to 401 and a third, and then huadunked right back down, but held 395. And here we go. You have been rewarded if you were patient with that level, 402.60, Yannick, the high day on Lulu.
Right, on Lulu?
Yeah.
Yeah, Lulu, that was, I didn't watch it. That was yesterday, right? Earnings last night? Yeah, that was yesterday. Yeah, I didn't see the price action there. Yeah, not bad. Pretty nice moves. What's your read on this one? You think that this 400 level is something of interest to take a trade on? I don't know. This one looks kind of, the way it's been trading today, it's not very clean. Like it kind of just does this break and then just dies out, and then all of a sudden it decides to go. I mean, I guess here it's holding 401 decently well. I'm sure the liquidity is pretty poor on it. Let's take a look at it.
Lulu, yeah.
Lulu. It looks like it's pretty spready. Lulu. 401.80, yeah. 20 cent.
Oh, it's always
20 cent spread, 15 cent spread, $400 name, of course. It's only done 2.2 million on the day, so yeah. I mean, just compare it to Nvidia, right? You got another $400 name, and Nvidia's done 23 million, done 10 times as many shares on the day. So yeah, definitely a tough one to trade, Lulu. But hey, good looks there. Earnings play, obviously. You had some great trades pre-market, and yeah. But TQQ, I'm debating on reloading it here. I want to wait because it seems like the NQ wants to go a little higher. It seems like it's found a good base here, so I think I might wait for a reload closer towards the 100 EMA there. That is the 100 EMA, maybe even VWAP. I'll be risking to over the 100 EMA. But yeah, on TQQ. That's my look on that one as well. PDD kind of went back. It screwed around it. I guess I could still be in the trade, but I would have had to held an extra 30 cents below where I got out, so that's okay. But AXLA is someone there. I don't know. Someone.
Wow. Sorry.
I was loud. Yeah. What was that?
Yeah. I don't know.
Anyways.
Lulu's pumping though, man. My goodness.
AXLA too. I like that here. Maybe it's holding this previous high fairly well, 37s. The Jets.
The fighters are all overhead because we have the practice for the air show.
Those are actually Americans. Most of
they're
those,
F-18s.
Yeah, they're all the American.
The Bluebirds are F-18.
Bluebirds, yeah. They look awesome.
Oh, they're amazing. When I left yesterday, I saw it fly overhead. Man, it rattles everything, bro.
You can't hear anything.
But let me tell you, when I was in Hawaii and I saw the F-22 fly overhead, I was inside the plane, and you know how the plane insulates you from a lot of the outside noise because of the engine? Dude, you felt the vibrations on that, and it
how close was it?
Very close. It was like 4,000 or 5,000 feet.
Away.
I saw the details on it, man. You could see the gray camouflage on the F-22. The F-22 is a monster. You know what the F-22 has? Something called super cruise.
Okay.
Meaning that it can cruise above the speed of sound without using afterburners. And until that, the F-35 can do it as well, but until the F-22 could do it, was the first airplane that could actually do that. The reason is you don't end up burning nearly as much fuel. You can cruise at like Mach 1.5 at 100% or like 95% power or something like that. I love that.
Of the regular engines.
Very nerdy. Yeah, without including afterburner. Yeah. We're getting a curl here on the market for now. The NQ is curling off that 15,454 low. We're now 15,485, but we still lower highs and lower lows, so the trend hasn't changed. Lulu, though, rejected off that 402 and 2/3, Yannick. It's finding resistance at the 2/3 level, multiple wicks there to the north side. We're not able to break it. Coming back down now to 401 and a quarter. But good look on Lulu so far. If you bought the dip anywhere around that 395, 396 area, you have been rewarded. It has been a good look. Like Yannick said, though, it is very spready and tough to day trade. But
tough to day trade for sure,
especially on a prop form.
Even the swing type play on it. Like this chart just has so many odd gaps. Like look at this gap here. It gaps up to 360s. kind of runs a bit, sells off very hard, and then another gap up, and then sells off very hard.
Nuts.
Another run up, and now we gapped up again, and yeah, I bet a large sell-off is coming soon, because this just looks like nonsense. We are breaking out of this area though. We are kind of breaking out of this 391, 400 area. Looks like 410, 409 is the main like area that you want to see clear before we start to go take any levels to the upside. But yeah, I think it looks decent. It looks decent. Breakout is occurring, but this could easily turn around before 410. So that's a good one.
Here it comes again. I think I can hear it.
Yeah, I hear it. Yeah, you're right.
Tony Price, good call by you there, brother. Let's shout out Tony Price. Sharif, the IWM and the RSP are stronger than the SPY and QQQ. Overall market breadth seems to be increasing. And that's something we've talked a lot about, the lack of market breadth. RSP is the equal weighted look there. So let's pull up those charts. So let's look at the IWM for small caps first and see how it's doing on the day. So yeah, it's up on the day on IWM. One moment, please. For whatever reason, it's not showing it to me here. IWM, how much are we up on the day? We're up 1.22% on IWM. Let's see what the RSP is up. Insert. RSP is the equal weighted S&P 500 ETF. Trades on ARCA. It's up 0.25%. So good look by you there. IWM has a high of essentially almost 102, 191.86. But we are sub VWAP at the moment, trying to get above that 191. Looks like this was an area of support where we had VWAP as support initially at that 191, just a smidge below. We'll see if we get continuity and able to make a new high. But currently, it is still in a downtrend. Lower highs, lower lows. You can just see that through a cursory view of that downward channel. If we break above, I would say that 191 1/3, 191 1/4. We may have a different discussion then. Let's look at the RSP, the equal weighted S&P 500 ETF. Look, bro, I mean, okay, the RSP is up on the day, sure. We closed out yesterday at 149.93, just a smidge below 150. But look at that trend. This is a 5-minute look here on the RSP for anybody following along.
You think RSP is in anyone RSPs? Anyone's RSPs?
What he's referring to is RSP in Canada is a retirement savings plan. It is interest tax-free, much like your IRAs south of the border. We just have a different acronym for it up here.
Same thing, yeah.
And if you have any stocks, all your capital gains or your capital appreciations, they're tax-free until you withdraw them, obviously.
Yeah.
There are exceptions to that. You can borrow some money off it if you're a first-time home buyer to buy your home, and then you got to put it back. We're not going to get into those rules there, but that's what he's making reference to there. But yeah, look, I get it. 150, 117, but we got a low here of 150.10. It's still not strong on the day. I like your call, though, on the RUS, the IWM ETF. Look, you're breaking above here. We're about to break through 191 here on the RUS. So I got to give you hats off to that call, up 1 1/4. And we've been looking for it. We've been wanting market breadth. We don't want the Mag 7 to be the leaders here. We want more participants in this move up. It makes it more stable. We didn't get it all year. We literally haven't gotten it all year. So we trade the market we're in any event. Look, Meta is coming back here. It's about to go green. It broke that 296. This is the level I was talking about as an area that should come in as resistance. If we get this 5-minute close above 296, I am out. I don't have much left. 297.05, we're still $1 in the money, but it looks like the trend may be changing here. What if we end up like closing 1% up on the day?
That would be pretty awesome.
That would be fantastic. It's happened before.
Oh, for sure. No
It's
doubt.
happened
No
before.
doubt. I mean, in terms of like Qs, we really, that would be interesting. If we end up today up 1% on Qs and ES and whatnot, tomorrow,
We're moving up.
Tuesday, we'll probably gap up. We'll probably gap like relatively close to the highs, if not above the highs, because you know how weekends are, long
course.
weekends.
And then
you
it's
get the
after
euphoria.
the Labor Day. More people are back, right? Everybody's
For
gone
sure.
right now.
But the moves are usually like kind of outsized.
Yes.
Right? If it's like huge selling into the close on the Friday, huge buying, whatever, you'll usually see that move continue.
Yep.
or just completely preferred, right? But yeah, usually
I hope
the strength,
not. I'm
the
long
strength,
a lot of stuff in that account.
Yeah.
Don't say that.
usually the strength or weakness continues. And I actually just got filled in
Here it is
TQQ
again.
Again? Oh yeah.
Wow,
Sounds
bro.
like-
it
sounds like war is
rattles
breaking out.
everything. Sounds like war.
War.
Man, we haven't had war on these shores, I think, ever.
Oh, well, just
We've
civil
never had
war,
war
right?
on
A
these
civil
shores,
war
yeah.
back in.
Well,
you know.
they did. You guys did. We
Yeah,
didn't have
we
it
didn't
here.
really. It's just
yeah.
a war with.
We've never had war on these shores.
Well, the people that were here first had a war with us.
We had the war 1812. We had war with Americans, right? Well, it was
Yes,
really
yes.
the British. It wasn't really the Canadians at that time. But the war of 1812, we burned down the White House, and then what did they do?
Awesome.
What did they do? They came out and they burnt Fort York. So we responded
Yes,
by
Fort
burning
York,
down the
yes.
White House, and then that was it. It wasn't even the White House back then. I remember.
Something.
Anyway, we're kind of digressing here, but I'm keeping my eye on Meta. We are above that 296 area, and if this 5-minute candle, it did close actually above it. We got I think 296.5. We're retracing back down now. Let's see if we stay above here. I don't want to cut this trade prematurely, but yeah, the trend may be changing at the moment. Harrison says, I thought they burned down Queen's Park. I'm not a history buff.
Queen's Park, really?
Yeah, well, Queen's Park is literally about 200 meters that way.
Yeah.
200 meters west of us. We are very, very close to Queen's Park. I walk to Queen's Park every day. And as I just mentioned, look, we are getting resistance here at 296. Now we're below it again here on Meta. So I don't want to cut this trade prematurely. Now the question has to pose itself. Sharif, if you are confident in this 296 being an area of resistance, why are you not adding to it? And my answer is because I suck as a trader, okay? And I probably just won't add here because I don't want to give my money back in case I'm wrong, right? But we're going to keep watching. We'll see what happens. Sharif is cool guy. Meta go down. Thanks, Pan P. Meta go down. You are a bad boy. Hampton Trader. Sharif, thinking 15.6 NQ might happen. Brother, we got 15.6 this morning. We broke through 15.6 quite decisively. I think we got 15.661 and a quarter HOD today, and that happened, yes, albeit prior to the bell. It happened at where did we get 9:20. So 10 minutes before the bell, Yannick, we had that HOD print on the jobs number. So it was a good look.
Job jolts indeed, yeah. I didn't trade that. I didn't do anything
Neither
on
did I.
it. There's not much to trade there usually, but Carvana though, $52. The breakout is looking very tempting here. Got a little bit of size at 99 and then 52 flat. I think I will probably take this breakout, risking to like 80s, 70s. It looks fairly good, but I mean the high that is created is 52.14, so I might just wait for the high to actually clear before I take the trade, but yeah, we're sitting here waiting. I just entered my TQQ short here. I had my order waiting at 14s, got filled. My risk will be to above this area here, 20s, 30s. Yeah, Carvana, waiting for that. Like I said, and I actually called this out too. When we were here 15 minutes ago, racing out here on the NQs, I said, I want to add here, but I'm like, no, it definitely looks like we've bottomed out for a moment. I'm going to wait for the EMA to add and risk against the EMA. And that's exactly what I've done. I waited for the EMA, waited for my passive fill, and now we will wait for either us to get stopped out of the trade or take profits off the lows.
Yannick, this ARD, you talked about this one, right? ARDX? This is a nice move. Look, it's not aggressive. I don't even know what this is, so let's talk a little bit about it. ARDX, a shout out to Julio.
That's just straight up. I haven't seen a chart like that in a
Unknown
while.
call, end to voicemail.
Yes.
Yeah, if you call me unknown, that's a for sure not picking
yeah.
up, right? All right, let's have a look at ARDX. Ardelyx, is a biopharm company. The company focuses on discovery, development, and commercialization of advanced medicines that meet significant unmet needs. Yeah, very specific. The company's product line pipeline includes, oh God, these names again. Tenanpur. Anyway, what are they focused on? Small molecule therapy and development for the treatment and control of okay. All right, they're a biopharma company, guys. What's the float? 214 million shares. It's a larger flow. Is there a news headline? I don't see a news headline, guys. I'm looking back multiple days. I'm not seeing any news headlines. What's the daily on this bad boy look like? Very mixed. Here's what I'm talking about. Let me bring in the trusty chart over here. ARDX. I mean, wow, look at that Huadunk back in, what was that? Yeah, July 2021. That's ugly. We were hanging out about that $8, $9 area. Monster gap. We're about halfway to filling that gap. Wow, look at former area of support becomes area of resistance. Man, price has memory plenty.
Oh, yeah.
$5. Now we're back into that 472 area. We're holding the 200 quite nicely here. The 200 EMA is the blue line on my chart. We've been holding it well. We just reclaimed the 50. I mean, you got the Golden Cross back in, when was this? October of last year, end of October. You got the Golden Cross. And if you bought at that Golden Cross,
The golden crisscross?
at 1.25, you have been well rewarded
Crisscross.
because it has been up higher highs, higher lows, but we have to get through that $5 area. That is the area of resistance, former area of support here, and a clear rejection in mid-March to mid-May on ARDX. Now, I can't account for the move up today. It's a beauty. It's clearly somebody's positioning into this name. What is the volume on this bad boy? It's on 4.81 million shares, a market cap of $1 billion. I tell you, it's interesting here. Maybe look for and what are those releases when owners, internal people have to buy in their company and they have to disclose it? What are those called? S1s? S4? Oh, I'm not asking Ob1 Kanob over here.
I think it's an S4. S1 is in the initial filing.
Initial filing.
Yeah,
that's
S1
right.
is initial, yeah.
Okay, so it's S4. Okay, well, there you go. Maybe look for some institutional insider buying in here because usually they know when something is afoot and they start buying up more of their stock. So maybe keep your eye out on that. But up nicely today, Yannick. 10% is not a joke.
Nice. We've got a super chat
12,
here from
go for it.
From Javi or Javi. Can you glance at WBD Warner Bros? Yes, of course. Now, WBD down 9.4%. It looks like it did hit SSR at 11.80s, and look at that. Okay, I want to know exactly when SSR was turned on because it looks like SSR was turned on and then it never printed below that level. So the close, let's see, the close yesterday was 1314s. Let's go back to our trading view chart. Let's go over here. Look at 1314s. There's 1314. Go. And the 10% level was at 1082. Okay, so 1082 hits. 1082 hits. Wow, that's so awesome. 1082 hits, SSR is turned on, and the low is, 1182 hits, SSR is turned on, and the low of day is 1180s. It printed 2 cents below the SSR level and then bounced 20 cents off of that. That is quite the trade there. I would have been there if I knew about it, but yeah, if you got that, that was the long off of 1180s. I think now you might want to be careful and wait because it didn't really bounce very much off of that level. So yeah, but WBD, definitely a great trade. You could have taken the short too before SSR was turned on. You had this move down and then an easy trade off of 1250 there. Easy trade, never comes up over 1250s. So yeah, great trade on WBD. Great call out. I did not see this. I will definitely keep a watch on this one. As well, someone asked, Yannick, Desi Dog asked me, what is this stop on TQQ? My stop is at around 26.27, 42.2627. I did not get stopped out as it wicked over the 20s there. I'm still in the trade.
This is why I'm not a good trader, Yannick, and this is exactly why. Let me make my point very emphatically here. If I was convinced that we were going to make lower highs and lower lows on Meta, then I should have put my money where my mouth is and reloaded through the breach of 296, because that would have been $1 in the money here. We popped up to 296.50, and look at this. Now we're barely holding above 295, right? And I didn't actually have to get, no, you know, you're unlikely to get top wick there, but say you wait for for it to breach the high of the previous green candle. So that brings me into the 296.10, 296.20 category. That's $1 in the money just on that, on the reload, just on the reload. And it's a very clear downtrend. Man, I suck, bro. Look at this. It's fantastic. Now all we need here is a lower low, and then the trend stays intact. I'm wetting my beak here. If we make it down into 294 and a third, look at this. Look at this. It's fantastic. I mean, I just got to adjust this a smidge, right? Yeah, anyway, we'll see. We clearly rejected, for the moment, that 296 level, not able to reclaim it. We're back negative on the day on Meta, down a quarter point. I looked over to Obi while Yannick was talking, and I said, man, are you looking at Apple? Are you looking at AMD? These guys are definite outliers. Apple's up 2/3%. It's back at that resistance level, though. Let me pull it up here larger. Back at that resistance level that we couldn't break through, that 189 and a quarter, 189 and a third. To be fair, we still do have lower highs on Apple. We didn't necessarily make any lower lows, though. That's the saving grace here. 188.40 seems to be where the buyers are stepping up. Yeah, we wicked below it, but look at all the closing prints. They're all north of that 40 level. So much unlike Meta, which has a series of lower lows and lower highs, we only have lower highs on Apple, but we are not even close towards the low area, whereas on Meta and many of the other names, we are at the low areas at the moment. So Apple, people asking why Apple's running. This, again, just from my experience, this typically happens in anticipation of Apple's event coming up because of the amount of products that they usually launch and you know, the excitement with which those products are met by consumers. There is usually a buy the rumor, sell the news type move on Apple from like late August, mid-August into that September 13th W conference or whatever they're calling. All right, some tags here. Paul Williams, could you talk about spotting a short squeeze? SoundHound AI Sound has a tasty market cap, but good earnings call recently. Benzinga says 21.9 million. Good for you, Obi. I saw him excited there. I had to interrupt and big him up there. Has a tasty market cap, but good earnings call recently. Benzinga says 21.9 million short, 13.2% of the float, and days to cover 1.24. Okay, we'll have a look at Sound in a second. Dixie's still going up, says Diaz. What's up?
AXLA is about to rip through the highs here, 42 cents. I think I'm going to take a trade. I'm long 42 and a half. We'll be taking this out through 41 and instantly down. Oh yeah, instantly down 2 cents. That's AXLA for you. Let's see where this goes. This probably is just going to continue going down, but yeah, I take that trade. I don't care. I'll take that any day. 42-cent break, of course, high of day. Look, it's actually looking not bad now. There's some bidders stepping up.
People saying that news just came into Meta. Thank you for that. I don't even know. Enrique. Bro, your name is too hard to say. Meta may allow Instagram, Facebook users in Europe to pay and avoid ads. That's pretty cool. I mean, I wouldn't pay for that. But
I would not either.
By the way, I have a hack on stories to not watch ads.
On Instagram stories?
Yeah.
No way.
Watch them backwards. Yeah. You want to bet? Well, I'll show you.
What do you mean watch them backwards?
All right, I'm going to prove it to you right now.
Please blow my mind, Sharif.
Here we go. So we're going to start over here, right? We're going to watch just like this, and then you don't allow it to go. So then here, I go like this. I watch, and then I flip, and then I flip. Oh, right?
He's
Look
a
at
genius.
This. I'm a dang genius, aren't I?
Oh, I follow him too. He's
yeah,
funny.
he's hilarious. Look
hilarious.
at this. No ads are coming up, baby. This is what my mind does. It doesn't make any money, but it figures out how to avoid watching ads on Instagram. You see how no ads are coming up?
Ads. Wow.
Anyway.
Meta, come get your money from Sharif. Come get your money.
I took a lot from Meta.
Look at AXLA. Here it goes.
Go.
43
We're going to hit
44.
the bank for Yannick on that, baby.
I will take the 45 break if it comes. Yeah. This is looking kind of spicy here. Also looking heavy at the same time. Getting a little nervous. No, it's okay. It's nothing. AXLA, 45 cents incoming. We are up half a cent on this trade, guys. Half a cent. Absolutely massive trade. No,
The
I'm kidding.
Rock says hilarious. They're patching that before end of day. The algos are listening.
They
No.
will. The machine learning algos
Yeah.
will patch it all by themselves
Right?
before the end of the day.
Meta's catching a bid though. If Mick's a higher high through that 296.5, I'm going to cut it because that was clearly the crest last time around. If it breaks 296.5, that means it's going to go back into Greensville with a new higher high and a higher low. I'm going to cut Meta at that point and maybe even look long, but we're going to hang out for now. And yeah, we're just hanging out for now. Zion Lala, you just notified Instagram bots of this loophole. I know I'm so silly. I should have kept my mouth shut. But truth be told, I don't actually watch it backwards. It's just too much work, right? And I don't mind the ads. You flip them, right? Like, just go like this. But yeah, that is a hack, by the way. Just start from, don't start from the first one on the left. Start all the way from people on the right, and then watch up until the last story, then swipe right to bring the previous story. You'll never encounter ads. I just proved it to Yannick, and it's a good look there.
Awesome.
What else we got on board there, Yannick? How's that trade doing?
It came back a cent, sitting at over 41 cents here. I think I will hold this till 38 cents, 39, around that area. It's still looking all right. It's doing the same thing that it did before. It kind of broke out and then pulled back a little bit, holds the next level. So I'm not too worried about this one as well. We've got the TQQ trade that came now 15 cents away from my second entry now. So yeah, doing good there. Good look. Waiting for the EMA to short rather than shorting it. Over here where I was talking about my interest in the short trade.
I see.
But yeah, no, we waited, now we're here. AXLA going north side while TQQ's going downside. Both trades working out. Gotta love that when both trades are working out and they're opposite trades.
Oh yeah.
They're not related in any way.
No.
Two completely different types of trades. They're both working out. Always
Good
love
call.
to see that.
It has been a very clear short on these big caps today, except if you're Apple and AMD. Let's talk a little bit about it. The Meta one, we've talked about to death. I'll leave you guys. You already know that. But Microsoft, look at this. It's the same thing as Meta. Lower high, lower high, lower high. The only thing is you don't have the same type of lower low, but you got that flat bottom break around 327.25. But if you have shorted at these crests, you have been rewarded on every single occasion. So Microsoft looking very similar. Google, not in the exact same way, but look at these VWAP rejections. Every single VWAP retracement on Google has been sold off, going from 950 onwards. So there's your opening break low. Shout out to our friend Dan the Man Emmons, who is gone at the moment, but look at that. Right into that 136 area VWAP, short right back down into 135. We move up again into 135.87, right back down into 135 and a third. Move back up into 135.80s again. We're right back down 135 and a third. So it is a nice series of lower highs here on Google. I would say that Tesla was probably a bit harder to trade just because it was more volatile and more aggressive to the downside. You got that 258 and 258.15 close yesterday. Now 245.46 a low. This was harder to short because the crest and the curls back up were not as pronounced and they didn't last for as long. So, yeah, Tesla, by the way, down 4.5%. Not a joke, by the way. Apple, definitely, we talked about this one, was harder to trade to the short side, no question about it. But we are at an interesting area of resistance. Sorry, support, former area of resistance. Look, on this double bottom, the middle part of the W gets into that 188.89, essentially 190 area, rejects, comes back down into that 188.5. We break it on this ascent, and we are right back into that former area of resistance. Do we find support here at VWAP? We'll have to close above this level because right now we are breaking below it by a couple of shekels. So Apple may be giving up the ghost here. We definitely have lower highs coming into play, not necessarily the lower lows, though, on Apple. So interesting look there so far on Apple. Amazon, the same thing, by the way, too.
A few people are mentioning ADTX, that it just halted. Yes, I see that, but look at the way it's been trading today. It's the same thing. We know how this trades. This is just, I can't trade anything like this. I don't think there's a trade on it. If you want to save your money and not be risky, I wouldn't trade this. But I mean, hey, if you can formulate a strategy, then please, by all means, trade it, test it. But yeah, I would be staying away from ADTX with only 190,000 shares available to trade.
Oh wow.
And yeah, that one is not a fun one. But AXLA, I did add to it just now as it's holding 41s, doubled up, and my risk is still the same. I'll be risking just below this EMA 38 area, 37 cents. And yeah, oh, I actually have 2 charts up. We don't need two charts of the same ticker. Come on, TQQ. There we go. Doing well, going down, holding very well, as expected. AXLA trying to come against me. I will take it off, no problems through 38s. What else we got? What are you guys saying? There was I saw WHLR. A few people mentioned. What is that? Wheeler Real Estate. Oh, that's nothing. Here's the chart of this one. It's really nothing to write home about at all. Can't trade it. It's stuck at the lows. It just had a split. This looks very ugly. There's not much interest in this. Only 393,000 shares traded on the day. So, yeah, not something of interest. Let me just make sure that was the right amount of shares because TradingView is usually wrong. Yeah, 370,000 shares traded on the day. So, very negligible. TQQ, yeah, still holding there. And AXLA trying to come through 40 cents here. Looks like there's a buy program there or something of interest, but hopefully they don't get filled and it just runs away from them. If we see that, that would be lovely. Come on, take
We
off.
just rejected 15.5 again on the NQ, by the way.
We
from
did,
the downside, yeah.
NQ's, oh yeah, I see it
We
right
did.
here. Well, yeah, it's slight rejection, but
Slight rejection, yeah. We didn't make a newer low.
Stair stepping down though, clearly. They're selling and it doesn't look very strong at the moment.
Shout out to Natalia. She is going to patent the frowny face pattern. I like that. Shout out to you, Natalia. Good luck there, for real, though.
Yep.
Let's see what else is being talked about here. Someone wanting us to look at TIVC, small cap gapper. Look, I got to tell you, I looked at it. It's a $3 stock. It's done 1.5 million shares, so that concerns me right off the get-go. Let's look, though, for you. TIVC, I'm willing to bet it's an NQ stock, and I'm right. Right off the bat, I can tell you 7-penny spread. Well, it was. Yeah, again, here we go. 7-penny spread on a $3 name. Not the look you want right from the get-go. The second thing that you don't like, 1.56 million shares on a $3 name at almost 1 o'clock. That's not a good look either. And then, quite frankly, looking at the charts here, you can tell it's sparsely traded. But saving grace, look at this midday volume. It's better than any volume we've had literally on the day. So this one really got going around 12:20 or so. And we have to respect the fact the volume is coming in more recently. It has dried up a bit, though. The last 5 minutes have only seen about 35,000 shares of volume. It is still stair-stepping up. There is a discernible uptrend here where you could draw a trend line off which it's being bought. It's just the level of bamboozlement on this could be real and it could be furious, especially in light of the fact that it's only got 1.3 million shares as a float. So, what is this anyway? Commercial stage tech company advancing the field of bioelectronic medicine? Okay. Does it have a headline? I'm looking, nothing, everything came in yesterday. What is this called again? Yeah, Tivic Health Systems. Do I have anything on it from yesterday? What's going on with, no, these are all, oh, there we go. This is from yesterday. Tivic Health are rocketing higher Tuesday. This is not even from yesterday. This is from Tuesday. It's a multi-day play. Tuesday, the stock remains down more than 30% over the last 30 days. What to know? Our Tivic is up on very heavy trading volume. According to Benzinga Pro, more than 19 million shares have already traded in the session compared to the stock's 100-day average of 439,000 shares. On Monday, it had a headline, announced the company's Clear Up bioelectronic sinus pain relief device will be offered on Amerisource Bergen Marketplace. You'll have to forgive me. I don't know what the hell that is. But on last Wednesday, they did a 1 for 100 reverse stock split, likely to maintain compliance with the NASDAQ. Hey, look, dude, it's up 32%. I can't disrespect that, but it's light on volume. I'm not going to participate in this one. But good look if you're already in it, and if you trade it well, fantastic. Good for you. Here we go. We are now popping up into higher highs here, possibly on Meta. I have my stop right above the break of this crest over here. Okay? So if we break this 50-ish area, that will be the end of the meta trade. It was a big one, but we end up giving back some money, no question about it, but because we don't take the full amount at that area. But I don't mind this move because this may be signaling a market trend change to the high side. And as I look at the NQ, we have a higher low, and we even have a reverse head and shoulders pattern on the 5-minute chart on the NQ possibly forming here. We'll get confirmation, in my opinion, if we break that 15.525, but definitely we are fighting to get up above again, and if we have higher highs and higher lows, that's a trend change, and I want all the smoke. So we'll see what happens here. I'm about to get stopped out on, and there it is. That's the end of the trade for me on Meta. I'm going to spend the money on this one because it was a good trade, but you know, I wish I would have taken more down south there, so let's go ahead and cancel that. And now, Yannick, I am looking long. I am going to start looking long here on this market, especially if we can break above 15.525. I think that that would be an interesting look there, possibly here for a move back up. All the while knowing that yesterday's close, Yannick, is 15.538. So it was a bit of a risky trade in the sense that I'll be taking it long south of yesterday's close. It's always a bit risque.
Always, for sure. I'm just setting a stop here in my TQ position for 26-27 area, 28. Setting it now. AXLA still holding 40s. Not too concerned about it. I've got an order ready to get out if it goes against me. But yeah, still holding very well, doing a similar pattern to what it did earlier today. I know that the daily and the 15-minute aren't the best because we had a few days ago where AXLA ran to, what, 55 cents? Yeah, 55 cents there, and it couldn't really get any further, so definitely an area of interest for me. That'll be my price target on this move, at least to 50 cents if we can get through 45, right? Looking good though, looking very good. I kept adding as it came down. I didn't go full size. I expected this to happen. I knew that, it's not that I knew, but I just expected the breakout to be poor simply because we've already had such a large run, 77%, 18 cents on a 40-cent name. So already a large run has happened. So small size, small size, small size, risking below 38s. And yeah, that's it for that trade. Very simple. TQQ, as you see, I've been taken out of that trade. That's it for that one. We are net negative on the Qs, unfortunately, after that. But yeah, it is what it is. Only was looking for a lot more than 10 cents on that profit, 10, 15 cents. Yeah, AXLA still holding. It's kind of just died all of a sudden. Volume is just dropped off. No one's really interested, but that's how these trade, you know. And then all of a sudden, someone puts in large orders, and interest gets drawn into it again, and it starts ripping. So we shall wait. We shall wait. We shall wait. I don't think the short on the market is in for me anymore. I don't think I'll be attempting that again. We've clearly bottomed out, and yeah, it's 1 p.m. So the likelihood of us really seeing a large move to the downside is fairly small, in my opinion. I think we'll probably just trade sideways, if not end up a little higher on the day. Carvana break. Let's see what's going on with Vana. Did it break 52 finally? It did, and it did it clean. Oh, that's nice. I wish I was there for that. Unfortunately, stuck on AXLA watching that one. But yeah, Carvana break 52, held below it for a very, very long time now, about 2 hours, 2.5 hours. And yeah, straight through the level, 30 cents in the money. It's looking good. Volume's not really picking up, only 5 million on the day, but yeah, still a good look on Carvana. AXLA just popped. Okay. Some interest is coming in, just like I said, you know, it dies down, and then all of a sudden interest gets drawn into it, and we start running. So let's see where we go here. We've got 43.92's highs, basically 44 cents is the high. This could be a good one. This could get very spicy here very quickly. ADTX flying, okay, I will look at ADTX. Let's take a look. ADTX flying and instantly halted, right? Yeah, of course, look at that. It's absolutely insane. 32. Opens at 34, dips down. I don't know if that's a dark pool or not, but that's very interesting. Now we've halted instantly again. How many shares traded? That's it. It's like what? it just halts right away. That's crazy, man. That is crazy.
Sorry to
But
keep you
no,
waiting
no,
there.
it's okay. AXLA is definitely doing some stuff here, keeping me entertained. ADTX halted, and AXLA just a few cents away from the highs. What else are you guys shouting out about? AMD 110 to 111. What's AMD at? Is that 110?
Turn in here.
AMD's at 110 yet? Is it really? Oh, almost. 109.58. Good size there. Good size there. What else we got?
I'm going to try my hand here on the MNQs. I think we may.
Okay.
Let's see. I'm thinking, we may get a 50 period rejection. We definitely had resistance at 15, 5, and a quarter. But there was an interesting trend change on a lot of these big tech names. Meta curling up. If VWAP gets breached here on Google, I'm looking at the side chart on Google. Apple's about to make higher local highs. Microsoft a bit of a dud. It's Meta here who's really going, but Meta back to VWAP. So maybe Meta rejects here. I mean, I don't get too excited. We have Nvidia about to break VWAP. We also have AMD's a rocket now, 3 2/3. 109.59. We'll see if we get continuity here. The NQ, it's a bit of a risky trade. We'll see what happens. Maybe I should just go with the equity names rather than trying to play the overall market, because there are some participating, some aren't. Microsoft is not participating. Google, for the moment, still rejecting off VWAP, not participating. Tesla, certainly not participating. I mean, Amazon trying to curl off that 137 area. It's back up to 137 1/3. We'll see what happens. Meta is pumping up here, bro. Here comes 297 1/4 on Meta, but it's got to break through VWAP. Last time around, it didn't make its way through VWAP. Let me bring in the chart here to show you what I'm looking at. Here is Meta. Here we're okay, so this is the higher high that we got to get through, even though we couldn't get through VWAP last time. VWAP at this level was at 297.50-ish. Here, VWAP's a smidge above 297. We're at 297 1/4, but we got to close above here. It's not enough just to wick up, but it's 4 green candles in a row with a higher low now and a higher high on Meta. So Meta leading the way here for these big cappers as well from the recovery, not on the day, obviously. Apple finding resistance, pardon me, at that 189 1/4 level. We'll have to break up above 189 1/3 for it to make a new high. And like I mentioned, Tesla's asleep. Google may break VWAP here. It's trying. But AMD, Nvidia now, good for you. Who is Hampton Trader? I'm very happy for you. He was long. Nvidia, I believe, really low, maybe like in the 481 or 482 area. It's 487.5 now. So shout out to you, buddy. I hope you print on that. I'm not 100% sure about this futures trade. I think this might be an equity-only play. We'll see. If it breaks down below this crest over here, I'll just cut the trade and then maybe focus on the equities. But if we get going, this might be interesting here.
Yeah, still in AXLA, holding well. TQQ unfortunately stopped me out. It's kind of doing nothing now. But, oh, there we go. ADTX is open. Let's take a look at this wild roller coaster. This is quite the show over here on ADTX. And it's halted? No, it's not halted yet. 43.90s it opened. Oh, so it's still at the same. Oh, that's so weird. Look at this thing. It's reserved on both sides. And there's the halt. Oh, it wasn't reserved. That was the halt band. What? It opened up at the same price and then halted at that price. That's weird. Maybe some data's wrong here, but yeah, ADTX going crazy again. I don't know. You can't trade this. Like how do you trade this? Look at the size on the level 2. Nobody's taking size. Everybody's 10, 20, 30, 40 shares. Only a few orders of 100 shares. No order larger than 150 on this halt. So that just shows you how scared people are to take size on this name. So I mean, if any of you are in it, damn, that's wild. But good look if you're long. Good look if you're long. I cannot trade that. That's just, there's no read for me. And someone is.
Yeah, it's Mark. Mark's busy, bro. He's always
Mark's doing his thing. Mark's
stuff
doing
there.
Mark's doing his thing.
Show or not, Mark is working, baby.
I gotta get better at that. Being able to focus in on talking while there's the noise and distraction going on.
Dude, when they were putting up the green screen wall over there, show the green screen wall, Ramin. Does it bring? Can you show it?
You should be able to.
Yeah, because when they were putting that up and they were sanding, they were screwing, they were hammering, The green screen wall. Yeah, they have to screw that thing in, bro. How do you think it's up there? Obi's a dirty guy.
Obi, come on. We're adults
Yeah,
here.
Obi. Screwing you,
that looks like
says
a yellow
Darwin.
screen.
Yeah. Yeah, it's yellow
It's green,
right now.
It's green.
Are you able to bring it through that camera? Oh, there we go. Look at
Yeah,
her
you can
playing
kinda see
around
it.
Because the light's on at the moment.
Oh yeah, those lights are
no,
really
no,
screwing
it's
it
not
up.
working.
Yeah.
It's not working.
Can you cut to the closed camera? The bell?
cut the lights?
Yeah.
Cut the music. All right, we'll see what we get here.
That's very bright.
Yeah, very bright.
Wow.
All right, we tried.
Talk about
there
shining-
we go.
Ah, there
that
we
whole
go.
wall.
Beautiful.
But you guys can't see it, but this part. Well, yeah, I can't
We can't-
point
we
at the
can't show with
screen.
our mouths.
the bottom of the wall is curved, so that required a lot. Neil. Yeah.
And the putting mat on the right.
Yeah, the bottom of the wall there, that is curved, and that required a lot of work. We have the best handy team in the business, baby. Shout out to Randy. Shout out to Rob. Shout out to Mark. What? Yeah, he's all over
I'm watching
He's
it
all
right
over
now. It's
it. Yeah,
just,
yeah.
you've got absolute nonsense going on.
There you go. Neil wants to talk about ADTX, and it is moving. Yannick has already brought it to you,
Yeah,
baby.
it's-
it is a monster on the day. I've got it up on my chart as
Not
well.
much to say about this one,
Yeah.
guys. We
go.
all know how these are. Once again, 190,000 shares available to trade. Outstanding float is 190,000 shares. So
Oh, Huadun came in here. on
extremely
there, too.
competitive price action on this one.
Yeah, no question about it. We'll see if we can get continuity here on the NQ, but coming right back down after making a test of these recent highs here. A bit of a risky trade, no question about it. Keep trying with small size, though, to go through. We had a series of higher highs and higher lows, but definitely resistance at this level, no question about it. I'm keeping my eye on the big tech names to see if they can continue. Apple rejecting off that high, Meta rejecting off VWAP, Google rejecting off VWAP. I already mentioned Apple as well. NVIDIA also having trouble here at VWAP at 487. AMD doesn't care. AMD's just got it doing its own thing, 109 and 2/3 high. It's at 109.5 right now, but we'll keep an eye to see if this is bamboozlement central, because usually there's a couple of weeks up, a couple of weeks down before we head in the direction of the trend. We'll see how this one does. I can cut it at the end of the day and get back in if we continue to trend up, but interesting look here. Tesla already puked. Tesla is down heavily on the day, about 4%, but curling up. I mean, 246.5 was a low. It's finding its way back up to 248 as well. So some of these big cappers, it's at 1 o'clock right now. We'll see if they can get going. It was a green day to start off the day, then it hasn't ended this way, or at least not right now. So we'll keep an eye to see if we can get continuity here.
Awesome.
Yannick.
ADTX is still halted. It will open up, assuming this is 5 minutes, it'll open up in approximately 1 minute and 30 seconds. AXLA, I've put my stop in place because I am not really keeping a close eye on this one right now. Yeah. TQs unfortunately came down right from my my stop loss. So yeah, it is what it is. We take the trade, we get out when it gets to the price that we want to get out at, and that's all it is. That's what trading is about here. CGC, the cannabis names, they were on my, oh wow, look at that. There we go, opens up 50. Like, look at this, nobody is trading more than like 200 shares, 10 shares, 25 shares, 30 shares, 51, look at that, $2 spread, 50, wow. This is just, completely not manageable, completely just, there's no risk management on a stock like this. There's literally no risk management, especially once it halts. Like, risking waiting in the halt, whatever the tap may be, whatever it might open, it's wild. That's why I don't like, even on the cheaper halt names, I don't like playing into the halts. I actually get out some shares into the halts because of that risk of being in the halt. Right? Time and market risk. That's a big part of my trading is time and market risk. As soon as I'm in a trade for too long, it's usually not going to work out.
Right.
Trades, the best trades work out right away, most of the time. Obviously, there's some exceptions, but
of course,
in my experience, the bestest of the best trades will work out so quickly. You will usually never be out of the money.
Yeah, I'm looking for this 15.5 hold. If it breaks 15.5, I'm out of this. I'll lose 11
ADTX did
points,
halt
yeah.
though. 46.60s came back down. 46.60s is the halt. Oh my God, it's just there's nothing to talk about on this one.
Nothing to talk about.
There's nothing to trade, nothing
Yeah.
to talk about for us as prop floor traders. This is pure gambling. This is when you come to the market and gamble. If you want to trade something like that.
I agree.
Like, I'm sorry. If someone can formulate a strategy on this, that would be awesome. If you could share it with me, please show it, because I have no clue how to trade names like this. Yeah, AXLA is still 40 cents. I will be out through 38 cents, 37 cents. So yeah, just waiting for that. The other gappers today were so poor. MEDS, EOSE, I was watching those. They were just such a shame that they didn't go. Maybe I should try looking to take the other side of these trades. I'm always looking to long these gappers, but maybe I should be looking to short the gappers. No.
We're getting a bunch of VWAP rejections right now. We're getting it on Meta, we're getting it on Google, and we're kind of getting it on NVIDIA. They're all curling back down. Apple's trying to hold that 189 area. AMD is kind of just doing its own thing at 109 and a half and a third. And in that area, Amazon's been dead money all day. If this NQ trades breaks below 15 by a few points, I'm cutting it. That will be a loser for me. It's already It's already broken through the crest over here. So unless we hold this former high, I'm gonna have a loser on this one. Give some money back off the meta trade. But hey, we tried. I thought maybe we were changing direction here, but let's just go with what Obi says. The trend is my friend, and no question about it, the trend is down on the day unless something happens here in the next like 10 seconds or whatever amount of time. I've got my stop in place, so I don't have to worry. We'll see what this one does. Let's see what else is moving on the day. There is some strength in the market. Chinese ADRs are very strong. EVs, surprisingly, are quite strong as well. Come to the chart if you're able to, Rami. Here's what I'm talking about EVs. Look at this. Fisker up 1 1/3. Rivian 4 1/3. Lucid 1 1/4. Even Polestar, they had earnings and they didn't do that well. Up 2/3%. Bloom Energy up 2%. Nikola down again, believe it or not, 0.85. Plug Power, not really EV play, but you know they have the hydrolyzer engine, 1.83% to the good. And F-Cell continues to find local support off that carbon capture deal that it has with XOM, with ExxonMobil. So interesting look there for them. Chinese ADRs, all the rave. I'm not going to talk up my book again like I did earlier on about Li Auto, but Li Auto is an absolute beast, and I'll just leave it at that. XPEV, though, for whatever reason, people just like gambling because I think this stock is trash, like with NEO as well. 6% for whatever reason, XPEV. And NEO also 7.69. I guess maybe everyone thinking Li Auto is priced to perfection, even though I think analysts have, if you have a look here at Li Auto, I think analysts are looking for like 52.3. Depends on who you look, $56, $54. Some people here that are high on whatever are looking for $30. Right? These were actually updated May 1st, so not a bad look. Anyway, the point is, Chinese ADRs are strong. The meme stocks are also there. They're not joking around. AMC up 3.5%. Weight Watchers again up 4%. Carvana 4 1/3, taking 50. Carvana is literally at day's high right now. I think 10 pennies off day's high. So good look for our friend Carvana, as the heavily shorted name continues to make its ascent up. So good look there. FinTech Group, we've been talking a lot about these. Affirm having another good day. It is like 5 pennies off day's high. Wow, Affirm. Upstart as well. A very similar name, not at day's high, but having a good day, 4% nonetheless. 3.5 million shares, while Affirm's then almost 12. So good look for these FinTech names. Even SoFi is getting in on the action, 2 2/3, and Hood, 3.5% to the good on the day. What else do we have? Pharma. Now, I would suggest, we just quadrumed here on the market. Let's keep an eye on this 15.5. Let's see if we break. In case my stop gets blown through, I'm going to want to cut this one. But yeah, it looks like we are going to trend downward. But I was saying Pharma, very interesting. What's it called? What do they call those? Not blog.
Biotech?
No. It's like, what are those? Podcast. Podcast by the Wall Street Journal that I listened to on Spotify. They were talking to this morning about the deal with Medicare, or the negotiations, let's put them in air quotes, between Medicare and some of the biotech names here and the pharma names, and how, you know, that's raising all sorts of concerns about, you know, constitutionality. In any event, it's a good listen. Go and listen to it. It's very insightful. They have an interesting guest on there. Let's keep going. EV charging was brought to our attention earlier. Charge point up at day's highs. Good for you. I think it was Racer 9 that was into this 750 high. We're at 747 at the moment. Been a good day, 4 1/3. Blink charging up 2.16. EVgo 2%. So the EV charging names getting a good look today. Solar as well. Some of the solar names are green on the day. 5G, these are kind of nothing burgers. So good look for some names today, but the market in general trying to dance with 15.5, but for how long here, Yannick? Not sure.
Yeah, what is trying to dance is AXLA. It's 1 cent away from the high here. We're almost at 43 cents. AXLA, man. What did I say? I said if it holds 40, this is the trade, and it held 40. It dipped below 40 for one candle. That's it. It held 40 the whole time, and yeah, it's looking very good. 44-cent breakout. I don't think I'll be taking this. It's going. Oh, here it goes. Does it rip through it? Does it rip through 44? Takes 44. Continue. Let's go through the highs. Holding 44. Holding 44. For a moment, still holding. Looking really good here on AXLA. Looking pretty good. Not going to sell anything till 45s, 50s. I want to see how it trades up there. There's quite a bit of size at 45 waiting to get filled. So let's see what happens. Do they front run it, or do they just get filled and blown through? That'll be the question here on AXLA. As well, TTOO. That one is another runner, similar price. Someone mentioned it. Don't have this one, but also looks pretty good. Very similar setup to AXLA. Waiting here patiently, though. Waiting here patiently. T2O broke, yes. Carvana came back down 52, so didn't really give you much. You know, 52 break gave you 50 cents. That's it. You know, usually on Carvana, I look for more than 50 cents, but it is what it is. It is what it is. AXLA trying to get through 45s here, having a bit of trouble. There are some reserves on the offer, but that is usually a good thing when it comes to names like these, because once it takes the offer, it usually rips. Come on, take 45s. There's 45s. And now, come on, let's start jumping by cents. Let's start jumping by cents. This is what we want to see here. 45s, continue.
Nice look.
Lots of size on 46. So holding right now, there's not really much of a reason to sell. People aren't, and there's not much selling going on in my eyes. All I see is green on the tape here. People are crossing to the offer, punching the offer out. Look at this, 467's almost at 47 cents now. Look at that, 6 cents in the money on a 40-cent name. That's what, 12% trade right there, 15% trade? Beautiful trade. I'm gonna look to take some out here at 47s as we're seeing some selling. 46.9's getting orders out, getting orders ready.
Good job, Yannick. Keep my eye on that one. A very interesting trade there you got.
Very, very interesting one. Just putting my orders out. Putting some orders out, trying to get some out here in case it decides to turn around. But it is holding very well, taking 47. There goes 47. Now we're trading 47.5s. Starting to get a little heated here. Wait for 50 cents, of course. But you got to take profit. Got to take profit. This is like a 1 to 10 trade right now, 1 to 7 trade. I am going to take profit. My risk was about 1 cent. So, yes, we are taking profit on this. We are not going to get too greedy. You know, I'm not going to add through 50 cents unless it really shows me something that makes me want to add. But as of now, we are waiting. Some selling going on. That was quite a bit of red on the tape, but still holding 47s really well. To me, this just has to hold 45s, 44s for this to be a valid trade and continue holding it.
That's a fantastic trade, dude.
Yeah, we're waiting.
Yeah, good ads, too. Right at the bottom end of that range, too.
I said
fantastic
38 was my price that I'd be out on and never got to 38.
Yeah. Fantastic ad there. And your patience, that's multiple minutes there that you had to hold that, but it didn't break that range. Kudos to you on that. I want to alert everybody to AVGO. Broadcom, pardon me, really curling off that low that we made earlier. Sure, it's red. It's down 4.83% on the day. The high of day was 901.87. Technically, in the pre-market, we got to about almost 907, 906.90. We bounced, though, off that 864 and 2/3. And look where we're at now. We're knocking on the door of 880, just a smidge below VWAP, which is almost 881 here on my chart. So very nice move back up, troughing right here. Where could have we crested here? I mean, we could crest likely maybe at 881 where VWAP is, but it's a good look off the bottom, $12 plus. If you took that bottom, obviously much harder to call these bottoms, but good look there for Broadcom retracing. What was not really a bad report. Let's just be honest about it. I mean, there were a couple of things that you didn't want to see. The guide was a little bit lower than what analysts wanted, as well as the fact that there were some supply issues with respect to being able to deliver. But on the whole, it's not a bad look. Also, VFS curling off that 26 and a quarter, now rejecting off that $29 area, which is VWAP. Good look there for VFS. I'm not taking that trade, I can promise you that. But yeah.
Definitely not.
Trying to see.
AXLA
go,
just
go.
dumped on me. AXLA.
Bamboozlement.
Saying bye-bye to that. Good thing I got quite a bit of shareage out there at the top. But yeah, AXLA saying no thank you to my trade there. It looks like it's holding 40s, but that was a massive sell-off. I will be taking it out through 40s if it gets down there again. But yeah, that was a huge sell-off there on AXLA. Looks like that could be the top. Probably is the top, but yeah, we shall wait here, see where it goes. Looks still like, yeah, heavy selling, 40s. Yeah, I will be taking out, I will be getting out of that. That is that. Trade still net positive, though, net positive. So we're good. We're good. Basically just took it off at my average, so yeah.
All right, Apple reclaiming 189 again. Apple strong on the day. Definitely AMD strong on the day, as well as it's very close to its day's high at the moment, 109.50 something. We're at with a 109.65 high. Here's the look on Apple. Apple, I don't want to say single-handedly because it's not. I mean, NVIDIA and AMD are curling as well. But here we go. Apple, the series of higher lows, but we're definitely finding that resistance area that we encountered earlier on from around 10 to about 10:30 or so at that 189 in between a quarter and a third. But a series of higher lows and a VWAP bounce. Very interesting here on Apple, but we definitely need to make a higher high, and we need to claim and close above this level over here for the trend to change on Apple. We know that there's a 189.92, almost a 190 print today on Apple, but that was much earlier on much more aggressive volume. So we'll have to continue to wait and see. Meta rejecting again off VWAP. Look how many red candles in a row now, but still, we have a series of now higher lows on Meta. Okay, so the trend is changing here just a bit. We'll see if it's a micro trend or we're going to actually get a trend reversal. So we've been looking for this kind of head and shoulders looking pattern. Whether or not that materializes, an entire different story. I'd say Amazon dead money, Tesla dead money, and Google dead money as well. Google is so range bound. Google's talking about a 25 penny range now, going on maybe from 12 o'clock onwards, so about an hour and 20 minutes of a 25 penny range. So Google dead at the moment. Microsoft as well. Microsoft just a smidge above lows, barely holding on to Greensville, but it has barely, and I really mean that because 327.77 is the close. We're at 327.89 for just nothing for a $300 name. So we're involved in the Qs. We're looking to see here if we can hold this 15.5. It looks like it's going to be a flat bottom break on 15.5 unless we can curl up and print above this 15.5 and 513 area to curl a little bit. But yeah, we'll see. Nothing really going on here. Oil is a beast. Thank you for pointing that out. I saw that earlier, John. Thank you for that. Oil has been great. 2 1/3% on the CL October contract.
Huge.
Yeah, good look for them. Not gas, no slouch either, up 0.5 point. I'm nicely in the money on my UNG with like a 640 cost basis now. We're at 713
Nice,
on
640. That's a great.
Yeah,
That's like close to the lows.
Yeah, it's very. I was
40 cents
heading
off the lows. Yeah.
with a basically hand over fist at that level, but it's still very much a range-bound trade, Yannick, on UNG, to be honest with you.
Yes, it is.
Very, very range-bound. Keeping my eye on Caterpillar as well, part of my long-term holdings, 285.40. It's up 1.5% on the day, but really nothing to celebrate.
Cat.
on that day.
I
Yeah,
used to
yeah.
own that one as well. Back in COVID, I bought it like 130s, 120s, and
Attaboy.
sold it like 200s. But yeah, I
Jeez.
didn't stay around for all this price action.
The only reason I'm in it is from home building.
Yeah,
because
that's why I was in it originally too. Yeah, it was like my way to play the housing market. You know, I can't afford to buy a house, so I'll buy
Well, you can get some home builders. Home builders had a
home builders,
fantastic year.
exactly.
Like
REITs and home builders.
yeah, the REITs are there as well. If you're wondering what we're talking about, real estate investment trusts. It's basically trust, like you guessed, that hold real estate.
Trust
you benefit from them. Look at this guy on the nose. Yeah, so that's a look there. I just think that
Trust
with
me,
the
baby.
millennials having nowhere to live, we're going to be engaged in some home building soon.
Everyone's
You
gonna
should
be
just
buying REITs.
you should just do Boyle instead of UNG for the higher multiple, in my humble opinion. Just curious of your logic with the UNG choice. To be honest with you, it didn't really come down to the leverage. I don't really care about that because, you know, I'm going to hold this one for a while.
UNG is the much safer play.
Yeah, exactly. I know. I'm not really looking to put too much risk into that particular name because it is the Widowmaker and it is a Widowmaker for a reason.
Yeah.
Curling up here on the future, just a smidge. We're like back break even on this, but nothing to celebrate. That's no question about that. NVIDIA curling again with higher lows. But, you know, the moves up are quite anemic, I got to tell you the truth. On big tech names, Apple holding 189, Meta curling back into VWAP again. And the names here are very selective of what we're moving. It's NVIDIA curling, AMD at highs, Meta curling through VWAP. We'll see if we get this move. We've been waiting a long time here on the NQ to hold 15. It looks like it held 15.5. I'm not taking any outs, but we are moving up a little bit here. We need to break above 15.5 for that new high to come in. Do we get it? We'll see. I'm not too enthusiastic about this yet, but I do see a possible trend here with higher highs and higher lows on some of these big caps.
Nice trade, KW. He says I took 11.17% off of AXLA. Great job. Whether it was to the upside or downside. Great job, buddy. Great job. Yeah, definitely a great trade. Unfortunately, didn't get to 50s. That was my target. I would have taken everything out of 50s, but yeah, it is what it is. 3 cents away, got most of it out. Great trade nonetheless. Obviously, you know, everything's kind of just ripping up. Not really ripping, trading sideways.
Really,
AMD is the one that's kind of the outlier. Monster. It is today. It is a monster. You've got NVIDIA. Usually NVIDIA is the monster, right? Usually NVIDIA is the monster out of those two. NVIDIA the one that does the outsized moves to the upside. But yeah, today NVIDIA down quite decently, 1.2%, 1.23%, 1.25%, however you'd like to say it. Yeah, AMD though, that honestly for me, I wanted to trade it today, but there was no entries for me. The only one that I would have been okay with entering, the only trade that I would have really looked at on AMD was this like 106.50, 106.50 kind of fail break long dip buy. You're coming into the pre-market levels, like pre-market highs, pretty much the 75s. Good trade to risk under 50s there. But yeah, unfortunately, AMD not near the levels that I really like. For me, 105 is like that beautiful AMD level. 110 is the level that I like to get involved with. Other than that, it kind of trades sideways around those levels, and yeah, you can see that here. What else are you guys talking about? AVGO near VWAP. Let's take a look at AVGO. I don't think I pulled up this chart today once. Yeah. Oh, this one. Yeah, Broadcom with a $1,000 name. Yeah, I can't trade this. If you can trade this, yeah, good luck to you. But yeah, definitely some moves here. Once again, it's one of those names that is going to have a ridiculous spread. Let's take a look at it on our level 2. That'll tell us exactly what's going on with this spread. You got 879.2 on the bid and 70s on the offer. So about 70, 80 cent to $1 spread, sometimes less. Yeah, not very fun to trade. Look at the order sizes on the side, all very small sizes, you know, not much over 100 shares. So yeah, it tells you exactly how to risk on that. And oh, AXLA, I am accidentally short. Okay, that was a stop loss. Okay, now I got to get out of that. I had a script order in AXLA and I just got short. That's funny. Yeah, we'll to get rid of that position there. That was nonsense. But yeah, AVGO, huge move today. Definitely not for me to trade. Yeah, it was just really There's really not much there. WBD, how's that one doing? 1180s, there it is again. What did I say? If you guys remember what I mentioned right around here after it had based off of 1180s, 1182 SSR level, right? I mentioned that it looked very weak. For this type of base, for it to hold 80s for 30 minutes like that, not printing a cent below 80s for 30 minutes, to only give a 15-cent run off of that on an $11 name, that's definitely not ideal. And that indicated to me some clear selling in this name, some further selling beyond the SSR level. So yeah, and look at that. It never got above that 95s, never got above that area, and yeah, it's pure selling. I mentioned that to you guys. I said it looked very weak, even though SSR was on, and it's still coming down. There's no trade for me here. The trade was back there. You could short it if you want, try and get 15, 20 cents, but there's really not much on this one at the moment. Looks very weak. EKTX?
Yeah, I'm out of my NQ trade. Loser on that one. Could have got out for a small winner. Held it, paid the price. We don't make a higher high. I mean, we still haven't made a newer low. The newer low comes by way of a 15.475 break. So we had to cut the trade. Multiple rejections off VU up on Meta. Everything else is dead money, to be quite honest with you. Look at all the rejections here on Meta.
Yeah, nobody's cooking in the office.
Reject.
The noise is just some maintenance going on.
Yeah.
Some slight maintenance.
Exactly. So we'll see if we can get another trade going here, but nothing for me at the moment.
Nimit just asked me if I'm planning on entering AXLA at 37 cents. No, it was just at 37 cents, and I will not be taking a dip buy there. For me, the play on these are, while they're actually running and in play. AXLA just completely died off that one candle, so there is no trade for me here. As soon as you see a move like that, it took 5-6 minutes to make this breakout move, and in one minute, one candle just takes the whole move. That right there tells you what's going on with the name. Obviously, it can do whatever it wants, right? There could be a buyer there. It could start ripping through it. But typically, when you see a move revert so quickly, the whole move that it just made, yeah, it's 9 times out of 10, it will continue going down or at least trade below that area. My look on AXLA is that it probably doesn't break through 44 cents today. But I could be wrong. Don't take my word for it. This is just my analysis. SPGC gone quiet. Yeah, that one, I remember that one from a few days ago. Absolutely quiet. No interest in this one. That one went nuts. It was another one of those low float halters. Yeah, no interest in that one.
Man, Donald Trump dropped 10,000 videos on his Instagram yesterday, man. I'm getting inundated with Donald Trump videos.
That's crazy.
Yeah, and he's going on a rant about everything. Yeah, well, everyone probably knows already.
Look at that.
Donald has been dropping video after video. I don't know if you can see. They're all the same picture.
All videos.
Yeah. He's just been.
What is he doing?
And he's got one with a red tie and one with a blue tie. The Donald is back on what's it called, Instagram, and yeah, he's talking up a storm. That's for dang sure.
Yeah.
It's
no, I don't think Daryl Finch. I don't think he follows. You don't follow Trump.
I follow Trump on everything, of course. Yeah,
of course he follows him.
Yeah, I need to see what's up.
Gotta see what's going on.
Yeah, of course I follow. Guys, I don't have any trades here, by the way. The market, not for me at the moment. Gonna stay hands off. We are moving down on the future, even though we were making higher highs for a little bit of time. Looks like we will continue to print lower lows or just stay sideways. So, no trades for me at the moment, but I want to let you know. AMD, very strong, 109.68 the high now. And then Netflix as well. Where did this one come from? A bit of a double top, though. I'm going to have to sneeze.
Bless you.
Thank you. Pardon me. Come.
Is that in German?
We have Randy with us. Randy, I just want to let you know, VinFast has lost $120 billion on the market cap in the last few years.
It happens.
It happened.
Yeah, 120 billion.
Casual.
Randy, I heard VinFast has a booth at the CNE. CNE, by the way, is like the big Toronto fair, like the Orange County fair.
Of the CNE.
Official sponsor.
I haven't been down I've been hearing the air show all day long. But go check them out. Go check out their lineup and see what you like, what you think.
All right. So quickly here, Andy, we saw that Tesla dropped the redesign of the Model 3. You and I talked about it briefly outside. Thoughts?
The Highland, I like it. We got extended range. We have the 4680 cells as default. They're not yet coming out of Berlin, on their way. China, same thing. They're already in production in Austin. So again, more range, better packaging, a little less weight.
Okay.
Overall better design. A little refresh on the Model 3. The Model Y is coming. Don't forget the Model 3 is what, 5, 6 years old now?
2020.
Well, the original, yeah. So it's nice for a refresh. Little sculpted rear tail lights, and it just looks a little bit different. And the steering wheel change.
The steering wheel, and they added a screen in the back now. I don't know if you noticed, but that they all had that in the Model S and X. It wasn't in the 3 or Y. So that's a look there. But we're going to let Yannick go because Yannick is overtime at the moment. We will have somebody new here in just a minute. So come to my screen if you're able to. Come,
See you
Randy.
guys.
Yeah, thanks. Randy, come. Where you going? I got more questions for you, bro. Yeah. We got to put you on the spot a little bit here. There we go. What I want to ask you is, did you see the fact that we have 698 kilometer range now on the Model 3?
Right. And again, we're a cold climate. Your mileage may vary, as the saying goes. Cold climates, cold weather, you're going to have heated seats and heated windows and all that stuff on. It's going to drain your battery pack.
Okay.
Don't forget, the pack itself has to be heated in the winter.
Right.
Winter's coming. Okay. So if you're in the rust belt like we are, expect less.
Expect less range.
Yeah, exactly.
In the winter. But in the summer, we should be good.
Summer, you've got air conditioning on, but the roads are dry and not slushy. You'll probably get better mileage. But yeah, in the winter, expect a little bit less.
Okay. Heard it from the man himself, Randy's Rant. Thanks for being on, brother. Always awesome as always. And I just have to fix up my mic here. But yeah, Yannick is giving way to our new friend, Adam. Adam will be on in a minute. We're going to give him an opportunity to set up. Adam is a trader on the floor. I'm going to introduce him in a second. He was here earlier getting his layout ready so that he could be ready for his inaugural, I said it right this time, segment on the midday show. And we thank him a lot for obviously being on. But let's see what else is moving. Let's bring down the trusty scanner. Now, I haven't brought this one down in a while. We had this UPDT earlier on the day. It's up big, 250%. And it's doing something interesting here that I haven't seen in a while. A VWAP hold. Now, I've kind of mentioned this style of trade that I had in 2020 and 2021 called the VWAP hold high of day break. And it usually applies to these small cap cappers that we have, UPDT. Oh, I got to put that in caps, UPDT. There we go. And essentially what it is a big move up, as you can see, multiple halter, and then it kind of slows down in its ascent and hangs around near VWAP. Breaks it a smidge here, but look how quickly it reclaimed it. Right back into that $23 area. And then during the more liquid time in the afternoon, sometimes like 2 o'clock, sometimes 2:30, even 3, into power hour, we get the high of day break. So it holds VWAP, and then we're going to break or test the high of day at least. So VWAP here at 23 bucks. Look at that. We moved off 23 bucks. Now we're knocking on the door of 27. But there's an obvious top here that we have to actually talk about, which is this halt level and which has acted as a level of resistance going back since essentially 12 o'clock. So we downward halt at 27.25. We try to break it here through this crest. We reject off 28. You get another halt downward over here, and then right back up we go. We get that 27.50 test. We reject there. We're a smidge below there at the moment. We're trying to break through 27. It's a very spready name, so be very careful with how you trade, to be quite honest. But you get that VWAP hold, and if we get a high day break, this one could really get going. Something tells me, and I don't have any proof, obviously, but something tells me that when the halt parameter is off at 4 o'clock, this was going to get going. We saw that a couple of days ago with ICCT. I don't know what else. The crazy stock that was moving yesterday was, I forget the name of it, but we've had these small cap gappers really get going in the aftermarket the last few days. So I'll be keeping my eye on UPDT. Edible was another name. It's kind of a little misleading. It doesn't sell any weed. It's about, I think it's, it is the, and I think it's a greenhouse company where they make like, where they have like green, yeah. So it's a controlled environment agriculture CA farming company. Let me know when you're ready. It uses a controlled environment of traditional greenhouse structures. Yeah, so it is greenhouse. You're good to go? All right, let's bring in the man himself. Adam, let's go for that 2-shot if you're able to. Ramin, to bring in, there he is himself. We're going to hit bang for Adam.
Let's
Adam,
go.
introduce yourself, my son.
Thank you, Sharif. My name is Adam. I'm a trader on the floor here. And I originally got started swing trading, and I just graduated in April, and I like trading stocks. So as a finance graduate, I was like, why not go try my hand at trading stocks on the day trading side?
Awesome.
So here we are.
Awesome. All right. Do you have anything specific that you like? Are you a small cap guy, a big cap guy, or is it whatever's moving on the day guy?
So I, like most people, I think everyone usually starts with the small caps.
Yeah.
That was a little bit too wild for me. I like more predictable moves. So I like trading beta, a lot of the mega caps. I like Tesla. I like Amazon. Who doesn't? As long as it's liquid and the spread isn't too crazy, then I like to trade it. So for example, today I traded Tesla. I traded Zillow, and it's mostly tech names, tech big caps.
I like it. So why don't we go through some of your trades? Tell us what the thinking was, what the move was,
Sure.
What the outcome was. We'll go through that.
Sure, why not? So let me just pull up, I have Tesla on my screen here. So I took a short on Tesla today, and I have it on my trading view chart here. If I can just I'll pull my trading view chart over.
Yeah,
That's
absolutely.
cool.
You can do whatever you like, buddy. Yeah.
Sure. So I'll do that. So on Tesla here, we have this big level. I like looking at daily levels as well as hourly levels because when you have that confluence on all the time frames, it really makes gives you more conviction in a trade, right? So Tesla, you're going to look for more than, at least I am. I'm going to look for more than a 30-cent move because a 30-cent move can happen in just a few seconds. So I had this daily level marked on Tesla, hourly level. And when it kind of broke through, it was, it gapped down this morning a little bit, and then it had some strength. But then it faded really hard on this big volume bar, and I like incorporating volume into my strategy to let me know, how much conviction is there in a sell-off or in a bid. So it had this big sell volume right off the open. That's not a good sign if you're long. A lot of people that may have bought into the recent strength the last few days would be caught off guard. They might think, okay, what's happening here? They may be rushed to sell and cover their positions. So I had this nice hourly level marked here. As you can see, test once, clear level of resistance, support, turned resistance, can't get above it, flushes below, finally stair steps back, breaks above it, gets supported, and then finally when it flushes here, it's no look back. So I was short through 250 on the 5-minute.
Good luck.
I was short through this bar here, 1040. Stops go at the high, short through the low, and then you just ride it down. Obviously, I didn't ride it all the way down because you can't pick a top, you can't pick a bottom.
Yeah.
But as long as you capture the meat of the move and you get what you're looking for, then you should be in good shape. So that's what I took.
Very nice.
On Tesla.
And I like how you have all your support and resistance levels defined on the day. So you have a question already from Zion Lala, who I think may have been in the same boat as you. Sure. Can you ask Adam what made him move from swing to day trading and what the difference was as you see it?
Sure. So swing trading, at least on the long side, when you went through that whole 2022 bear market, became very hard. You got a lot of chop, you got a lot of false breakouts, and your account, if you keep trying to force that matter, your account can go away pretty quickly. So I was like, I'm not really getting the value on the short side via swing trading, which obviously you can, but for whatever reason, it's a lot harder when you're on your own as a retail trader to short. So I figured why not come in here and be able to capture some of the moves that you see. So we've seen a lot of 50-day moving average breaks to the short side. Those can offer big ranges to the downside. And so when I started noticing this pattern, I was like, why not try my hand at this and get on the intraday level so you can define your risk very tightly and you can capture. Say you can risk $1, you can make $15 in Tesla.
Absolutely.
Like it offers those moves. So It was more just to be able to play both sides of the market. That's what I liked, and that's what lured me to day trading versus the swing trading aspect.
Interesting look. So you have a finance background. Do you do any quant stuff? Do you do any quantitative style trading?
That's a great question.
Yeah.
I'm not smart enough for that.
I don't know about that.
I like looking at the charts. I like the fundamentals.
Right.
I'm just not. Yeah, no, I haven't tried my hand at quant. But
Yeah.
I mean, I heard that. What is it? Some of these firms in the U.S. they're offering like 10, 15 grand a month to interns. Like, it's crazy. So maybe I wish.
Quants are in fashion. I think.
Yeah, maybe I should have. Maybe I should have. My parents should have threw me in there from a young age or something. I'm not sure, but
Yeah, it's a good look. It's a good look. If you get
that's
it done.
definitely if you're a trader and that's you want to trade for a firm. I think that's definitely the way to go. If you're young and that's what you want to do, then definitely give that a shot.
Good stuff. All right,
Yeah.
let's talk a little bit about some of the indicators and some of the utilities that you use. So right off the bat, which do you use moving averages? I guess a fair question to start with.
Of course, yeah.
Yeah.
So I do use moving averages. I like just trading based off of structure for the most part. So I know you guys have Brian Shannon on here a lot.
Yep.
His book, Technical Analysis on Multiple Time Frames,
There you go.
I think it's called. That was like the big, that's like the holy grail to me.
It is.
So that, if you want to learn about market structure, higher highs, higher lows, what forms a trend, the reason behind trends, the short selling aspect of it, short squeezes, that's really where it is for me. I do incorporate moving averages, and the reason why is I think I benefited from being a swing trader prior, because you have these levels, and I learned that institutions like to hang around the 50-day moving average on the daily. They like the 200 period. They like buying at a defined area where there's going to be support, and they know that other people are going to come in, because they can't buy all at one place. So you know what? If they're going to buy, as you see on my screen now with Tesla, this could very well be just institutions chasing it higher, gapping, just bidding it up. You can't get all of your position in on one day. You're going to be buying it over a period of time. You're going to be accumulating it, and so the safest way to do that is against an area of support, like a 50-day, like a 200-day moving average. So those are very important parts that I look for. For example, yesterday I was looking for Meta reclaim through 300, the 50-day moving average here as well. Obviously it failed, but if it does get above this $300 level and this 50-day moving average, I think you can expect a reasonable move to the upside, because that 50-day moving average kind of serves as an over-under line, at least for me. And the thing about the moving averages is that they're fractal, so you can use them on all time frames, right? So I do use moving averages. I like using the 10, 21. I like using the 5 actually for very short term.
Okay.
Say you get one of these runners.
5. I use the 7 for the short term.
Right.
Yeah. Well, there was like one guy who kind of explained the 7, the 20, or the 21, whatever, the 50 and the 200 on there. So good luck on there. Question for you though.
Sure.
Do you recommend any books for anybody? So I always say John J. Murphy's Principles of Technical Analysis of the Financial Markets. That's kind of like the holy grail. You mentioned Brian Shannon. So he's got a new book, The Anchored VWAP.
Yeah.
Yep. So how about you mention some of the ones that you like?
So I think there's a book, Japanese Candlestick Patterns. I think it's by Nissan or something. Around those lines, that's great for learning the actual patterns within the candles. That's, if you don't have the candlestick patterns down, those have to become like second nature. Like even now, I just constantly reviewing those patterns, because those are going to become ingrained in your brain. When you see a hammer candle coming off a low, there's a good probability that you're going to get a bounce, something like that. So I recommend, I think it's Japanese Candlesticks by, I think his last name is Nissan, or something like that. I like looking at longer term books too. So one of the books that really got me interested was How to Make Money in Stocks. If you're a longer term trader or investor, I really like that book. It was written by William O'Neill, rest in peace, who passed unfortunately earlier this year. But that incorporates a great aspect of fundamentals as well as technicals. And I think that those are important because, even as day traders, we look at, earnings gappers, earnings surprises. And understanding those fundamentals, what the currently quarterly earnings growth is, quarter over quarter, year over year, that is what drives these moves a lot of the time. So it helps you understand on an intraday basis as well the catalysts that can really get a stock going. So I like that book. I don't really have too many others. I mean, I haven't tried the VWAP book from Brian Shannon. I'm sure it's a great book. I saw that on Twitter. I follow him on
we've got
Twitter.
a copy here if you want to take
Oh, yeah?
it out. Oh yeah, he left a copy for the office.
Awesome.
You can check it out and obviously use it whenever you want.
Sure.
Yeah, but he was
Sounds
on.
awesome.
There's a video of him on with Brendo, so it's a good look there. Question for you: how much does psychology factor in to your everyday, your day in and day out trading?
I mean, it's like pretty much everything.
Is
I
there a
think.
book you like for that, or is there a source that you like for that?
There's a book by Jared Tendler, I believe. I think it's Mental Game of Trading, something like that. It's a great book. It really, helps you deal with the mindset as you try and progress throughout your journey as a trader. Mindset is pretty much everything. Even now, like I'm not, the best at handling my emotions. You get a loss, and your mind gets in the wrong frame. You better believe you're not going to be able to take that next trade with conviction because your mindset is kind of already on the wrong track. So if you have a way to eliminate emotions as much as possible, and I think the way by doing that is by getting a process that eliminates emotions completely. I've been working on that. I'm not 100% there. I don't think anyone can really say they are unless they're the best trader in the world. But I'm not there. So I think by having strict rules in place, I'm starting to develop that, and I think that can really help deal with the emotions because I want to become to the point where I'm almost a robot. Like I don't want
you literally need to be.
I don't want to have any emotions because as soon as emotions come in, you're not thinking rationally. You're not taking a trade based off the chart or the tape or the L2. You're trading based off of your emotions, and we do not want that as traders.
The chat's got questions for you. So first, do you have a system in place, Adam, that you go? So now, however you want to answer the question, whether your like daily routine that you engage in, or your actual technical system of how you approach a trade.
Sure.
Want to take us through that?
Yeah, of course. So I have, because I was a swing trader prior, I like to use big daily levels. So every night I go through a list. I have a universe list here of, I think there's 200 and something stocks here. And I'll just run through every single one. So I'll filter through Amazon, Nvidia, whatever, blah, blah, blah. And what this does, it not only lets you know what's setting up, but it lets you know what the theme is in the overall market, right? Because on one day you can notice, okay, Tesla performed. How did NEO and how did Lucid and how did these other names perform? And you could see, okay, they had some volume. Maybe they're going to be on watch for tomorrow. Okay. So that's what I start with the night before, and then I shrink that down and say, okay, what has a nice technical level? So for example, I said I traded Zillow today. This didn't work out according to plan, but guess what? On Wednesday, it stopped at 53.10. On Thursday, it stopped at 53.08.
Love it.
So clearly, 53.10 is a level of interest. Yep. Today, it didn't really work, but that's where you have to kind of be subjective. Look at what the index did. Look what the NASDAQ did.
For sure.
When the NASDAQ is cratering, that breakout on a maybe a short-term extended name isn't going to work. So I look at all my charts the night before. I understand what has a pivot level. And then I say, okay, what is the NASDAQ doing? Obviously, the short-term trend in the NASDAQ has been up the past few days, but it was down the past couple weeks. So you say, okay, is it logical that after a few 3-4 days up, there could be a little bit of a breather here? There's potential we could get a down day. So maybe I'm going to wait a little bit. Maybe I'm not going to take every single trade off 9:30 to the long side, right? Because this morning we opened, we went higher, and then guess what? It just faded away, right?
The entire day, yeah.
So all of those people who were like, I gotta buy, pounding the table that they have to buy, guess what? They got stuck to the long side and they got trapped. And I think that's also why you see such selling to the downside, because all of these early morning buyers, they're getting stuffed to the downside. So I like to look at all my individual names. I like to assess themes within groups and sectors, and I like to assess the general market, the NASDAQ in general. I don't really look at the S&P as much because for the most part I am trading technology. Those are the ones that make the moves. That's what I like to do. But I think that you have to have, you have to assess your individual technicals. So I like to look at pivot levels, clean daily levels. For example, Dell today, sorry, I'm ranting on now.
No, this is fantastic. I think this is exactly what they want to hear.
So for example, Dell today had great earnings, right?
That gap.
They gap up. I'd say it's pretty good earnings.
Yeah.
I mean, they gap up 20%, 16%, whatever. So I'm going to say, okay, what else is there that could be within the realm of Dell that would be approaching a nice level? And so I pull up Intel, and guess what? Intel has this nice level. It gaps up. It's more of a sympathy play. It gaps up, and it stopped at 37.11, and then it got rejected 37.19. And we already know that Intel had that big run before where they had good earnings as well. So, there's definitely some momentum, some interest there already. So we see this nice clean level. We go on the hourly, it's like, okay, this is clearly a level of interest. It's a little bit extended right now. I don't really want to see it blast off, but if it can, put in a couple days next week, tighten up, we can get a good risk to reward trade to the upside on a day trade basis, but also on a swing trade basis if that's something that anyone of the viewers are interested in.
Level.
So yeah, I think this is what you want to look for when you get that fractal confirmation, at least what I look for. When you have that confirmation on the daily as well as confirmed by an intraday, volume surge through the pivot, then that's what I'm looking for, and I think that's a good risk to reward opportunity that you can take as a trader.
With respect to your swing trading approach, do you incorporate anything else like MACD or RSI?
Right.
Yeah. And how do you use them if you use them?
So I used to use them. I think that everyone kind of, when they're trying to find themselves as a trader, they go through all these things, and I think you should. You should go through everything and see all the possibilities of what matches your style, what you like to use, what you have success with. Because I've seen some great traders use MACD, some great traders use RSI, use Bollinger Bands. Like everyone has their own thing. I don't really use those.
No, okay. So it's more price action based.
Are you in the same? You're in the same.
I like RSI just for divergence with price action. So when you're making higher highs on RSI on the actual chart, the price action, but you're not necessarily making higher highs or higher lows. It works inverse as well. On the RSI, I like that divergence as a signal that we may be topping out and that we may be running out of buyers. And that's how, it's not my, it's Michael Moss's and the other chartered market technicians who kind of use it in that fashion. It's kind of misused a lot, right? Especially, buy above, below 20,
oversold,
sell
overbought.
80. No, it's not so simple, right? So it's a good look. It's a good look. Now, you obviously are somebody, I can tell by the way that you've mentioned stocks, that you obviously somebody who keeps an eye on earnings. Are you aware of the fundamentals, and do you incorporate them in your decision making?
So number one for me is technicals. I do keep an eye on fundamentals because you want to know if there really is a potential sustained move. Is it, what kind of catalyst is it? Is it something that can grow it? And when I mentioned the book by William O'Neill, How to Make Money in Stocks, he really emphasizes the current quarterly earnings growth and annual growth as something that can really start a long-term trend and get a stock moving. So if you look at all of the prior winners, Tesla was growing earnings at extraordinary rates. SMCI, like look at this run. You can say the exact same thing for Nvidia, and if you go back, you can see that all of these companies were beating their earnings estimates and they were raising for the future. And that's exactly what happened to Nvidia when it made that huge gap. Like you're not getting a 24% gap on a mega cap stock. This thing's worth over $1 trillion now. You're not getting that without strong growth prospects.
Of course. So you're cognizant of it, but your number one is technicals.
Right. So I mean, you can have great earnings, but if the technicals aren't going to confirm, the stock goes down on the earnings. Like, what does that mean? You're buying the earnings, but your money is in the stock price.
All right.
So if the stock price is going against you, why would you want to be in there? At least in the short term, you could say, "Oh, I'll buy more." You can buy the dip and whatever. And in the long term, it's a waiting machine. You may benefit from that, but at least in my opinion, you want to see the stock price confirm because the stock price is what pays. Price pays.
And people are asking, come on, guys, keep the questions on point. They don't want to know all sorts of stuff about you.
Sure.
But I think a lot of it isn't relevant. But we'll keep it relevant here. So because we only got like about 6 minutes left, give us some names that you're gonna look at, I guess, into the coming week. So now we know Labor Day. Subsequent to that, traders are back. A lot of people take August off, sell in May and go away, the old adage. Now everybody's coming back. What should we be looking at here going into September?
Sure. So, I mean, yeah, people are gonna, the big money is definitely going to the Hamptons or
Yeah.
wherever they're going. They probably
been there.
They probably took off already. Yeah. So, I mentioned that INTC. You know what? If this momentum keeps
I think
up,
Neil's really gonna like you for this. But
I think that this, if this gets above this level, it can really get going. Like I said, I want to see a little bit of a breather because you don't want to see parabolic moves straight up. Those usually aren't very sustainable.
Right.
But you know what? If it does, as day traders, we can capture some of that move. But for a longer term trade, you want to see it build out a little bit. I just started working on my list for Monday a little bit. Let me see what I have here. So I have Intel. You know what? I don't know much about this stock.
it's a nice flat top, though.
That's a nice flat top.
Oh, yeah.
That's a great technical stock.
Yeah.
And I was looking at it today because when I'm assessing something for future potential trades, I want to see it trades about $2 million of volume, $3 million of volume per day. But really what's important to me is the spread.
Okay.
Right? Because as traders, you can see if a spread is 10 cents, immediately you can be out of the money a significant amount. And there was only a 1 cent spread on this. So that's a great sign for me if I want to trade this through this level. It's also at the even dollar level, $12. So that's something that I'm looking at.
What's the ticker for this? Because it's not hard to see.
This is ROIV.
ROIV, guys.
Roivant Sciences.
Okay.
It seems a little bit, skeptical, I guess, because all of these science companies, they can have big reactions one way or another. So I'd be careful there. Another name I like, I said I focus on mega caps. I like Meta. Like, look at this weekly.
Nice bull flag.
Nice bull flag. Pulls back, light volume on the pullback. That's exactly what you want to see.
Absolutely.
If this thing can get above its daily 50-day moving average, as well as this whole consolidation $300 whole level, we all know the importance of whole numbers. If it can get above this level, it can really get going. And you know what? The highs of 325, we're not even at all-time highs. No. And guess what? Sharif was just on the channel on Instagram. Like, who's getting rid of Instagram? I'm not getting rid of Instagram anytime soon.
No.
They had that news where they're going to give users the option to pay to remove ads.
Yep.
So if that's another revenue stream, we saw a nice initial reaction off that.
Right.
If that's another way of making money, then so be it. I'm not going to do it. I know you said you're not going to do it.
No way.
I'd keep my money in my pocket. But if it can get above there, then why not? Really, I have to go through my weekend scan and see.
That's fine. Yeah.
So, I think if you're looking at stocks near highs, you want to see stocks near highs. That means they're in demand. And when they're approaching a 52-week high, there's not really a cap to where they can go because there's no history to the left side of the chart that's gonna knock it back down. So
Agree.
Yeah, that's what I'm
fantastic.
looking
But
at.
like, just to recap, you are a tech-based guy. You like tech. That's where the growth names are. You're not a value investor. You're not like a Buffett disciple.
No,
right?
I mean, everyone, I guess, looks at that in the beginning. They look at Buffett. It was his birthday the other day.
Yeah,
so,
it was. Happy birthday, Buffett.
Happy birthday, bang for him. But no, I'm not. And the reason is because tech gives you the big moves.
Right.
They give you the drastic moves, and as day traders, we want to capture that momentum. If oil is in demand, I traded this personally a while ago. Like. It's a huge wedge.
That ascending wedge.
And you know what? I won't deny it. Energy stocks have been a little bit strong.
Yeah.
Right? Like they have had strength. And I don't know what that says for technology. Usually it's not really a great thing.
No.
But both of them are kind of performing at the same time right now. Maybe we wait and see what ends up winning in the long run.
Yeah.
But if they're there, then trade them. This is AMR, a coal name. And I wish I was still in it because that's a big day today.
It's a big move.
Yeah. But yeah, there's opportunities everywhere. Just because I trade tech, just because someone trades something else,
Sure.
you can have just whatever you're going to do it and focus on that, and there's money to be made.
That's
everywhere.
a good look. That's a good look. Yeah, I think Sean, he loves his tech names, right? You're going to see him on AMD. You're going to see him on NVIDIA,
Right.
And the likes. He's always got his big tech. Now, before we head out, do you watch the overall market when you are trading individual names? That's part one of the question. And part two, do you keep your eye on the big seven on I have a big seven, big eight chart over here. I'm watching for divergence between them. Who's strong on the day, who's relatively weak.
Right.
I know you chart the night prior, but things always happen the day of. What's your move there?
Yeah, so I think you have to. Intraday, you have to keep an eye on the indexes, at least me personally. I'm watching the NASDAQ, seeing every single uptick and downtick, because if you're watching those Magnificent Seven, a slight downtick in the NASDAQ, those names are going to pull back. What you want to do if you're looking long, you want to see, okay, what's not pulling back as much. A great example of this was the Amazon yesterday. The market was pulling in a little bit.
Right.
Amazon was strong. Guess what? It ran, it had a nice move, and it gapped up again this morning. So you want to take note of these relative strengths and relative weaknesses to develop a trade. I always have the QQQs up on my screen.
Okay.
And you know what? If say I really like a level on some random stock that's a tech stock though, but the NASDAQ is pulling down. For example, today I took the trade on Zillow. It's a tech stock. It was a nice breakout, it looked like, but the QQQ was coming down, and as a result, it got stuffed, and I got stopped, and I lost some money on it. So I think, yeah, to answer your question, I do have the chart of the indices up at all times. I want to look at it. That is definitely a factor when I'm taking a trade.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Throw up ones in the chat for my man Adam. The dude is very insightful, very intelligent person. I had no idea because him and I had never spoken until today, quite frankly.
Thank you.
Throw up the ones for Adam. Very impressive, Adam. Very insightful. I hope to definitely have you back on because you definitely have a lot to offer us. I definitely believe that. But we are overtime, and the flood of ones is coming in.
That's what I like to see.
It,
Thank you, guys.
but it's flooding in.
Awesome.
Thank you very much for being on, Adam.
Awesome, my friend.
We are overtime. Don't forget, Monday is Labor Day. It's a day off. Go get some much needed rest. I know I will. I'm sure you will as well.
Yeah.
It's tough being on the floor, but we will see you back Tuesday, same bat time, same bat channel. Brian knows at the big desk.
Indeed. Welcome back in, guys. 2 o'clock on a Friday afternoon here as we head towards the long weekend. As the guys were mentioning, enjoy that, by the way. Both sides of the border, too, which is a rarity as far as the holidays coordinating around here. But here we go.